Welcome back to the second half of round 3 of the World Racing League here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. I'm Ryan West. I've got JT Tammy with me for some racing action, and as a special guest today, we have TV's Greg Kramer. Greg, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. I sat in a little bit yesterday, as I said, not hugely familiar with the WRL series, but man, what I watched was fascinating, and I'm really looking forward to a little bit more exposure for me today here on an absolutely challenging track with some really serious talent behind the wheel.
Thank you, Greg. Really appreciate it. Happy to have you here. JT, I think a little bit lighter today we're going to be. Just trying to get settled in here. It is Easter weekend. Happy Easter to all of you who are out there. But Easter weekend at a new track far away and, kind of a short turnaround of the next event means we've got a little bit of a tighter grid today. But that's all right because we'll have interesting racing action. There's a lot of competitors that had tough days yesterday who are making their return to the course this morning. And some, of course, which have not been able to make the return. We'll go over that as the race develops here. We have yesterday's winner on the pole. That's the Stack Racing Rapscallion Ligier, followed by the 120 and the 119 of AE Victory Racing. A couple of BMWs, the NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz, the Samson Racing Communications SoCal Wrestlers, or Rustlers as it may be. They're back in their BMW. We've got the unclassified Civic here as well. And then, of course, at the front of GP1, we've got your pole sitter from yesterday and winner from yesterday, El Diablo Motorsports, looking to absolutely dominate once again here at Thunderhill. JT, what are some storylines you're looking to follow up on this morning?
Definitely going to be reliability, track management in terms of making sure you're able to optimize your confidence going into the corners without overextending. Because Thunderhill is definitely a driver's track, and you do need some confidence to carry speed through some of these corners to make sure you're getting the rotation right without losing, the rear end or scrubbing off too much speed. And because you have quite a few blind corners here, you really have to have that confidence in place. And ultimately that's going to show in the lap times. So Definitely going to keep an eye on that now that the drivers have had a bit more seat time over Saturday.
In GP1, we're just taking a look here at our running order. I believe this is the running order. I don't know if this is yesterday's timing or today's. Sunday 7 hour, it says right here. Yep, so El Diablo followed by the 383 of Palomar, the 330 of HQ Autosport. That's yesterday's second place finisher. In fourth position, you have the number 43 of PC Racing, yesterday's third place finisher. The 121 of Dive Bombers will not be making their return. The 80 of 3D Racing will. And I believe Blaze Racing, the 118, also, we're not going to see them today. GP2, the 83 of Palomar, setting a 2-minute lap time yesterday. So up into the GP1 times for the 83 of Palomar. They're going to be the car to beat today, I reckon. The 55 of AOA Racing, I believe, also making the start this morning after some issues yesterday. 49 of Velocity Group and the 322 of Honda Research West, their classified car. The 197 of Funk Motorsport in that gorgeous blue and yellow BMW not making its return on Sunday. We're just finishing up the first of 2 pace laps here. The Almonte Porsche now coming back out of the pit lane. With such a small grid and, in addition, a racetrack that is pretty tight and twisty, starting at the back of a grid in an endurance race, less of a problem, I reckon. You're not in an opportunity here to go 5 wide into turn 1 and try to make up a ton of space. But with the line being relatively short, it's not going to be a huge disadvantage that they have missed the gridding procedure. So they'll form up in the back here. They'll need to get around that unclassified Honda Civic rather quickly, but after that, they should have some clear air to work with to start ducking and diving through the traffic in GTO. Listed against the 2 AE Victory cars this morning, Laura Hayes and Sarah Montgomery. Both the drivers, long-time WRL entrants, both of them. Laura Hayes, of course, I believe still the female record holder at Pikes Peak. in a GT4 Supra. Indeed, in the Supra that she's driving here today. I believe it's the same record-setting car.
Very cool.
Come up the hill through turn 9 here today. I've changed the camera angles in a couple spots to try to mix it up a little bit, take advantage of some of the natural elements that there are available to us here. Some more hills and a couple trees on some of the hilltops. The turn 6 camera looks a little bit nicer today. Also repositioned the turn 3 and turn 4 camera to get a little bit better angle on both of those.
And I love that entry shot into turn 9. It gives you a really good feel about there may not be massive elevation changes here, but there's an awful lot of impact by the ones that are there with those blind approaches. That's some pretty amazing stuff.
A decent amount of elevation change here, Greg. When we go to an onboard, you'll see, I know, newer track for you, but there's 2 spots in particular that have big elevation changes, and there's always a little bit of off-camber, a little bit of moving around here and there. It doesn't show well on a map or indeed on Google Maps, but when we get one of these onboards, it'll be a lot more clear. And we're going to take the green flag here going into turn number 1. They all spread out wide, and it looks like...
Horrible start for the 678.
Yeah, exactly. They got swamped at the start. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. That car takes a little bit of time to get the temperature of the tires, we think. So it's going to be the 120 followed by the 119 coming through turns 2 and indeed turn 3. Here's the start of the general production field. Ooh, that's El Diablo, I think, getting pushed down to the inside. No harm, no foul there. They're able to get away with it. Up through turn 4, they're single file in GTO. They're going to come down turn 5. You can see the compression. One of those cars, the Singler car, getting a little bit of air there at turn 5. Then down through turn 6 here, the big left-hander before you really wind the car up through turns 7 and 8, trying to gain some speed as you get to the top of turn 9. So we're looking down at turn 8. That's the exit of 7 they're coming from. And then here's turn 8, and they're going to head back up the hill towards turn 9. Still nose to tail here. That Ligier, I think, starting to get the car turned on where they need to be. They're going to start harassing the tail end of the Samson Racing Communications SoCal Rustlers BMW. And here they're going to come through turns 10 and 11. There's a little partial chicane here. And this is turn 12 and 13. And then you get the car wound right back up, almost to top speed until you get underneath the bridge, which is the other camera from here, turn 14. You get slowed down. This is the last little complex here before you come back to the front stretch. So there's a lot of high-speed sections of this track. Not a lot of huge braking zones, which, as Greg mentioned yesterday, makes it a little bit difficult to pass. But you can usually go side by side. You see the AOA car right down the inside there. But El Diablo Motorsports has already streaked off into the lead, similar to what they did yesterday. PC Racing up into second position. I think HQ Autosports really trying to get that car turned on. A fresh day, a little bit cooler track perhaps. Got some more cloud cover today, so there's less sun beating down on the track surface. That means less temperature in the tires, and that ultimately means less grip. So some of these low horsepower cars that rely on the high grip of having a warm track and a fresh tire, all those can't quite get the lap time going the way they need to. I believe, JT, that was the... is it the 383 or the 393? 383 of Palomar pulling into the pit lane here on, I believe, lap 1.
That's going to really suck. That's the Mike Johnson or Mike Anderson in chat reported that is actually Ryan Keeley's car that's being run by Palomar this weekend, and did kind of question if it could make it to the first fuel stop.
Sure.
Sounds like that car may have been hit by another car and is boxing to be checked out.
There was a little bit of a kerfuffle, JT, at the start of the GP race, as the NFC car is going to try really hard to get around the 144 BMW. That's the green and silver Mercedes. They were right closed up on them, and I think they're going to have the legs on the BMW here, but not quite enough room to make a move. But that Almonte Motorsports Porsche diving through the field. They try to go to the inside here, the Singler Racing BMW. I think they're going to get that done. They're still inside. They'll have a decent run down the straight. The Singler car is going to hang right in there. And we'll catch them here as they come through start-finish. The 119 and the 120 still in the lead. Followed by the 144 and then the NFC car. The Almonte car didn't quite get the move done. And I imagine that Porsche a little bit down on power versus the 911. By rule, of course. Also a new car for that team, so trying to work out the kinks here at a pretty high-speed track, which historically, JT, Porsche 911 Cup cars do well, and that Almonte car goes off at turn 3.
Ooh.
Huge
way out into the dirt. Almost takes out my camera. Very excited by that. I think they went around. And you'll see the turn 4 as that Almonte car has to rejoin. Just as I was saying, JT, those cars found a lot of success here in endurance racing in the 25 Hours of Thunderhill in the early days.
Yeah, and we've seen in WRL to be quite competitive as well. So that's, again, that's a brand new car for them. They were previously running GP2 as recent as just last year. So that's coming to terms with it. And yeah, it's I'm looking forward to see how that program grows.
Indeed. That's a car with proven pace in this rule set, and it's just a matter of getting it turned on. One of those cars, or those cars, known for being a little bit difficult to drive, having not that many driver's aids. As it looks like the number 119 is going to come under attack from the 144 and the 123. So the BMW and the Mercedes drawing ever closer to that 119 Supra of AE Victory Racing. And the Supra is going to be able to hold them off through this 14-15 complex, I reckon. But I think on the front stretch, going to be a little bit exposed by the power on that BMW. They do get a great launch off of 15, though. So there's the 120 in the lead, comfortably. The 119, indeed, is able to hold on the front stretch. And it looks like they're just able to roll a little bit more speed through turn 1 here. Turn 1, of course, not quite a 90-degree left-hander, but, you know, more gradual turn, but you are a bit off camber. So being offline is a big disadvantage, but you can gain a lot of time by taking the correct line and getting on the throttle and getting the car turned the way you need it to, getting it balanced and having the contact patches on the tires working exactly as designed.
You know, just real quick, going back to the very start, Laura Hayes driving the AE Victory Racing Toyota, I think she took advantage a little bit of Sarah Montgomery, her teammate, because Laura, knowing it was her teammate that was on the inside going into turn 1, did that wide swing move to really open the apex and with some confidence, you know, that she believed Sarah wasn't going to dive bomb her and end up with contact, and just executed it perfectly and has put together a really strong run up front. Absolutely.
So this is the trio that we're going to follow here for the next little bit. It is the closest battle on track right now is this AE Victory, Forza Motorsports 144, and the 123 of NFC. That is the tight battle. You've also got a battle in GP2 between the 83 and the 55 of AOA and Palomar. They're about 5 seconds apart. So the Forza car is going to pull alongside. They're going to be on the outside of turn 14. I think they're going to try to drag that back to the apex and do the over-under. Sarah Montgomery, I think, thinks better of that. Stays to the inside. Doesn't give an opportunity there. Now, this battling, of course, is allowing the 120 to escape further and further up the field, which in a race that you would hope won't be interrupted by too many cautions is going to be a big advantage. As long as they can keep the fuel mileage in that car, all these seconds really count when you're trying to make a pit stop. And indeed, the 144 is going to try to show the nose through turn 2. And indeed, they get it done. The NFC car now having a look, and it's not quite done. The 144 still on the outside going through turn 3. Still ahead, and then settling as they go through turn 4. The 144 pass is done. The 119 down into third, now under attack from the 123 of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz.
A lot of respect in that pass by both of those drivers. You love to see that here.
That 144 Forza Motorsports team appears to have that car turned on today. They've probably made some adjustments overnight after getting 8 hours of solid running yesterday. And that car, I think, working as intended now. And they're going to go in search of the 120 at the front. They've already got decent pace. They've put a little bit of a gap here on the Supra. That's allowing the Singler car to catch up as well. That's the number 25 BMW. Of course, both BMWs running that traditional BMW blue, and red livery. It's a bit tough to tell. There's, so that NFC car is going to go down the inside. It looks like there's a little bit of contact. Yeah. They back out of it.
They could have so easily just shoved that car out of the way. And again, a little bit of respect after making that initial mistake.
Yep. Well, Greg, it's worth pointing out, WRL a strict no-contact series. So that will certainly be investigated and hopefully not adjudicated, just so we keep the racing close here. If it was, a foul move, I want, justice or what have you. But, I like some close racing as well.
Oh, absolutely. Now they get through. Oh, is that lap traffic? Or
lap traffic, yes, sir. We've already caught the tail end of the GP2 field here.
Boy, that didn't take long.
No.
Yeah, it looks like the 49 Velocity Group racing Scion FRS there.
So the kerfuffle with the NFC 123 and the 119 has caused the Singler car to draw ever closer to the rear bumper of that 123 car. And SoCal Wrestlers back there in the E46, a really nice build, able to just sit back and watch the action here, looking to pick up the pieces, I reckon. NFC car all over the rear bumper of the 119. Of course, that 119 car had a lot of driveline gremlins yesterday that they were able to get fixed. So that car, not a ton of running yesterday, but we're able to get the car back out there to test. NFC stays right glued to the rear bumper. A little bit more lap traffic here. That's the Honda Civic getting well out of the way.
Great awareness, too, by him, too. Sometimes you don't want a car to help because you've already made your attack plan.
Right.
They can often move right onto it. But, he just went to where nobody would be driving and just went way to the outside of that corner, just let the field come through. That's pretty good awareness. Does it again there, heading into turn 14.
The folks at NFC coming off of a 10-month hiatus in their road racing program. They do a lot of off-road racing in the off-season, and indeed, the NFC is going to have a look around the outside, and they get it done. A clean move into turn one. They're able to go the long way around and get the car turned back down in the off-camber turn one. Great move by the folks at NFC Racing and the Mercedes-Benz. 119 just does not have the pace this morning. They're going to fall back into the clutches of the Singler Motorsports BMW as well. Singler now all over the rear bumper.
Sorry about that. I guess that's more lap traffic, but man, did he get them at a perfect spot.
Yeah.
And the others are going to get held up just a little bit. Look at the compression.
Ooh, yep.
Oh, they really got bottled up there.
The GP2 Civic going to run out wide there. Let him by. That Ligier is still not able to get the car turned on. A little ways back. Obviously, you have driver changes still to come today, and it's a 7-hour race. You can do some interesting strategies with driver changes. Max 10 is 3 hours, of course. But if you give everybody a max stint with 3 drivers, somebody's going to get shortchanged here. So sometimes we'll see people run an hour, hour and a half, depending on how the yellows fall.
The other thing with that Ligier that it makes it so effective, as we saw late in the stint yesterday, where it just had lot more pace relative to everybody else. It's a mid-engine car, so the balance is phenomenal. But as you were talking about, Ryan, a mid-engine car makes it a lot more difficult to get the rear tires turned on, and to really bring them up to temp and grip. So that could be part of it too here as well. But man, I'll tell you, this battle between NFC Motorsports, the 123, and that 119, and the Singler team, really, really close.
Yeah, I believe that's Matthew Singler on board the 25 this morning. Spoke with him a little bit yesterday. Young guy going to BYU, trying to get into law school. Hopes to continue his racing career. Doing a good job of it this weekend.
Well, if you're a good lawyer, that'll really help you extend that
that's his hope.
Career. Right?
My understanding is that was the hope.
Well, you got to get, that's just amazing. I want to race. How can I make sure I've got the money to race? How about I check out some law school?
Yep.
I like that theory. Talk about a means to an end.
Right. That 25 right on the tail of the 119 on the way through turn 5 there. Couldn't get much closer without making contact there. Just really good, clean racing there between the 119 and the 25.
He's shown the nose a couple of times and then just backed out of it again, being really respectful here. But I do think that Singular racing team, if they get through on the 119 AE Victory Racing entry, they'll drive away just a little bit. But again, just really great respect. That's something I really appreciate. I've done some other series where they have similar rules. In fact, others have rules where if you've got any kind of overlap on the car in front, they have to give you that piece of road, and it just makes for some phenomenal racing.
Right.
You're seeing glimmers of that for sure right here.
Here you're not compelled to give up a spot if you're side by side, but you can't make contact. You can be a little bit defensive. You can park the car, but you got to make sure you leave people the racing room on the track. But there's been a lot of drivers in this series especially who know exactly how much width you can or can't give, and it makes, as you say, just incredible racing.
Yeah, it does. One of the drivers for one of the series said, if you give your competitor enough racing room, if he's got overlap, the worst thing that will happen is you'll be in a great race.
Right.
And I just love that philosophy, and we're seeing that here. I mean, there's no compunction at all here. Watching the social rustlers, or the Singular racing team attack on the AE Victory car, there's no compunction to race incredibly close, but they're just showing respect.
Yeah. On board, do we have the onboard? I'm sorry, lost every camera. That's not just me. Interesting.
Yeah, everything's frozen.
What a fascinating turn of events, folks. I've never seen that before. Let me text Brendan and see if that's a server side issue or if that's that the cell tower here has suddenly died.
Turn 8.
The 5G on my phone has died. I think this is a cell issue. The entire track just lost all of the cell coverage. Is the issue there? Yeah, I am on the same network as the cameras, and I am dead right now. That's incredible. So, big thanks to Verizon doing some maintenance on their cell tower today on Easter. Appreciate that. So some of these, there are other Verizon towers. If people who are in Northern California know that if you're in Northern California, you really need to have Verizon if you want to have service out in the sticks, which is generally true. But I think the tower, the big one that is by the entrance to the track, has just completely stopped. And the only cameras that are working are the ones that have line of sight to the other tower. Fascinating.
Yep, Mike Anderson's having the same issue. I believe he's probably looking out over by turn 10 again.
Oh, okay. It's coming back. My phone came back. Okay. All right. Anyway, what a fascinating.
Well, since I'm the older guy here, technology. But I'll tell you what,
Greg, I tend to agree, but it's really the only way to make this business work. Let me tell you.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, for sure. Watching this battle here, I think it's letting the Social Rustlers entry. I've been watching the times. Oh, they finally make the move, dive to the inside, and they have picked that spot up. And he had to get that done because Social Rustlers was going to come up and start really bothering Matt Singler. And the NFC Motorsports, that's the Mercedes, I believe. It is starting to close up on the 120 AE Victory machine.
Yeah, that is the blue and green Mercedes GT4. Yep. So they go around the 43 of PC Racing. Currently running, I believe, 4th in GP1 at the moment.
I'll tell you, when it comes to that long, yeah, they're really close now. That margin is they took almost half a second off in that last lap, and my experience, that Mercedes in terms of endurance racing, it is so user friendly. It just absorbs any bumps. The platform stays really stable while you can do that, and it's just really, really easy on tires. Outside pass there. By the Forza Motorsport entry on traffic, had to do it because that Mercedes is coming. But boy, that was a brave move. I don't see it on the scoring. Yes, exactly. The old flashing of the headlights. Working traffic here. Classic move, as you can see. But, yeah, that NFC Motorsports, the 123. Watch it here. Coming into frame. That's the margin between right now 2nd and 3rd. It's that close.
It's also crucial to point out here that both cars are lapping quicker than the 120 race leader at the moment. So that gap is closing as well.
Now, it's possible, of course, that the 120 in the hands of Laura Hayes, I'm sure that her pit group has told her that, those cars have pace, but she had a pretty good gap for a while, and she may well have just eased back a smidge to make sure the tires were underneath her. But you don't want to give up too much because, as you said, they're coming. That margin for the Forza Motorsport entry right at 3 seconds adrift. So Laura, that time, upped the ante just a little bit and turned a pretty good lap at a 155.3 to the Forza's 155.7, and the NFC Motorsports Mercedes matched that. The other car that's really going quickly is that Singler team, the 155, turning a 155.7 as well.
Ooh, car's gone off. Possibly turn 2.
Saw a little bit of smoke there. That could have been brake lockup. Let's hope that's all it was. That's one of the nice things about a track like this. Willow Springs is similar. Most of them out here is just tons of runoff. Oh, look at how close this is. Up and over the rise. Cars get super light as you hit that. As you come off that rise, absolutely imperative to have your car in the right direction and not, still with steering input. This is a great battle. In GP1, the El Diablo Motorsports, the number 48, continues to lead and lead comfortably. I mean, we're 23 minutes into the race. They already have almost a 30-second lead back to the 330 of HQ Motorsport and the 80 of 3D Racing. PC Racing, the number 43, runs fourth, and completing the top five is the 383 of Palomar Racing. Then we take a look at GP2. It is the 83 of the team car for Palomar Racing with a 44-second lead over the 55 AOA Racing entry. Then the 322 for Honda Research West that just turned the fastest lap in the class at a 2:08.9. So they are really getting after it compared to the other lap times. They're fast right now. And then in the GTO, and I'm not sure, somebody has to explain to me what the GTO with the 2 stars is. I assume that's like experimental class stuff. The Honda Research West and the Stain Motorsports. And is that Denny Stain that's associated with that? Those are my 2 questions.
I'm not sure. That might be Denny Stain. That class is basically for it is the GTO class, but we're getting the asterisks because for whatever reason it's running slightly out of tech. Whether they're trying something that isn't necessarily approved of the series yet, so they're essentially running unclassified in a way.
That makes sense. And, allowing them a place to come and test and run and develop. Ooh, look for the move here. It's the NFC Motorsports big boy showed that nose, didn't he? Heading down into what might be the best overtake area on the track. But again, some great respect. And I've been watching as well what's going on with Laura Hayes in the AE Victory Racing, the leading Toyota Supra. And, right after you'd mentioned that, JT, that she that margin had come down and they were running quicker, the 2 cars behind her, she just cranked it up and she just turned another 155.5. The only car quicker was a 155.3 in the Mercedes, and it's taken a look again. But I think Laura just saved a little tire early in the stint, and now as the pressure and the competitors, the speed starts to mount, she's got a little bit better tire and she's able to get after it. And these 2 guys, keep in mind, right, JT, when you're battling like this, you're looking inside, you're looking outside. You take a little more out of the tire, you take a little more out of the brakes, and as a result, if you've been able to build that lead early and then conserve tire, you've really got a weapon at the end of the stint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now, both of these drivers we've been watching on screen, they're willing to use their car just a little bit more either to defend or to attack. So right now, if, Laura Hayes and the Supra can, conserve fuel or conserve tires, whatever, that's going to help her later on as the race goes on. And it's very important because this is endurance racing. We still have 6.5 hours left to go today. Whereas sprint racing, it's usually not as crucial. So this is very important to try to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And at one point, they had gotten that margin down, the Forza Motorsport car, to about 2.5 seconds. And that was right about when you noticed that speed differential. And that's when she cranked it up, and it's back up to 3.3 seconds. And so I think she's just been driving a brilliant strategic race. And, the other part of this, we didn't really talk about this at the top, but in endurance racing, the least amount of time you can spend in the pits is one of the most key things in endurance racing, because normally you look at who won and who didn't, and it will very closely translate to time spent in the pits. And the way you avoid spending time in the pits is you avoid trouble and you drive with your head. And, you can race close, but don't nick the car in front and knock off a dive plane on these GT4 cars that are pretty aero dependent. All these little things you've got to be mindful of. And that's why I think, obviously, the driver in the NFC Motorsports entry, I'm not sure who that is, but is being aggressive, but being careful. And sure, it's respect for the other car, but it's also make sure I don't hurt my car. You want to hand your co-driver a car that is really working well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we know who is in that Merc? I think if Aaron Povolato is one of the drivers.
Aaron Povolato is not here this weekend. I can firmly confirm that.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not seeing a driver listed on timing for that at the moment. We'll try to keep an eye on that.
Oh, opportunity here? No. Nice job by the second place car, the Forza Motorsports Bimmer, and not giving any place for the Mercedes to try and take advantage. And the Bimmer did not get balked that badly. So we'll see what happens here as they head. I think they're heading into last. Yep, there's 14. And no, and again, couldn't quite get that done.
Being told in chat here that the Honda Research West Civic Type R that is in that special GTO asterisk class are testing Michelin slick tires here, so that would be the cause of that.
Yep.
As WR runs a 200 tread-roar tire.
Indeed, tire choice in GTO is 100 tread wear tire. In GP1, in the GP class, it's not just GP1, but GP1 and GP2, you are restricted to the Continental Extreme Contact Force. And then in rain conditions, there's another tire available as well.
And I presume the use of the 200 tread wear tire is a pure budgetary item.
For the most part, yeah. It's budgetary, and then by extension, it's making sure that you don't have people showing up with unobtainium tires that they only make in one size that nobody else can get. These Continentals are generally pretty available. And then a lot of the GTO field either runs the new Hoosier or the Yokohama, which are also readily available in those sizes. When they launched that Hoosier, they actually had a event where they were testing an M4 and allowing journalists to go and drive the Hoosier 200 tread wear tire on the M4 GT4 car. So it seems like that was at least partially in mind when that tire was conceived.
So this isn't a spec tire, but it has to fit into that 200 tread wear.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And at the end of the day, Greg, there's only a handful of tires that really are suited for the task of holding up one of these big, heavy GT4 cars over the course of an endurance race.
Yeah, absolutely. They do tend to be brutal on tires, and I just love watching. Oh, that BMW catches nearly lets the front end come off there, or that Mercedes just carrying huge speed through. Is that turn 5?
That is turn 5, yeah.
Yeah, and just you can see how light it gets and why it's so crucial to get your entry to that turn, and also to turn 9. To really get your entry spot on. There's your leader, and here is this phenomenal battle. And the pace of the top 3 has sort of dropped Singler Motorsports rather substantially in the last 5-6 laps. They've just fallen off a bit. And
Singler got
really
around
surprised.
the 119 and then couldn't do anything else.
Yeah, it surprised me. And the stack racing, Ligier, the last time, I mean, they're running 58.9s. And the leaders are running 55s.
Yeah.
So not really sure what's happening. Now, the stack racing entry is closing on the SoCal Rustlers machine. And I think SoCal, just trying to stay with that lead group, may have run their tires off because stack racing is definitely coming after them.
I also wonder if there's a tire availability concern here. So on Thursday and Friday, the weather was substantially cooler than it was yesterday. And I wonder if there's an issue with, the NFC car, I think, tries to throw a fake there on the 144. The 144 doesn't bite. Anyway, I think we may have a tire availability issue. I think teams may have gone through tires yesterday more quickly than they anticipated. Again, a new track for a lot of these teams. It could have gone through the tires, and maybe these are yesterday's second set, and we've got to get these as far as we can get them before you use your last good set to finish out the race as the temperature increases. Right now, we've got a decent, cloud layer blocking the sun out, which is keeping some energy out of the track, which should help with the wear a little bit. But here in about an hour or so, we're going to have the sun almost directly overhead, or near as makes no difference overhead, with the lack of shade provided here at Thunderhill, and no cloud cover. So I wonder if there's just this inkling that maybe we can stretch these tires from yesterday a little bit further and then go perhaps 5 hours on the second set.
That makes perfect sense. If you have to carry tires for 2 days of long endurance racing, that makes a big difference. The other question I have is Thunderhill, is it considered a track that's hard on tires, or is it pretty neutral on tires?
It's usually pretty neutral. The surface is getting old, and so I think it's starting to become a little bit more abrasive as the surface gets older. But they are intending to repave a bunch of it here in the upcoming off-season, is my understanding. So it's not something that's known for being abrasive, but you've got these
he going? He's going. Threw it down the inside. Man, that was a beautiful move.
Yeah.
Never telegraphed it. And then at the last second, just jumped to the inside and made that pass stick. And we have a new second-place machine, the Mercedes from NFC Motorsports. What a move.
No, a great move there by the NFC car. That's able to get them up into second. Their pace is comparable to Laura Hayes and the AE Victory Supra out front, but not nearly the same. So as all things stay equal here, that 6 seconds or so gap that AE Victory has out ahead is what's going to protect them as we go into the first round of pit stops here in about 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, and I think Laura Hayes in that lead car, we were talking about it, I think she did just a brilliant job early in her stint to save those tires a little bit.
Yeah.
And what's helped her, of course, you mentioned it earlier, the NFC Motorsports and Forza Motorsport battle. When the guy starts to protect just a little bit, obviously, that slows both of you down because you're not driving the optimum lines. And at that point, Laura was able to add another 2 seconds to that margin. Here you see it. But I'm going to be really interested to see, now that the Merc is through and the pace that it seems to have, how quickly will that margin come down, if at all? That's the question, because that Merc has certainly been hunting and, looking inside, outside. And again, that puts a little bit more toll on the tires as you're trying to work your way through here. So we'll see what happens.
Just going to give a little rundown here of the other classes as we've watched the lead class for some time here. GP1, it's the same as yesterday, the number 48 of El Diablo Motorsports, currently in the 159s range, 2-minute range. That's Lance Boiselli, who was not here yesterday, taking the first stint today. So that car, just a substantial margin ahead already. Second place car, the same as yesterday's second place finisher, the 330 of HQ Autosport. They're about a second adrift here or there on total lap pace. So not quite going to have the pace today to take to El Diablo, but we'll see. Third place, number 80 of 3D Racing. And then fourth is PC Racing, who are showing gray, like they're not circulating, which indeed I have not seen them in some time. And then the 383 of Palomar, which also had some damage in fifth position, currently being timed and shown out on track. But I had information that was told that they were going to retire that car, but it is back out. Perhaps try to limp it enough laps to get ahead of PC Racing and then park it again? I don't know.
Yeah, no, Mike had mentioned that they had received suspension damage and were going to be retiring the car, but yeah, it has gone back out, just crossed start finish line heading through turn 1 here. So I guess maybe upon inspection in the paddock, it wasn't as bad as initially thought. And, they decided, hey, let's go back out there.
The 383 of Palomar Racing currently leads GP2. They're about a minute ahead of the 55 from AOA Racing. Didn't get a ton of running yesterday, but able to get some laps under their belts after having some problems early. The 322, yesterday's winner, Honda Research West, currently in third position, about a minute 16 off the leader. And then the 49 of Velocity Group Racing, the the Toyota 86. JT, we've seen in the past that the 86 is a little bit of a tough sell for GP2 if you came into it unprepared. You got to get a lot of weight out of that car to get the old style 86 into the power to weight window for GP2.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what exactly usually needs to be done to that car, but I mean we've seen a number of them be extremely competitive.
Indeed.
So it's definitely doable. I'm just not entirely sure what needs to be done to get to that point.
Really nice onboard here.
Yeah, that is the second place runner in GP1. You're on board the 330 of HQ Autosports here. We believe this is the one with the 4-cylinder engine.
Into 14. Interesting corner sequence here. 14 is really tight, and then it's like a double apex corner, and the second part isn't. Opens the radius up, so you get through 14 and you just feed throttle all the way down the straight and get a little bit of quicker traffic slicing through and giving them some room. But it's a really, really interesting, great passing area, but then it opens up in a hurry if you can defend and then hold your own down that front straight.
Yep, and they'll just round turn 2 here. Big left-hand sweeper. There goes the Stack Racing Ligier. Not nearly the pace today that they had yesterday. As we come through turn 3. And then your quick left-hander here into 4, and that sets you up for the hill here at turn 5. You can just see where those cars start to get unloaded as they go over the hill, and then you're able to see the bottom of the apex here. You're really aiming for the apex without being able to see where it's at. Another left-hander here for turn 6. It sets you up for this really fast section on the back half of the lap. It's a matter of can you hold the line, and can you get away with only doing a breathe on the throttle? It looks like they're going to stay full throttle here. Shifts. And just a little bit of a breathe here, and then back on the power as they go through turn 8, up the hill towards turn 9. They're going to give a dab of brake, get the nose turned in, and then back on the throttle up over the hill.
When you mentioned those little breathes, every once, those breathes are often not so much speed related as it is just to get that little bit of weight on the nose as you turn in. Without really, making all the way transfer to the front with braking. So you give it that little bit of a breathe, and it just plants the nose, and then you can just continue to accelerate through the turn.
But something you'll see here, Greg, is just not a ton of huge braking zones. This is about the biggest braking zone on the track here going into 14 because it's off camber. But the track widens a little bit here as well. So it gives you a lot of space. You're not at full brake for very long. And then you're already set back up for on the gas to head back down the front stretch.
Yeah, I've noticed that, taking a look at it, turn 11 is a little bit of a solid brake, but the rest of it, a lot of it I think is just, just a good brush on the brakes and maybe just slick, because sometimes you just use the, on a downshift, you use the engine derev to help,
right.
get you to slow down as well.
I'm just going to be going a little bit wide on the exit of 15, or on the entry to 15. No harm, no foul, though. Caught that out of the corner of my eye. And they're rolling all the way down turn 5. Not quite in a spot where they want to have the car not able to turn as the road falls away from you as you go through turn 5. They just stay nice and neutral the whole way through until they're firmly on the exit of 5 and then go back. A little bit of trouble finding the gear there they're looking for.
Yeah, I saw that.
The shifter in the E46 is always a thing that comes back around. About a couple times a year, JT, we have somebody in an E46 that has troubles with the shifter for whatever reason. Fortunately, we've skipped on Mid-Ohio this year, where people routinely select, I think they select 3rd instead of 5th for that turn 1 right there, JT, is that right? There's some, or is it 2nd instead of 4th? There's some vagary with the gearbox, and it's really easy to clip the gate, and you end up over-revving the engine going through turn 1 at Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. I don't know. I feel like anytime you hear an issue of somebody having a money shift, it's generally related to a BMW.
And it's one thing to be hunting for a gear, when you're just doing an upshift on in a section of track where you're not going to have any issues, but it gets really tricky when you're hunting for a gear in a braking zone with a crucial high speed, or not high speed, but a crucial corner coming up, and you don't get that shift done smoothly. It can get real ugly. I learned that the hard way at turn 1 at Road America. I was driving a friend's car and was heading up into turn 1 and muffed my downshift, and suddenly I was sideways in turn 1 and not comfortable.
Yeah, not a fun place to go sideways, I'd imagine, turn 1 here.
Yeah, no.
I just wanted to take a look at this. Until the lap 22 reported, it had looked like NFC was starting to reel in the AE victory car. Now, there's been a little bit of lap traffic this last lap, but we're really starting to see the 123 just inch closer and closer to the 120 at the front of the field here.
Yeah, at the time that the NFC Merc went around the Forza car, that margin up front was 5.3 seconds. And this lap, they just came through, and that's 3 seconds,
3 seconds
dead.
Here, I can do that again. I'll do it again with the updated lap here. There we go. Yeah. So it's coming down.
Yeah, that Merc is really working well right now. And whoever's behind the wheel, 1, they're talented, and 2, they've been really good in traffic. And the key with traffic, really is patience. And that, that's tough to develop sometimes. But you have this urge coming up on a slower car. I'm going to dive to the apex because I don't want to get slowed down. And then oftentimes you just get parked. They're not aware of it. You've got to hit the brake a lot harder, and suddenly your time loss, can be as high as 1 to 2 seconds if you get caught in something like that. But if you come up behind him and you realize, that's going to happen, you just pause a little bit, lay back, and then just drive around him on the exit. Once you get onto the next piece of track, like right here, you just saw a little example of that with some help. Then your time loss is a lot less, but you've got to understand in big picture that moment to be able to do that.
Six hours, 14 remaining here from Thunderhill Raceway Park. The sun just starting to peek out as the cloud layer breaks up and moves over Northern California. Had a little bit of haze this morning coming off the ocean. Just enough of it cleared the coast ranges. And indeed, further north of here, it's quite overcast, it seems. But just as you look to the south and west here, it's nice and clear. It should be another lovely day here in Northern California.
Oh, it sure looks it, that's for sure. That margin, by the way, is now down to 2.1 seconds on that last lap. So we're going to have a battle for the lead here shortly.
Indeed, as the 123 draws ever closer to the 120, Laura Hayes nearing the end of a stint here. I think they're going to probably come together and still be rather close as they enter the fuel window. You're looking
Did you notice
Greg,
right there, exiting, I think it's turn 8.
Yeah.
The Merc used way less racetrack and was still very, very fast. So, that tells you something about, how the tires are on that Merc right now. They can hustle it, and they just don't have to use quite as much track.
Well, it's only the tires, Greg, but that Mercedes, the GT4 car, the beauty of this rule set is it allows you a little bit of development work. My understanding is that the Supras are largely as homologated for GT4 racing, whereas that Mercedes-Benz, as you can see from the outside, the wing has had substantial work done to it. The under tray and the splitter are different, are my understanding. They've had a lot of work done on that GT4 car, and I think it gives them a pretty big advantage in some of the tight, twisty stuff. Or not the tight, twisty stuff, but the big, twisty stuff, where you're carrying a lot of speed. I think that car has meaningfully more downforce than the car ahead. It does hurt them a bit on the straights.
Now, again, I'm new to this rule set.
Yes, of course.
It's my understanding that if you're going to add those aero bits, you might add weight or lose a little power.
So
to adjust for them. Is that it?
In the general production class, that is true. In GTO, it is open. And so as long as you're hitting the power to weight ratio, and then now there's a mild adjustment of performance modifier added to that based on chassis and engine combination, it's pretty open. If you want to run a time attack car in GTO, you can. Nobody has yet, but I keep waiting for the day.
All right, well, that's interesting then. That all that aero development is certainly going to help. Particularly in that really quick sequence of corners, about halfway around the lap that we were just on board for. Look at how close,
and you can see,
2 car lengths, 3 car lengths.
So super close. We're about to get the pass for the lead here. Now we're going to head back to this a little bit slower section of the track here. As soon as we get past the big straightaway here, we're going to be in these couple of big braking zones and then another long stretch as we pull up onto the front straightaway momentarily. So this is the back straight. Don't think he's going to be close enough here, and I don't think he'll be close enough to do it into turn 1, although we did see that big move around the outside to make up a place earlier. So I think the Supra is going to survive for another half a lap here, but I think when we get back to turn 7, 8, 9, that Mercedes is going to be ready to attack.
Yeah, their last laps actually were fairly similar. The Victory Racing entry at a 155, well, as they come through now, just turned a 155.4. That's a really good lap, and a little bit quicker than the NFC Motorsports Mercedes. Actually, I got that backwards. Sorry about that. It was a 155.4, and the NFC Motorsports entry was a 54.7. So that's why. And now traffic. Oh boy, he got a great run. Oh, he thought about it, but unfortunately for him, the AE Victory car just sort of drifted over right to where he wanted to go. The Bimmer that they're lapping did, and it just completely balked him. But wow, that Bimmer is really reluctant to let them through, isn't it?
Yeah, it just seems like the Mercedes is really good during these weight transfers. Just very solid, able to get grip right away.
Yeah, absolutely, and I've seen that in the pro racing series that I've announced when those cars came in. I mentioned it earlier. They just got this amazing platform that can just soak up bumps and just keep, as you said, keep that weight where it needs to be to really be effective and fast. It's a superb chassis underneath that Merc, and if with all the aero work done on it, that's got to be a pretty impressive package. That's that car maybe unleashed a little bit.
Looks like they're going to begin a bit more traffic again as they start to head towards turns 3 and 4 here.
Laura's doing a really, really stellar job here of a defense without losing too much pace of her own.
Definitely.
And she's done a nice job in traffic, as I said. When they were trying to get around that BMW, she did a really nice job of having that BMW right where that Merc wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and so we've just got the NFC Motorsports car closing right up on the back of the rear bumper of the 120. Potentially can use the slower traffic as a pick here going towards turn 10, although I think they're going to have that traffic cleared by the time we get to turn 10. Ooh, and just barely able to sneak by. The 120 almost gets a reprieve there. But the 123 still right on the rear bumper of the 120 going into turns 11 and 12 and 13. I do think the Mercedes is now close enough that they can try that turn 1 move again. The one they did on the sister car to go around the outside. They just got to stay up under the rear wing of the 120 of AE Victory Motorsports. 6 hours and 7 to go. We are getting painfully close to the fuel window. So potentially a situation here where as soon as the 120 is done holding up more or less the 123, they could pit in, get some fuel, and see if the 123 has the pace on its own or if it needs the draft here. Thinks better of the move around the outside, goes through turn 2, nose to tail. And they're going to emerge from turn 3 here. The 123 still relatively close. Not close enough to make a move, but just close enough to make Laura Hayes think about it. Laura Hayes has tangled with the 123 several times in WRL, and this is a battle that could go on for some time. I think these two drivers have met each other on the track plenty of times before.
Well, she's responded beautifully, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Really has said, all right, time for me to really hustle the car. Now watch this. Look at how much exit. Well, they both get on it, but nowhere near as much as Laura. She uses almost that full exit curve.
Yep.
And the Merc is able to just track a little bit tighter line, really close here.
We'll see them turn down or come down the hill. We're not going to quite see them, but we'll see them emerge going into turn 10. I think Laura Hayes has really turned up the pace here. I can just pull that here. Da, 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 da. Yeah, running in the 156s, 158s, so that's with traffic, obviously, but been in the 155 recently. I think running a little bit quicker than she was when she was out there by herself, so being prodded by the 123 of NFC Motorsports. While we watch this battle, I've got Caitlyn Singler here with us from the 25. Caitlyn, welcome.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
I'm so glad to have you here, Caitlyn. You had a great stint yesterday in the 25. Tell me about it.
Thank you. It was really great. I did a double stint, so I was in the car for almost 3 hours. Mm-hmm. But I was really proud of some of the progress that I made. I think I made some really great passes, and this is such a great track. Thunderhill is just incredible, and we have a lot of really great competition. Right. And I really am just so grateful that I can compete in WRL and be here this weekend.
No, we're super happy to have you here. We're happy to have you guys here. It sounds like at your home track, right? You guys grew up in Paradise, I understand.
Yeah, I grew up in Paradise, and then I lived in Red Bluff a little bit after the Paradise fire.
Sure.
Yes, yeah, but yeah, this is my home track. I probably have thousands of hours here.
Okay, I gotcha. Fair enough. And in college right now as well?
Yes. Yeah, I'm also in college.
Perfect. Going to college at BYU with your brother, or not with your brother, but same place?
Yes, same place. And we're both just cool.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Headed similar directions.
Excellent.
But,
good.
Yeah, no, it's great that I'm able to race with my brother and go to school with him, and it's great that we have such a great relationship, and I think it really does help the team dynamic.
Perfect. And tell me about your background in racing, because we had Rob Holland up here yesterday, who is an incredible driver, a living legend at this point for American racing. And he was incredibly complimentary to both your brother and to you as well. What is your background? Where do you come from? I know, obviously, you talk about Thunderhill being the home track. What were you driving here before?
Rob is incredible. He's such a great coach, and he's really been helping us with my driver development and with our team development. So it's great that we have him. But I started racing about 4 years ago. I got my race license with SCCA at this track.
Yep, here.
Yes, yeah. But ultimately, I started doing track days with Hooked on Driving here at Thunderhill, Summit, Sonoma, Summit, Laguna Seca, and to be honest, losing our house in the Paradise Fire was kind of a major catalyst or change in our life that allowed us to take a nosedive into motorsports and allow us to be here this weekend and competing in WRL.
Excellent. No, that's awesome. And what kind of, so you've got the M4 this weekend. What kind of cars are you running here usually when you're with Hooked on Driving or doing the SCCA?
I started out with my little Subaru BRZ.
Nice. Okay.
I love
that's a good
that
car. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And then we did a lot of the Spec Miata stuff with SCCA and Spec Miata is such a great class. And then moved out to Utah and I hopped in an M3.
Okay.
E36. I love that car. And then these M4s are just like a great next step in a ladder that is the non-existent ladder of racing.
Right. Absolutely. Well, it's funny you mentioned it's like you're going from a BRZ to like an older M3, right?
Yes.
Probably not a huge gap in performance there. It's probably a little bit more, but approachable, right?
Yes. Yeah. Very approachable. And the BRZ was just a street car. I'd drive it to the track, drive it home. Whereas my M3, it had a cage and it was gutted and so it was a great step in between because it wasn't crazy like these M4s, but yeah, it was a really great development step and I loved that car and awesome. I still have that car. I don't think I'll ever be able to get rid of it.
I gotcha. Fair enough. So is that useful still in terms of trying to get track time? Obviously, if you're going to school, it's probably limited anyway. But is that M3 still a useful tool for you in between races to use? Are you not able to get to the track that much? Is there stuff that Rob has said about like, hey, if in this it's similar to or not similar to this? How does that work for you now that you're stepping into a bigger car?
I definitely think that M3 was such a good developmental tool. I haven't been driving it as much recently because I've been doing a lot more development with these M4s. But yeah, I learned so much. And the thing is, that was a very nimble car where this car isn't quite as nimble because it's very heavy. But I really developed myself as a driver in the sense of I learned how to look at data. I learned how to brake properly and all the little stuff that comes with experience and time in a car. And for that, I'm so grateful.
That's awesome. Very, very excited for you. Let me just check back in on the battle. I don't think it's gone anywhere, has it, JT?
No, it's continued on. They just put a lap on the number 9 Almonte Motorsports Porsche Cup car.
If anything, just the eye test, it looks like Laura Hayes has eked out another little bit of a gap here.
I mean, just a little bit. I'm not sure it's necessarily going to be sustained here.
Sure.
Both cars are very evenly matched at the moment. You see it starts to compress quite a bit here going through 9, where the Mercedes seems to be very strong.
Yeah, I'll tell you though, JT, I've been watching here. I think, because that Merc had to work and work and work to get up to this position. And I think it's tires. He has used up the tire, because we were talking not that long ago about the Merc, using less track in a lot of spots, and now that car is moving around a lot more. Got a great run here.
Oh, yep.
Oh, and Laura
showed the nose a little bit.
Yeah, went to cover. That was great awareness by Laura. And the Merc is still fast. Make no bones about it. But I do think that now I see that car sliding a little bit more, using a lot more racetrack than it was. So the driver's doing a great job. Both.
Oh, there
here
it
he
is.
goes.
On the inside, into turn 1, Laura Hayes is going to try to pull in and come back around at turn 2. I don't think she's quite going to have the pace, though.
Nope.
I think the NFC car is going to escape here, but we're now less than 6 hours to go. We are about to enter the pit window. It could be a breathe, a sigh of relief here, and just take it into the pit lane. In terms of pit stuff, I want to talk to Caitlyn a little bit about this. You figure about an hour and 10, give or take, stint in the GTO class, but you guys are doing your racing right now where it's mostly a family affair.
Yes, yeah.
So one of the big things that I see as a frontier to overcome in WRL, especially in GTO, is you've got teams like AE Victory, for example, and they drill their pit stops over and over and over and over again, and they don't lose any time. Do you guys as a family get together and practice pit stops? Is it something that you just don't quite have the time to do? How does that work when it's just people trying to come together to make the team work?
So we've done some practice pit stops, but I do think because we're a family team, there's some advantages to that, right?
Okay.
We know each other so well.
Right.
We know how to communicate with each other. Whereas working with other people, sometimes it's hard because there's a different dynamic.
Okay.
And there's not as close of a connection. But it is great. We have 2 guys that have been working with us, Jake and Caitlyn. They really are incredible. They know their stuff. And they're a great addition to the team. And honestly, they really do feel like family.
Okay.
But yeah, no, we've been practicing, and then there's just that symbiotic relationship of he's my brother, and
Right.
and those are my parents, and yeah, it's really cool just being able to do this as a family.
That's super awesome. Being able to do stuff as a family, especially an activity like this,
Yes.
that's like it's active and you're doing stuff most of the time and you're hanging out and you're camping or whatever you're doing. It's always like a really good way to kind of connect with people. I think we get lost a lot of times in racing in this big hauler and we're gonna have nice hotel and catered in food and this and that, and it becomes a whole thing. But you can really take it back to basics if you have to, and make it just a nice, cool, kind of family nucleus type thing. And it's really cool that you guys are able to be as competitive as you are in GTO and still keep that family feel there.
Yeah, thank you. We're really proud of how we've been doing this weekend.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, Caitlyn,
Can I
I know
ask
you've
a
got.
quick question of
Yeah, go
Caitlyn?
ahead, Greg, please.
Yeah, Caitlyn, this is Greg Creamer. You were talking about the cars you started in with the Subaru and Spec Miata, both by design underpowered cars, and thus a real momentum car. Do you think starting with those has been a really good tool for you as you move up to faster cars, that you learn to carry momentum through a corner, and it doesn't matter how fast the car is, if you could do that and do it with more momentum and speed through a corner to another car, it's going to benefit you. Did all of that training in those underpowered cars help?
Yeah, 100%. I learned so much from driving slow cars, and especially with the BRZ at track days, trying to keep up with some of those crazy cars that people bring to track days. I really did learn so much, and I don't think I would be where I am as a driver without so much experience, or the extensive experience I've had in slower cars.
Right. The unique thing.
Go ahead,
Greg.
I wanted to ask that question because I see so many drivers these days that have money and they just jump into something really fast, and they don't understand that carry the speed idea. So they get in a fast car and they're not up to it. They can't do it. And I just try and beat into people's heads. Start with an underpowered car. Go Spec Miata racing. Go something like that. And learn how to carry momentum, because then if you get into a car with 700 horsepower and everybody around you is 700 horsepower and you can carry more momentum / speed through a turn, you're going to be quicker. And it's such a valuable tool that I'm really, really excited, Caitlyn, that you went that route, because it's going to pay big dividends for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
My assumption with Caitlyn is this track, Greg, with where it is geographically, a track's a unique breed of track day participant who probably has done rather well for themselves in the Bay Area in tech or what have you, and does just buy the coolest car I can afford. And I would be willing to bet money that Caitlyn has embarrassed dudes with six-figure cars at this track, because it's such a high commitment track where you really have to have the car hooked up and be committed to do the speed you need to do to get around the corner. And if you're not familiar with that, if you're not comfortable with it, if you're not willing to make your GT3 RS feel a little unstable and a little sketchy, which for an unexperienced driver is easy to do, if you're not comfortable with that, you're not going to make lap time at this track. But is that fair to say?
Yeah, that is very accurate.
Like that's. I've been here on several occasions. I had lots of friends that would come to the track, and they'd have 2007 Mustangs with like the 4.6, just like the slow motor, and they're hunting down people in Corvettes and people in Porsches and stuff, because it's about knowing the track and it's about being committed. It's not a point and shoot track. Like, for example, Coda, Greg. Even if you're a terrible driver at Coda, if I have a Dodge Viper and you have a Miata, I'm still going to beat you, even though I'm bad. But here at Thunderhill, you don't really get that opportunity.
It is very much so an equalizer track.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So it's, for that reason, I think it's cool to have a big endurance race here, where you've got cars that are a little bit dissimilar in how they're built and how they're designed and how they make lap time. Yeah. And it really is a good equalizer here. Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's a good way to put it.
I would love to see another overnight endurance race back here.
Talk to RJ. Talk to RJ. We're trying to push it. I think we can get him to do it. We just got to get more people pushed through and excited about it. Maybe find a little bit freer date. It's got a little bit bigger window between some other events. And hopefully get that squared away.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
So, Caitlyn, thank you for spending your Easter with us. You've got your Easter suit
yeah,
on.
Of course, happy.
She's got the bright pink
had to
racing
represent
suit.
the holiday.
Absolutely, absolutely. Anything else you'd like to add before you go?
No, I thank you for having me.
Of course,
This
not a
great.
problem. Caitlyn Singler out of the 25, thank you so much for hanging out with us.
Hey, JT, it looks like we've gone into pit stops.
Yeah, we've hit that window. So we've started to see a couple cars come in. Looks like the 119 from a Victory had just come in right before they were being threatened to be put a lap down. The Mercedes has come in as well. So the 144 Forza Motorsports has inherited the lead at the moment. As Mercedes exits pit lane, comes back out into turn one. I also noticed that PC Racing, after to the paddock for repairs, has come out a couple times. I believe they are out circulating now as they go through. I think they're turn 4 or 5 at the moment. The 383 from Palomar has continued running as well. We did see the 181 SoCal Rustlers, unfortunately, kind of limping around the track. We have not seen them come back out. Same with the 55 from AOA Racing with their BMW 3 Series GP2. But for the most part, we've had this green flag running now where, we're coming to the end of the first stint. And we're going to see, just how impactful a clean pit stop can be at this point.
Absolutely. And, we talked about that earlier, that in an endurance race, less time in the pits is an absolute crucial thing. It's interesting. The 120 AE Victory Racing has also, I believe, done their stop. And so they, come out of the pits, and as Ryan mentioned, suddenly we got the Mercedes right on the tail of that Supra again, and so that battle has resumed. Last time through, 0.6 of a second. So, man, here they are, and what a job their teams did in the stops.
Yeah, it's you can see here the Supra did get a couple seconds advantage, from having a slightly quicker stop, so that they were able to once again jump the Mercedes. So now that Mercedes driver is gonna have to charge their way back around the Supra once again.
Yeah, absolutely, and Forza has now gone into the pit, so this is the battle for the lead again. And as you said, about 2 seconds separating those cars. Forza in the pits right now. Then Singler Racing is up into 4th as a result of stops. And tell you that the team that has really sort of fallen off the map a little bit is that 181 SoCal Rustlers entry. They were right up in that top 5 battle for a while. They've had some sort of problem because they're now 10 laps off of the lead. So hate to see that happen.
Yeah, it is unfortunate.
Yeah, they had some pretty good pace early on. That's a real shame here. It'll be interesting to see if after pit stops, if that stack racing with Rapscalli and Ligier is able to find the speed that they had yesterday. And I don't know whether it's going to be a different driver that'll find the speed, or whether fresh set of tires. We'll see. I would imagine, again, this is just a question because of my naivete about WRL, but I would suspect at this stop they probably didn't change tires. If they've only got 2 sets for the day, they're going to conserve for another stint or 2.
Yeah, unless the car's really struggling for whatever reason, you do try to want to save tires a little bit more towards the halfway point. Just because if you're struggling now, and you put on fresh tires, they're probably not going to make it to the end of the race.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, if the cars become absolutely diabolical, then you've got to put those tires on and just nurse them for a little bit. However, our Mercedes, not nursing things much, just turned a lap and picked up 0.4 on that AE Victory entry. And I'll tell you, in the GP1 and GP2 entry, the lead cars have just done a brilliant job. In GP1, the number 48 El Diablo Motorsports entry has been absolutely flying, and they have a significant lap plus margin, and they've been running 159.7s for a GP1 car around here. That's quick. And the HQ Motorsport entry in second, the 330 203s, that kind of speed. And then in GP2, Palomar Racing, again, doing the exact same thing, running laps approximately 3 to 5 seconds, depending upon some traffic, over their competitors, and doing just a brilliant job, Ryan.
Five hours, 47 minutes remaining. Sunday's Golden State Endurance Cup, WRL. We're going to go ahead and say hi to Continental Tire for a moment, and we'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Golden State Endurance Cup here on DriversEye Live. It's the World Racing League Round 3. It's the Sunday race, 7 hours. Start an hour early, end 2 hours early. That way we can get everybody off to the airport. I'm Ryan West. We've got JT Tammy up in Washington. And we've got TV's Greg Kramer in Florida with Dustin Allis pressing the buttons for us from Tennessee. We're all four corners of the country this weekend trying to make it happen. Heard a little bit from Brendan a couple days ago as well for qualifying. He was, where are they, Dustin? Do you know? No? Okay. I don't know where they're at either, but they're doing the Super Tour, wherever the Super Tour is this weekend. Doubleheader here on DriversEye. We've got a few of these coming up for the rest of the season until the conclusion of the SCCA Super Tour weekend, or into the Super Tour season, my apologies. Usually ends about halfway through the year. It does sound like they're at VIR, which I believe is correct, because Brendan, was talking about being at the hotel at VIR, so that makes sense. They are at VIR. Another track with lots of open green spaces, Greg.
VIR, oh yeah, absolutely. A beautiful track. It's got some similarities to this in terms of some really crucial elevation changes, and the like. It's long and really fast in spots. It's challenging, just like Thunderhill. This is such a great racetrack, and hope everything's going well for the Super Tour group at VIR, and obviously that track has been around well before Thunderhill, so some of the people. But remember that Paul Newman once said, "If there truly is a heaven on earth, it must be VIR."
True.
That was back in the very first iteration of VIR, and I think I'm trying to remember if it was it's Carroll Shelby who made the comment that I think it's one lap at VIR was worth 10 at Watkins Glen. So it had a hell of a lot of respect in the early days, before it went foul and then was sort of resuscitated by Connie and her group. But I'll tell you what, this track is just phenomenal, and a true driver's track. That's what I love about this place.
Absolutely. I'm just looking, Dustin, to find. I believe they're going to be coming through turn 5 here shortly. If we could switch to the turn 5 camera. Yeah, there it is. So it's the 119. You just see the 119 go through the frame. currently down in 5th position, catching the 25 and the 144 at a pretty rapid pace here. So we think it's still Sarah Montgomery in the car. Matthew Singler ahead in the 25, and then the 144 of Forza Motorsports. Those two cars are in front of the Supra. And I think Sarah Montgomery trying to catch both of them as best she can. About 1.3 seconds up to the 25 for Sarah Montgomery, and then another second or so up to the 144 for Matthew Singler. Just spoke with his sister up here in the booth. And so there it is, the 144 followed by the 25, and then the 119. A little bit of action here to watch. NFC 1.3 seconds behind the 120 of AE Victory. So on the pit cycle, AE Victory gets it done and overcomes the gap they had. Looks like they gained about 3 or 4 seconds in the pits just on execution there, Greg. WRL, Greg, I think pretty unique in this country and not having a minimum pit stop time. There's absolutely time to be had by practicing your pit stops.
And I love that. That brings the team into it. And, really, this is a team sport.
I'm sorry, Greg. The 25 is going to get balked by some traffic here. That's going to drop it into the clutches of the 119 and give the 144 a little bit more room to escape. And indeed, no. They're able to clear the traffic. That's Sarah Montgomery going around the PC Racing BMW. My apologies, Greg.
Oh, no worries. That was a really stellar move there. I love that aspect of you bring the team into it. And I was going to say, it's a team sport. People, you think, the drivers, they get all the accolades and all that. But these crews that not only work on the cars, when you bring them in to a pit stop and you can make it, make up time, as long as there are limitations on what you can do in the pits. You know what I mean? You can't have a Formula One thing where 15 people descend on the car, that kind of thing. When you've got restrictions on some of the things you can do, but there's no time limit. So if you can do those things quicker, it pays off. And we just saw that happen here. And as you say, in endurance racing, the less amount of time you can spend in the pits relative to a competitor, you're going to finish in front. It's just that simple. But boy, this is really a good scrap here.
Yeah, so the 119 has fallen back a little bit, but the 25 and the 144 are still extremely close on track. Those cars, you'd have to imagine, Greg, is about as evenly matched as you can get, both the F-Series M4s.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great car, too. The BMWs have always been known for just phenomenal handling, and they handle pretty good on the straights, too. But they're really good on the brakes. They're really good on carrying that speed through corners, and they seem to have been able to really hit on a great platform. And it doesn't matter what year you have one of these cars; they're all good, right? And that's a great sign. We were talking about how the Mercedes has that amazing platform underneath it. And these BMWs certainly have. Man, this is a good battle.
And they're just staying nice and close here. It'll be difficult to be the difference maker when you've got two evenly matched cars at a handling track like this. I think Sarah Montgomery content to stay back here and watch what happens happen ahead. Give another rundown of GP1 here as we start to enter their pit cycle. If it hasn't already occurred, we're probably firmly into the GP pit cycles, if not already done. Mm-hmm. 48 of El Diablo Motorsports still in the lead, substantially so. 3 minutes 21 last time by the gap there. Looks like Lance Boiselli still named against that car. HQ Autosports, number 330, in second position. They're right where they were yesterday. The 80 of 3D Racing, I believe, in the pits right now. 383 of Palomar circulating again, as well as the 43 of Palomar is circulating again. So those two cars separated by about, call it 5 or 6 laps. In GP2, you have the 83 of Palomar, the lower class car, currently leading that field. Behind them is the 322 Honda Research West, yesterday's winner in the Civic. Greg, the way the balance of, not the balance of performance, it's not really BOP. the way the modifiers work in the GP class, you get a pretty nice power advantage for having a front-wheel drive car at WRL. So I'm expecting that car to be a little bit further up the field than they are now. Palomar, of course, a long-time entrant in WRL and a long-time West Coast team that knows this track pretty well. But there's pretty good onboard at COTA from this past season, Greg, of somebody in the Hyundai Veloster TCA car really giving some of the GP1 cars a run for their money on the front straight.
Well, and you've got, a good amount of power with in a front wheel drive car, you could really do some stuff. And when you get, a TCR type car with the aero that it has, it can be really effective. The issue, as always, with a front drive car is you've got to take care of those front tires because you're asking them to do an incredible amount of work instead of sharing all of the energy transfer with the rear tires. A lot of it is going through those front tires. If you're not really adept, you can really burn those fronts off. And so when you see somebody late in the stint in a front drive car that's doing well, they have really been masterful at taking care of those tires. And boy, does this look familiar as we have that NFC Motorsports Mercedes right on the tail of Laura again in that AE Victory Racing, the Toyota. Just another fabulous scrap that they did a great job in that stop, as you talked about. We were able to jump the Merc.
Yeah, we're just seeing that battle come back together again. And as I mentioned before, these two cars have battled together time and time again. I think, what was the first year of that? Probably 23 or 24, JT?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, where it really was Laura Hayes in the Thunder Bunny Racing 119 Supra. Really had control of the championship, and it was still early days for NFC. They had recently switched away from a Boxster platform into that GT4 car. And we're still learning the ropes with the rules for the pits and having your visor down and all those things. And so they'd run really well and then run into small issues like that. But once they put it together, really took the fight to Laura Hayes in the Thunder Bunny Racing squad. Thunder Bunny, of course, now running in SRO. But, yeah, two drivers that have certainly seen each other on track before and always provide a good battle. Very clean battles as well.
As they're doing right now. It's great to see it. And, just keeping it really clean at this point. There's been some aggression, but
if we just catch turn 6, I'm sorry, Greg, if we catch the turn 6 camera, we're going to have the Singler car drawing really close to the rear end of that 144. They were having a pretty close battle there. I'm sorry, I was watching it out the window. I wasn't sure if we were still watching the 123 or this battle. It's tough, Greg, to not watch out the window, as I'm sure you know.
Oh, yes, it has caught me out on a couple of occasions, and it really confuses the viewer sometimes.
Indeed.
Another thing that does it, and I can tell you my first ever call for, then it was Speed Vision. Well, I'm going to wait on that story because this is going to get really tasty here.
Yep. They're able to clear the traffic there altogether.
That was nice. Yeah, that 119 AE Victory, they were desperate to get through on that car. They lost maybe a car length, but she did a brilliant job.
Yeah, 25, I think you got to think, is getting close enough to potentially make a move here. And it seems like that 144 just has enough to hold on the straights. Two very similar cars, so you wonder if they have either a setup difference or perhaps a different exchange in the power-to-weight formula. But the 119, it seems, as soon as they thought there was blood in the water in this battle, caught right up to the back of the battle. So I think that's a calculated move there when Sarah Montgomery drops back a little ways and kind of lets them have the space. And as soon as they start tripping over each other, she catches right up to the back and I think is looking for the opportunity to take both in one fell swoop here.
Did you see the drift?
Yeah.
The number 25 did right there in turn 2. He turned in early, and then the back end just started to slide a little bit and did a really nice job of controlling it. Of course, that's hard on rear tires, but, it's going to happen. And he did a really nice job of just hanging on to it here. It didn't lose much either. That's impressive. Still sticking right with that 144 Forza car.
It was really impressive. I believe I think it was also 24 that we went to Barber Motorsports Park, Greg. And I stood there at the bottom of there, and that's the pass for the lead there. Thank you, Dustin. As the 123 car goes down the inside of the 120. The 120 is going to try to hold tight onto the rear wing of that Mercedes. But as we've seen, that Mercedes can do so well in these high-speed turns. Laura Hayes is going to try, is staying right there as close as she can. Ultimately, I don't think there's going to be much that she can do here. Get another opportunity coming back to the backstretch here, all the way from turn 6 through turn 9. But that is where the 123 makes the most speed, as they're able to get that car tight to the apexes and cut down on the total distance traveled. And indeed, I think that's a move that's going to be done and dusted. So a new leader again after the pit rotation. The 123 reclaims the lead with a great move into the first sector here.
That was a great pass, but now it's really, really crucial at this stage to make sure that you drive very smartly in terms of tire deg, and not just okay, I got a lead, I'm just going to thrash it now and try and build something up. You've got to make sure you keep the tires underneath you just a little bit here. It'll be interesting to see how this works. Again, early in the stints here, and I don't know, who did what with tires, but when you sit in the pits, the tires cool. They get a little heat cycle through them, so they cool off. They're more effective. And again, the Mercedes not using as much track as is Laura in the Supra. And then by the end of the stint, we saw that Merc was sliding around quite a bit. So it'll be fascinating to watch how this works out.
To finish up my point from earlier, I watched the practice at Barber Motorsports Park, and what is that, turn 7 and 8, where you're going downhill towards the museum, JT?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I remember watching that. It was raining out, and they were doing practice and qualifying, and I remember watching it. You can really hear the traction control and the stability control and such on these modern GT4 cars as they come through, and you can hear how much work those systems are doing as it kind of stutters the engine a little bit going down and around. And so when you see those GT4 cars drift like that, it's impressive to me that you can get them unhooked enough to allow that to happen, but then usually the computer's pulling that car right back to where it ought to be. I think that having that as a safety margin, especially for amateur drivers, is probably quite helpful.
Oh, for sure. And what you want to do when you set up, not set up really, but when you decide what level of traction control you want, because a lot of the cars, it can be adjusted. Traction control, at its heart is invasive, right?
Right.
And the more you run it, technically, the slower you can be, because it takes away power and acceleration. Obviously it also offers stability and keeps that back end behind you a little bit. Great in the wet. As an amateur, it's really great, to have that kind of confidence. But as you get better and better, you want to dial that TC back just a little bit. And oftentimes you'll dial it back so that the car will move just a little bit, because sometimes you want some rotation. And so sometimes you want to be able to use that weight transfer to help rotate the car a little bit, and you got to dial back the TC just a smidge. What a battle we have here for this final podium spot. Fabulous stuff.
Yeah, this 3-car battle here for third position with the 2 BMWs and the Supra behind. Still staying nice and tight. We've seen this issue in the Porsche Owners Club a few times as well, where you have a 991 field that is 5 cars deep and right with each other, but because they're all so closely matched, nobody can make a pass. And it's really exciting if you're in the car to be able to do the battle, but unfortunately, from a broadcast perspective, you would really wish they'd change positions a little bit more often.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of the give and take, isn't it?
It is indeed, and I will take 3 cars being close to each other but not passing versus everybody being 2 minutes apart.
Well, yeah, that's the gift, obviously, to be able to see this, this kind of a battle, as you said, and be really good. And it's important to realize, for people that, yes, this battle right now is not for the win. It's for third, but it is for a step on the podium. And even if it was for eighth, it's a great battle, and they are driving as hard as they can, extracting everything they can from the car. So the racing is just as furious as it is up front.
A little bit of traffic here as they come through 5 and 6.
Well, the ebb and flow of the traffic here is, somebody will sneak through, get like right here. You see that Forza car, got a lap car between the other two. The Forza car could just drive clean lines. The other two, look at the gap already. It's up to 5 car lengths because they caught him in a really difficult spot. And there you go. One inside, one outside. This could be a position change because it sure looked like that AE Victory car had the better line.
But they were going to have to go around the outside of this double right-hander, and I don't think that was ever going to work out, especially when you need this big run onto the front straightaway. I think they would have been at such a disadvantage on the exit here at 15. Now that's allowed the 144 to have a little bit of breathing room here.
It truly has.
No longer needing to look in the mirrors and hopefully can get the head down and make their escape.
And they played that perfectly, going into a really tricky, busy part of the track, that 12-13 part. And the Forza car was just able to sneak through before they got to 12. And the other two had to follow that car through that 12-13 sequence. It just lost so much time. But they're through now. Now it's a matter of put your head down, see if you can catch them again without torturing your tires.
Yeah, you got 5 hours 25 to go. If you had a spare set sitting around in your trailer somewhere, the next pit stop would be a good time to make it to the end and still have decent tires for the rest of the day. But if you don't have any left and you started today on new tires, you really got to protect them for the next 5 hours. Doing 7 hours on one set of tires, especially in these big, heavy cars, is a huge ask, especially as we start to see the sun come out from behind the clouds and start beating down on the track more directly.
And keep in mind that the cars that are a bit aero dependent, like, the GT4 cars, that Mercedes with that additional aero that is certainly helping it out.
Yep.
When the track starts to get really hot, the air that is down low on the track basically is much hotter because it's radiating off of the track surface. And that means it's less dense. And believe it or not, the attitude, the handling of the car can change because the wing is up far enough. It's really not affected by track temp heat. But that spoiler up front most definitely is. The air's a lot thinner that it's going through. And so you can see the handling of these cars change just a little bit. Now, GT4 cars are not massively aero dependent, certainly not like a GT3 car, let alone something, in a Formula car. But that Merc, for instance, might lose a little bit of its advantage, might find it develops a slight push as it gets hotter because that aero on the front is going through much less dense air.
That makes a ton of sense, and not something I've ever really thought about here. There is a prototype class, Greg, for WRL. Nobody has entered that this weekend, but certainly I would imagine that makes a big difference on those. Have you seen the NPO ones before in club racing?
Yes, I have. And yeah, exactly.
WRL has a class more or less for that car. That I think that car around here would be a riot, an absolute blast at this track. But again, unfortunately, nobody making the trip over this time.
Yeah, this track in a nimble, small prototype, it would be phenomenal to watch that. It'd be great. Oh, look at that. What a great shot. This tails away is up and over that turn 5 sequence.
Yeah, I zoomed out that turn 5 camera just a little bit more today, and so the cars don't feel as close to the camera, but you see the car really unloaded as you take the crest.
Yeah, it's a great tails away shot, and I love that because that, to me, I've often been so tired of, the classic speed shot kind of camera, where the car comes out and is, brushes close and is going really fast.
Right.
And it's like, that really doesn't show anything about what makes road racing really special. And a tails away shot like that, up into that part of the track is phenomenal. That's where you see what makes road racing special and such fun. And putting a car, it's built to go left and right. It's built to change gears and brakes and throttle, and you see that application so well in that kind of tails away shot.
It's a long time coming, Greg, of me trying to mix and match where I can and try to do my own thing and get newer and more interesting camera angles. For a long time, DriversEye Live was really hung up on we have to be able to cover the whole track so you can see every inch of racing service so you don't miss anything. And we actually got advice a few years back from, Joe Bradley, right?
I do.
Yeah, so Joe Bradley, when we were at the Daytona Historics, had brought up to us, he had said, Ryan, nobody's really interested in watching the racing at a historics race, especially on the TV. People really just want to see the car and what the car's doing. And so I took that and ran with it. And so I have tried to depart where I am able to from the traditional DriverSeye Live camera locations, much to Brendan's chagrin. But I think they're a little bit more fun. You get a little bit more of the car in the frame. And especially with the newer cameras we're using now, a little bit more clear on the shots. I'm pretty pleased with how it's been so far.
I think you should be. You've got cameras that really show the cars working and going through some of these great undulations, if you will. You've got cameras that are showing, good braking zones and high speed sections of track. And that's what everybody wants to see. You don't need to have a camera on a long straight. You want the camera where you're going to see some action, whether it's just a car moving around as it gets light or whatever. And yeah, I think this is absolutely great here. And boy, this battle is fabulous. And whoever's driving that Forza Motorsports BMW is doing an incredible job, because I don't think there's any question that the Singler and the AE Victory cars behind them are probably a little quicker.
And I think they've made it through.
Doing a great defensive.
No, they haven't. They're really close. No, so they're just coming into the entry at 3, and the Singler car, I think, had an opportunity there. Was not quite alongside, but had the nose clear, and just couldn't quite do it, but it was close. And again, that slowing up those other 2 cars allowed the 119 to draw close again. I think this battle is getting a little bit impatient here.
Yeah, look at that defense there. That's the Forza car running just down the middle of the track going, if you want to go inside, it's going to be tough. I'll give you the outside. And at that part of the track, nobody's going to take it. But the defense by the Forza car has been really, really good. Ooh, see, there's that showing the nose.
Oh, yeah.
But, there's just no place to go.
No, especially when you have this crest up here. You can't stay to the outside very well because the track goes away from you. Now, as you can see on the track surface, it's rubbered in quite a bit. So if you go off track or off the preferred line, you are in a spot where there's a little bit less grip, especially when you have the tires wearing out on you. It gives you a lot less option to go out there and make a bold move like that.
Yeah, and this is where we've been talking about a little bit here.
Ooh, the 119 stays with the 25 there. Is going to try to show the nose on the outside. Everybody being, I think, cautious here, but not afraid to race.
And that gave the Forza car just that, car length of breathing room for just an instant here. And there it is. You can see that, with those guys, the Singler car on the AE Victory Racing Supra, if they really get into racing each other here, the Forza car will say a very heartfelt thank you. But ooh, right there, Singler got a little wide. And just for an instant, the AE Victory car thought, can I get up the inside? But again, a lot of respect, staying clean here. That would have been a scrape your way pass, I think. And they opted not to try that, which is a great thing. And, everybody, I think you're also understanding that there's a lot of race yet to go, over 5 hours. Yet to go. So this, they're certainly having a good time, and they'll make a pass if it's low risk and they can get through. But I think they're understanding here. You talked about it, that these guys are getting a bit impatient, but that's where you've got to big picture this.
Now, the battle they're about to catch, Greg, and battle's a tough word for it, but they're about to catch the 48 of El Diablo, who's fallen back to second place. JT, did you see why that happened? Is that a pit cycle thing? Or did they lose a bunch of time?
So what happened is the stewards took a look at that GP1 start into turn 1. And there was, incidental contact, but enough to, find a reason to penalize the 48. So the 48 was docked 1 lap.
Got it.
So basically, they had I think it was like a minute 30 lead after the pit stop. So that's put them back into second place. And so now, I want to say they were 37, or they're 17 seconds back from HQ Autosport at the moment.
Got it. Well, it gives them something to look forward to, and somebody to try to catch here. Not the way that you want to add excitement to a race, but
exactly.
Fortunately, an incidental contact ruled, and so that hasn't ended their day, and one would hope that the other car is all right as well.
And JT, the last lap, they were running 2 seconds quicker than the HQ Autosport car.
I mean, yeah, that checks out. There was a phase in the race yesterday when both drivers in those cars were pretty evenly matched. That's, I don't think, the case at the moment. That El Diablo BMW, when it's in the right combination, it's unstoppable.
Unfortunately, Brad Dorr in the 3D Racing number 80, about 6 laps adrift from that battle for the lead in GP1. A margin that is difficult to overcome without a mechanical issue at the front of the field. Even with a lot of yellows happening, you got to get lucky 5 or 6 times in a row on the pit cycle, which just doesn't seem to happen in a race this short.
Yeah, unfortunately, they had a long pit stop earlier, and then they had to make an unscheduled one like 6 or 7 laps later, and came on pit road for a couple more laps.
In GP2, the number 83 of Palomar maintains the lead. They just did a 2:04.8, and this is really going to say all you need to know on this front is the 322 of Honda Research West just set their best lap time of 2:08 and 6/1000ths. So their best lap, currently 4 seconds adrift of what Palomar is doing at the front of GP2. Only 2 laps behind, but I would say the driver in the Palomar car right now really getting it done. And then the 49 of Velocity Group Racing Toyota in 3rd position. They're in the 2:09 range.
And the thing to remember is you could have little problems like that, drop back a few laps, but this is endurance racing. And,
right.
3 hours from now, somebody can have an engine issue, a suspension, whatever, and suddenly you find yourself in a competitive second place, not too far behind a leader. And so endurance racing, it's long, but it's dynamic, and you've got to be able to take advantage of that. Well, I'll tell you what, that Singler Racing team really lightens up the nose as it comes over that rise. And then the Forza car just does a brilliant job of defense as they head into that sequence here. Watch the exit Every bit of the road. These guys are really pushing.
I think, we've got this 3-car battle that remains close. I would like to take a break before we go to the pit stops again, because that's going to reshuffle all these battles. They have now finally caught the El Diablo Motorsports BMW. I think of all the lap traffic they're going to try to go around today, that is going to be the hardest one to get by, because that is a team at this point that really doesn't want to be waiting around. And I think they would very much like to be back at the front of the class. And indeed, they're able to get it done on the straight, thank goodness. Those 3 cars still nose to tail.
And that was a really nice way to handle that by the El Diablo car. Oh,
yeah.
Look at this outside move. Are you serious?
Trying
it. Just couldn't get it done. I love that attack, though.
There are moves available here, Greg, around the outside of 1 and 2. We've seen it happen probably about 5 or 6 times this weekend, where you really get a good run and you can hold a little bit more speed on the outside, even though it is a little bit longer. A little further distance, rather. Especially if you have a car that has committed to defending the inside and maybe braked a little bit early to stay on that inside line.
Yeah, absolutely. And whew, that was really close. That Singler BMW really doing everything he can. And, the interesting thing is that Forza car, when you're defending to the inside like that, as you said, you brake a little sooner, but it's a tighter radius through the corner and it's harder on your tires. And, they're obviously defending at speed. And so I think we might see, the tires on that Forza Motorsport car. Ooh, something happened in the background there. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, that caught me out. Ooh, something happened.
Good run.
Something happened here. That Singler car, and there goes the 119 Supra.
Yep. So the 119 of Sarah Montgomery takes the move here. And I think it's going to try to get right back to the rear bumper of that 144 if they have the pace. We've seen this where the 144 escapes a little bit and then gets reeled back in by the 25 and the 119. But the 25 is going to stay right on the rear bumper of the 119 into turn 1. Not quite close enough to get the spot back. But I don't think they're interested, is Matthew Singler, in letting the 119 get out too far ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 25 just got a bit loose on the exit of turn 11 there. Just started swapping to the left, and that allowed that Supra to get a good run to go to driver's right through 12 and 13. And unfortunately, that position was taken by 14.
We'll see the cars on the exit of 5 and going through turn 6 here as they wind their way back to one of the faster parts of the track, 6, 7, and 8.
Well, I'll tell you, Sarah Montgomery just pounced, didn't she? That was
Do we
really,
have the HQ
really
on
opportunistic.
board? I'm very sorry, Greg. Do we have the HQ on board? It seemed like they were in kind of a traffic schmozzle there for a second. Yeah, so they've got a little bit of traffic here as they come down into turn 10. This is the current leader in GP1, just trying to navigate the traffic. I think that's the 80 on the outside there.
Yep.
And then the one of the two, and I believe that's the one that's technically registered for GTO, slick tire shod Team Honda Research West Civics up ahead, and indeed they walk away on the straights. Anyway, it seemed like they had like a 3-wide situation going on there that was a little tight. I know we've got this onboard available to us. On that Honda pits in, and so the 330 now back into open space here on the front straightaway.
And important to keep.
Ooh, when we go back to the battle we were watching before. Yep, and they get back through that traffic. They are being held up a little bit, I think, by the HQ car. If we go to the HQ on board, I think we'll see all these cars come by. And they're just going to be looking on the outside.
It's important to note, just behind this group of GTO cars, just a few seconds behind, is that El Diablo BMW.
Yep. No, they're not far behind at all, and the 330s had to check up a little bit here to let this battle through. I think in a rather respectful fashion. As we see that battle for third go through, that's the 3 cars in the front windshield. You can't quite see the El Diablo car in the rearview mirror yet, but it is drawing closer. 9 seconds that last lap, so the gap coming down in a hurry. Yeah, HQ Autosport last time through that big traffic, a 2:11 last time, trying to handle the traffic situation they had in front of them, and allowed the El Diablo car to close down to the better part of 10 seconds last lap.
That was hugely costly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Getting caught in traffic like that. And that's where, we always talk about it. Your best friend in traffic is power.
Yes.
And if you're in a class where you don't have that kind of punch, it's really difficult to get through traffic here. I'll tell you what, impressive that the onboard car that we're with here is kind of sticking with that trio of GTO cars.
Yeah.
He's hustling it.
HQ Autosports, no strangers to this track and no strangers to WRL. Ooh, it gets the car a little bit unloaded there through turn 14. Okay, a relaxed counter steer there. I think he knew what he was doing.
I love this, watching the shift lights.
Yeah, and so if we can pick up this battle in the front stretch, producer Justin's telling me about, the NFC versus AE victory battle has come back together. You can see there the 119 has drawn up to the bumper of the 123 after the 123 went around in this part of the track and passed the 119 for the lead after the pit stops. We're heading towards another pit window here in about 10 minutes for GTO.
Yeah, Laura Hayes just really doing a nice job. I thought she did a really good job of conserving her tires in the first stint before the pit stop, and I think she's done it again.
Yep.
And it now has a little bit better weapon, perhaps, than that Mercedes. I mean,
well, they're taking a lot of dirt there on the inside.
Yes.
And of course, we're going to get back to this part of the lap where, unfortunately, that NFC car just has everything for the 119. The 119 has no answers in this super fast section of Thunderhill Raceway Park. They're going to climb the hill to crest turn 9 again and then come back down the hill, gain some more speed going into turn 10. A downhill braking zone here. Do get the camber to help you out, though, to get to the apex.
You notice there, Laura in that Supra was using a little less racetrack and still sticking right with that BMW. Excuse me, with the Mercedes.
Right.
And I think that speaks to what we were just talking about, that she's done a really nice job of tire management. And with that additional arrow on that Merc, you would think here that in some of the faster stuff it would really, really be able to work, but Laura's been able to just stick with it.
Absolutely. They've got a little bit of lap traffic. They're going to go around the 80 here. And the 80, I don't think Laura Hayes was confident that the 80 was not going to come down on her, and so she checked up just a little bit. That's going to be a little bit more work to do again to get back to the rear bumper of the 123. That battle for third rages on at the top of turn 8, turn 9. It looked like they were having a look again. I have the multi-view camera available to me as well. And they're going to come back through turn 10. It looks like that battle is held station here with the 144 followed by the 120 and then the 25. So not a whole lot has changed there, but again, they're still looking. And that's the battle we pick up on screen here through turn 12 and 13. Nearing the end of the stint, of course, and nearing the end, I think, of a drive time window if you want to get everybody some even seat time in your GT4 cars.
Sarah's doing a really, really nice job, isn't she? Just sticking right with that Forza car and their pace. They're easing away just a little bit from the Singler BMW. Yep. Not a lot, just a few more car lengths, as you can see that little gap. And as you said, if you know you're approaching a pit window and a driver change and all that, you're not going to take a risk of passing somebody right before you pit. It just doesn't make sense. And
absolutely.
Remember, they've had really good pit stops in terms of being quicker than their competitors. So, if they're close, wait, jump them in the pits. You've done it once with that lead car that now sits second. Do it again.
But now, because you've got two cars running here, you have to start to think about how are you going to split the pit strategy here? Are you going to do a true double stack and have them back-to-back, or are you going to leave somebody out a couple laps longer? And in that instance, who are you going to leave out longer? Are you going to leave out the car trying to catch the NFC car, or are you going to bring them in first? Are you going to leave this car out? Are you going to bring this car in and let the other one, hang? There's a little bit of strategy to be played here as well when you've got the two-car team.
It sure is, and I think some of it you're going to be on the radio to your drivers going, how does the car feel? How do your tires feel? And I think the one that the car that's maybe a little bit worse in terms of tires, bring them in, and let the other cars stay out, so you don't have, as you said, that double stack. But bring in the car whose maybe handling has gone off a little bit, even if you don't change tires. Again, it allows them to cool. And you get another heat cycle in it. Oh, look at this scrum down into 14, 15. I think they got through. That was close.
Indeed. That Almonte Porsche back out and circulating. We're just about to crest the 5-hour mark here. And this battle just starting to chill out a hair as the 144 uses the traffic to great effect and creates itself a little bit of breathing room. But the 123 and the 120 battle at the front of GTO, they're starting to stare down the barrel of lapping this battle for third. Now, we're going to get a set of pit stops here. Those gaps should stay pretty similar as the 120 is right on the rear bumper going through turn 1. I don't think quite close enough to make a move into turn 2, but enough to make the 123 nervous. They show the nose on the outside. Pulls right back in. Just Laura Hayes.
And it's going to be interesting to see when they get to turn 6. I've been watching, and that Merc takes a really wide entry into 6, and it allows it to, straighten the wheel up. You get the turn done, straighten the wheel up, get to the power a little more directly. But I haven't seen them try that with Laura being quite this close. Yeah, he did not. He did not open that radius up as much going through. And I think he knew that she was there, and she's got pace. From what I'm seeing right now, I'd bring the 120 in first because Laura is looking like the tires are working. She's really, really quick and confident right now.
Indeed, and you have to imagine that they'll make the jump during the pit stop anyway on rotation. So perhaps there is an opportunity here, but is the 123 going to make better time when it doesn't have the 120 breathing right down its neck? Does that then negate some of the advantage you'd have in trying to do the undercut?
So important Keith, notice going through shot just before these GTO cars was the battle for the GP1 lead with El Diablo Motorsports just about 2 seconds behind the 330 of HQ.
And Laura just took a huge look into 14, went down to the inside. At the last minute said, nope, I'm not going to go there. But she is sure racy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe it's Michelle Abate and Hannah Grisham are the other drivers available in the 120 Supra this weekend. I wouldn't expect a huge pace drop-off. Laura Hayes does have a unique amount of experience in this car specifically with this rule set in WRL, but I think the other two drivers available, certainly no slouches and absolutely able to do the same kind of battling that Laura's doing here. Hannah Grisham, of course, with some SRO and IMSA experience, and Michelle Abate making a name for herself in Trans Am.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. And, you know, coming here with, the experience of some of those other groups, you come in here and you're just, ready and can get after it.
Yeah.
And just have that experience. Obviously, track knowledge here is a big thing. Ooh, that was a aggressive move, wasn't it? Right.
Yeah, that was El Diablo on the 324 Civic Type R being lapped. That bright green El Diablo BMW just trying to stick with the HQ BMW up the road because that's going to be your fight for the GP1 lead there.
And that fight for GP1 drawing ever closer. And again, the GP1 pit window a little bit further out than the GTO pit window. And I have to imagine that El Diablo would prefer to get that position back before they go to the pit lane. But the number...
Taking a look. Nope. But she showed the nose aggressively there.
The 120 absolutely taking a look. And we've missed... The 119 has gone around those two BMWs completely. I think the 144 starting to have a little bit of trouble here going through turn 5 and 6. The 25 is all over the back of the 144. And indeed, the 25 is going to go down the inside and try to stay with the 119 there. So something has happened to the 144. Not sure if they're in a fuel save mode or if the tires have finally given up the ghost, but the 144 has now lost the pace it's had all morning and has now fallen back substantially and let the 119 and the 25 drive off into the distance.
It'll be interesting to see over the next couple laps what that lap time is. And then here's this battle. Boy, is this close. Looking, they got to get
and the El Diablo car is going to come out wide. No, can't quite get it done going up into turn 9, a difficult place to make the pass, but those are the leaders behind them. These three battles are all starting to come together on track here.
Oh, that forced the
man,
leader
that's
way wide. You might have an opportunity. There he goes. What a dive.
Not quite.
Did he get it done?
No. Had to pull back in. Didn't quite have the room, I think, to get the pass done. But they'll have another opportunity here into turn 14. We'll go on board the HQ Autosports BMW. You can see in the rear view camera that green blob is the El Diablo Motorsports BMW. They're going to stay right with them here. They're going to try to stay tighter to the line and try to take the inside. Doesn't quite work. And they'll try to drag and catch up here on the front straightaway. I think that green car having a little bit more power. The leader's now going around the PC Racing GP1 car ahead. And Laura Hayes has gone really, really close to the back of the 123 here in the first bit of the lap.
I got to tell you, on that last lap, she did an absolutely brilliant job when they caught all that traffic coming through 11, 12, and 13. And she laid back a little bit.
Yep.
And the Merc got hung up pretty good in 14 and 15. and that gave her a really good run into one. Couldn't quite make it work, but it was really smart racecraft.
Absolutely. It gives you a good
that-
opportunity to work on the racecraft. When you've got endurance
Yeah.
racing, you have the opportunity to drive in this kind of setting as long as you can.
I'll tell you, the guy in that HQ Autosport Porsche is doing a really, really solid job.
I believe we've got Travis Weltzine named against the 330 right now.
Yeah, sorry, the Bimmer, not Porsche. I was just going full German.
In endurance racing, the odds are pretty good that it is a Porsche or a BMW.
That is very true. Oh, the Merc! Oh, he went wide, dropped his right side tires. Oh, I thought that may have cost him just enough momentum, but nope.
I almost wonder if that's a bit of the Johnny O'Connell move of just make the car behind not want to be there and stay in the dirt and make it difficult to see out the window.
Oh, throw a little junk in their face, huh?
Yeah.
That could very well, that's possible.
And the unmistakable noise of wheel guns on the pit lane as the battle for third, the two BMWs have pitted. The 25 of Singler gets out way ahead of the 144. I think the 144 changing tires here on the front end. So, JT, if you could make a note of that the 25 appears to have only taken fuel, and the 144 is taking at least 2 front tires. So for right now, that battle is going to have gone away, and the 144 is going to drop back. But again, we'll see that they should have a substantial advantage in the closing stanzas of the race, or the 25 will have to pit again and have a slow stop to change some tires out.
Gotcha.
You know, that's one of those where hopefully you've got the right people in the team to look at it and say, what is the loss of the there's the pass for the lead in the class right there.
Yep.
El Diablo, lime green, sneaks through. Took a while to do it. You know, you got to be impressed with the HQ Autosport team, but
unfortunately, Greg, I think it was a little bit inevitable with the pace advantage that El Diablo enjoys around here at Thunderhill this weekend.
Absolutely, and that's why it was so impressive that the HQ Autosport Bimmer was able to fend them off for as long as they did.
Yeah.
And just watching this battle for the lead, that Mercedes now is starting to move around a lot. We saw that in that first stint near the end. Just really starts to move around and run wide in spots. We saw him almost throw it off a lap ago, but I'm watching him in some of these quick transition corners, and just really the car is moving around a lot. And I think I like what Laura's doing right now.
Yep.
I mean, if she gets the opportunity, she's certainly going to pass. And she's hounding them, making them use more tire, making them use things up. And that's when you can maybe see a mistake happen.
Oh, and I think we get the mistake here as the 123 runs a little bit wide. Not quite. The door was open for a lunge if Laura Hayes wanted it. And I think she thinks better of it.
Especially, again, if you've got a pit stop coming, you don't want to wreck the car, 2 laps away from a pit stop. If she could do a clean, she will. But, she certainly is forcing that Merc to use up tire right now. And it shows. It's all over the road. And that's great. That's what you want to do with a competitor.
Absolutely. Now, with those 2 pit stops for the BMWs, it's left the 119 of AE Victory Racing in sole possession of 3rd position here on the racetrack, but they are still due a stop for Sarah Montgomery. I imagine at this phase of the race that we will see a driver change aboard the 119. But the 119 is technically racing the 25 Singler Racing Team car on track right now. Caitlyn Singler, who we spoke with earlier, has gotten into the car, the number 25. So right now, Caitlyn getting in the car fresh versus Sarah Montgomery, who's been in it. There's a little bit of a pace differential there, as you might imagine. But the 119 is going to have to be excellent in the pits to try to keep the 25 behind. So I imagine at some point the 119 will either dip into fuel savings mode or start to run out of tire. And of course the 144 also racing them on track, but they're about a minute adrift of the number 25. So that's the difference there in the pit lane between taking some fuel and a driver change versus taking fuel, potentially a driver change, as well as some tires.
Oh, there goes again, running wide. He just cannot keep that car a little closer in. And again, Sarah, you just see her kind of show the nose a little bit and then go, no, still too much risk.
They're getting more and more confident running the dirt there on the inside of turn 5.
And I've noticed now that the Mercedes here in 6, where it was using that really wide line on the entry, has tucked that in, I think, one, to protect. But sometimes that's a sign that you're starting to lose grip on the front and you're getting a bit of a push. And so you've just got to turn in a little bit sooner because you know you're going to push wide if you don't. So, again, Laura just heaping on the pressure. Oh, traffic coming up.
It's the number 9 from Monty. That car, as Mike points out, did have a off-track excursion in turn 9 a moment ago. Interesting to know that car. That car will have Johan Schwartz on board today. After
will it?
Yes, after the 290 was retired for the weekend. Johan switching over to that Porsche. I assume we'll see him later today.
It's a good way to help get your car developed for the rest of the season.
Absolutely.
Johan Schwartz available.
I'll tell you, it sure was fun to watch and announce Johan race in World Challenge. He could put on a show. He's one of those guys that the worse the tires get, the better he is relative to everybody else.
Indeed, and he's a cheat code in WRL in the rain. It's unbelievable how good he is in the rain here.
Yeah, he is truly something special. There's no question about it.
See, the problem is I have the power here, and that I know that as soon as I call for a commercial, Laura Hayes will get this done.
Well, here's the thing.
I know that it will happen.
We're very close to pit stops here.
Right.
NFC had pitted on lap 35. It is lap 69.
There you go.
Yeah, it looks like the Mercedes has been able to eke out a little bit of an advantage here.
Yeah. And we're still firmly in the pit window. I'm a little surprised they've been able to stretch this as long as they have. Both cars out front not taking their time at all.
You know, it's funny, though, because earlier we were seeing times from them in the 155s, 156s, and now even on a clear lap, they're in the low 158s. And so I think it's probably ambient temperatures coming up and the sun beating down on the track surface.
Right.
That makes the track a little bit slower, obviously, and so we're seeing some of that time drop. But could also be something to do with we've used those tires up, and we're going to need to come in at some point here, and that's what makes endurance racing, all this strategy, so fascinating. When do you do the stop? And eventually the answer comes from an empty fuel tank. That's the ultimate fighter when that time happens here. So they're probably looking at, all right, let's keep building this margin up at the front here as long as we can. We're quicker than anybody else on the track. Let's just keep pounding in some laps until we absolutely have to stop.
I think that's the right move there. And I believe we're going to get a pit stop from the 120 here. So we'll see if the 123 of NFC Motorsports is able to run a little bit quicker without the pressure from behind of the 123. Or of the 120, excuse me.
And let's not forget that. I'm sorry, go ahead, JT.
I was just noting that the 119 had just done its pit stop as well and comes out just as the NFC car goes through turn 1 there.
Boy, guess what? The Singler, after they complete the stops, that battle is only 5 seconds difference. And this is not good for the Mercedes, for the NFC Motorsports entry. Your fastest competitor is in the pits. You want to just fly right now.
Right.
And you're hung up behind 2 cars battling furiously through the slow stuff. And that really can mess things up. Oh, aggressive move, but gets through. Man, he needed to do that.
No, that just keeps you where you need to be. If you've been balked too much by the traffic here, that ends up making a problem when they come into the pit lane. Then the 120 will almost certainly jump you after the pit cycle's over.
Yeah, so long as the 120 does a clean pit stop, and that AE Victory racing team has shown an ability to be very clean and quick in terms of their stops, and that's magic. I'm impressed with how long that Mercedes can stay out.
Indeed.
They're, under all that pressure and having to race hard and still being able to, do a little fuel save. That's impressive stuff.
And I believe Caitlyn Singler went by on this last lap on the 119 of Michelle Abate in the AE Victory car.
That is true.
Yep. So that has happened. Caitlyn Singler wastes no time getting into that BMW to catch and hunt down the AE Victory car, but that 119 is going to hang with the BMW all the way through turn 4 and back up the hill towards turn 5. I think the 119 able to stay a little bit closer to the inside there on the way down turn 5. And we'll see them through 6 here.
And that may be just a matter of getting the tires to come back underneath you a little bit.
Correct.
And you've got somebody that's really hounding you, and let them through, especially if you think you're quicker. Once that car comes up, the tires come up, don't risk it. Again, this is endurance racing. You've got to think big picture. And if they're really hounding you, and here we go, back through she goes.
So this may be a battle that we see develop over the course of this next stint here. We've got about an hour of battle time here between these two cars. These two cars, like I had mentioned earlier, have both fueled, and they were part of this battle for third before. Although now my timing says Brenda Schubert's in the 119. I'll have to get some clarification on that. 120 still reporting Laura Hayes, which seems unlikely. She'd have to do an extremely short stint in order to be out of the car before the 3-hour window.
Is that the max drive time allowed? It's 3 hours?
You can do more than 3 hours, but not in any 6-hour period, I believe.
Ah, gotcha.
So you could do 3 hours at the beginning and then do the last one if you wanted to.
I believe we have NFC on pit lane at the moment.
Yes, sir, we do. They are putting fuel in that car and doing a driver change as well. So the number 120 is going to be in the lead of the 7-hour Sunday race here, the Golden State Endurance Cup, live from Thunderhill Raceway Park. It's been a good race this afternoon, gentlemen. We've had surprisingly little yellow, and we've still kept the racing pretty darn close. We've got a battle for the lead, a battle for third here in GTO.
Yeah, definitely.
And due to that penalty, for a while there, we had a really nice little scrap in GP1. Boy, it looks like AE Victory Racing in that 120 did another stellar pit stop.
Indeed. That's a team that's been working on getting these pit stops down for about 3 years now, that Aaron Vogel has had this team, built up from the ground up, basically. And they had a car before that I just don't think was the right car for the rule set, Greg. They had the GT4 Audi R8 with the V10, and by the time you get that motor choked down enough to make the right power, you don't have enough torque to be competitive in traffic, competitive out of tight corners, and they really struggled with that car for a long time until finally switching over here to the Supras. And then it's taken about a season, or maybe a little bit less than a season of development to get that car where it needs to be. And so now we have a juggernaut, frankly, at the front of GTO.
This is an extremely long stop. NFC has not yet left pit lane. Meanwhile, I believe the 120 is heading towards
and
turn 10.
They are leaving right now. So the 120 has just, the 123 has just departed pit lane. If you recall, JT, these guys have taken about a 10-month break from road racing. Not a huge team this weekend.
Is it possible they were doing tires on pit lane?
Potentially. I did not see specifically. Like, I'm trying to watch over here and check the timing and such. They may have.
Yeah, they're now about 90 seconds behind.
Yeah, that just seems like it was an incredibly long stop, JT.
So my assumption is, as I'm trying to parse what the driver situation is that it's probably Michelle Abate in the 120 and Brenna Schubert in the 119. And I think Michelle Abate is named against the 120 on the door. Like I said, I don't think it's likely that Laura Hayes would get back in the car for a 30-minute stint. That just doesn't seem like the right move.
Yeah, I would agree.
AE Victory puts in a 154.8 in the 119, Brenna Schubert. So they stretch the gap on the 25 that's being driven by Caitlyn Singler right now. Brings it out to 3.6 seconds in that battle for third.
That's the fastest lap that car has turned in the race. For the 118. And that's pretty darn quick.
Now we'll see if Caitlyn Singler can respond here. A 159, no. So Caitlyn now getting settled in, cannot quite match the pace of Brenna up front, and that could be Brenna getting used to the tires, getting, potentially back into the car for the first time in a little while. Hadn't driven it today, may not have driven it in these same conditions yesterday. And indeed, this might be a great time to take an ad here as we've waited for the pit cycle to play out here, and we now have a better idea of what to look at for the next hour or so in GTO. We'll be right back from the Golden State Endurance Cup here in Thunderhill Raceway Park after a short word from our sponsors.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Racing League's coverage here of the coverage by by DriversEye Live. And it's great to have all of you with us here. We have some really good battles unfolding in this 7-hour endurance race on an absolutely fabulous track, Thunderhill. And we're running on the West Course, which is really spectacular, on an absolutely glorious Sunday afternoon in the California desert. And what racing we have. JT Tammy along with me, and JT, I'll tell you, some absolutely great racing. And you were talking about, just before we went to break, the fabulous battle unfolding for the lead in GP1, and we're on board for it.
Yeah, we're on board with HQ Autosport, currently second in GP1 with El Diablo Motorsport just up the road. That bright green car going around the outside of what looks to be the Almonte Porsche Cup car, I believe. So these two BMWs fighting very close together as they're going in and out of the different types of traffic they're dealing with both faster and slower cars here.
And how brave was that by the El Diablo car around the outside? You could, dirty part of the track. You could see the dirt coming off and flying, and made it work. And now, as a result, he's got some space once again.
Yeah, the 330 here that we're on board with, just a bit more cautious with the Porsche up the road, and that's allowed the El Diablo Motorsports BMW to just really start to get a bit more speed out of the car on the exit, carry more as they got into turns 10 and 11. And as you can see, he's gained a couple seconds from this.
And that's a classic case of traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. You can get a big advantage sometimes, and then you can get absolutely parked. And this wasn't an absolutely parked move, but it was just a lot of bravado for the El Diablo BMW to just make that outside move on that dirty part of the track, make it stick. And, every once in a while, JT, a move like that will absolutely mess with the mind of the driver who's applying the pressure. It's like, I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Suddenly you just start to lose a little pace because I can't do that today,
Yeah, it's the whole risk versus reward thing. I mean, we still have 4.5 hours left to go. The HQ driver just might not be comfortable doing, those kind of maneuvers at this point of the race. Whereas, the El Diablo driver, he read the situation. He's like, hey, I'm able to carry a bit more speed through these corners. If I can make the move here, I can try to use the Porsche as a pin to try to check up the second place car.
And that El Diablo car is coming back from a 1-lap penalty and has fought his way into the lead. So at this point, he knows he's got some pace, and if he can just get through and make that move. I mean, look how far up the road he is now. He's way up there. He's cleared at some other traffic as well. And as you can see here, the HP car just stuck behind another or behind a Porsche here, and just that car just can't figure out a way around it. There's his opportunity. Porsche went wide, but tough piece of the track and cannot make that stick. But boy, he had an opportunity there.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a classic case of seeing the strengths and weaknesses of different cars. That Porsche, a GTO class car, has quite a bit more power on the straightaway. So you're going to see this Porsche just take off here, whereas this BMW, it's a bit lighter, it's a bit more nimble. As we go through some of the these medium speed corners where it's able to just carry a bit more speed to the apex, and that's where it makes up its time here. But unfortunately, once you get to the straight, that Porsche just rockets away, and here it comes through one of the Supras. Looks like, I believe that is the 120, our overall leader. Let's get a little bit of stack up here with traffic ahead. I believe that is the 322, the Honda Civic Si. Cool, HQ driver has to check up here. The Porsche probably not seeing him there. And all this is doing is this is just eking seconds away from that battle for GP1. It was 5 seconds across the line. It's probably going to be close to double that by the time this lap is done. Yeah, it should be about 9 seconds at this point. It's important to note, just up the road here, as we see the green car go through, that is the leader in GP1. Just ahead of him is that NFC Motorsports Mercedes, the 123. That is second place in GTO. Need to keep an eye on that car because as we see, the 120 is starting to catch up to it. The 120 being this Toyota Supra here with the bright fluorescent orange nose. NFC is going to try to make sure that they are able to stay on the lead lap here. But unfortunately, a 2:02 last time through, while the Supra was able to just dip under 2 minutes. Again, a very long lap here for the HQ Autosport. I believe may have come down pit lane here. Yep, Dustin says it is on pit lane, currently doing a driver change. Which it does check out. 2 hours, 36 minutes into the race.
Just hate to have that time loss to the leader that he had in traffic. That's one of those things when he got bottled up in traffic like that, and unless they're trying to hit a specific fuel number and time, to get to a certain time point, I would have bailed. I'd have pitted and not lost all this time to the El Diablo car. Mm-hmm. But again, like I said, maybe they were, you've got to get to this point before you can pit, because that is oftentimes part of the strategy here. Okay, and there's the NFC Merc, and here comes that Supra. Big move to clear the El Diablo car. Again, different class, but a critical pass there for the driver of the 120 Supra.
There's the 330 leaving pit lane. So as of right now, we'll stay on the lead lap in GP1, but it's gonna be by only a few seconds here. They need to get up to speed very quick here. Oh no! Exit of turn 1, I believe. NFC driver's right.
Yeah, it just ran wide. Again, you see that the gravel there in the forefront of the picture ran wide, and that gravel, but that dirt drops a little bit, and it just hooked them, and off they went. Well, they have now lost that, that lap. They're down a lap to the leader.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. This
is
is a very wide open track in regards to how your driver is going to look at track limits. It's you have a lot of this open field, open grass sort of thing. So it's how the driver's looking at the corner, at the apex, and at the exit to try to carry the speed. It's not necessarily as frightening as it would be if there was a tire barrier or concrete wall or something like that. So there tends to be a bit more, I don't know how to put it exactly, but a bit more relaxed in terms of your ability to carry a bit more speed all the way to the exit. And so it's super easy to put a wheel off.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right. It's just when you've got this level of runoff, you're just a little bit more willing to push the limit. Because okay, probably the worst that'll happen is I'll spin. And so, you don't want to do that to tires. But yeah, you raise a really good point that a track like this, can sometimes invite that kind of a moment. Oh, man. Yeah, the HQ car lost all that time before the pit stop, and now the El Diablo car just, I think, got around it.
It's directly behind here, full of the mirror.
Here it comes.
Driver's right. There it is, side by side.
Oh, can he
Going
do
to
it?
3,
Ooh.
El Diablo gets it.
Boy, I'll tell you, the driver of that El Diablo car has not only great speed, but he has got great car control. He is willing to put that car in places that his competitors clearly are not, and yet he executes it and does a superb job with it.
Yeah, definitely. About, I want to say 3 laps left of that stint for that 48. It's crucial to overtake HQ and try to pull a little bit of a gap here just in case there's a full course yellow.
And that's important too. When we talk about strategy in racing, it doesn't matter if it's a little shorter race, 2 hours, or if it's a long race like this. You've got to be mindful of at all times your track position and those yellows when they come out, because that could be absolutely critical to how how much position you gain or lose during a yellow, correct?
Yeah, you do have to be careful if you are caught out in a situation like that, because there generally isn't going to be a wave around unless the safety car is not picking up the leader. As Dustin notes, the GP2 leader, the 83 at Palomar pitting. So yeah, you do have to be careful in situations where you want to make sure you're not being a lap down for too long, just in case, because of that risk factor that should a yellow come out, you will be essentially stuck either a lap down or, if the leader decides to pit, you unlap yourself, but you will be at the front of the queue when we go back to green, and you will be, just 15 seconds shy of being lapped.
Yeah, and that that can absolutely gut you and gut your performance. So just being on top of all of these elements, all of these scenarios and possibilities, it's just mind-boggling sometimes. But you've got to be there at this stage. You simply have to be. Yeah, the last laps, and I'm not sure. I think it's a lap after the Mercedes went off. The leading Supra turned to 158.4, and the NFC Merc turned to 203.3. So that is a lot of distance.
And the big danger for that Mercedes now, I believe, being a lap down, that has put them directly in front of the 119, the sister car of the leader. And I believe, looking at the turn 12 and 13 camera, I believe that car has overtaken the Mercedes. So that Mercedes is now dropped down to third in class.
Why did they lose a lap? I missed it. I'm sorry.
A very long pit stop.
Oh, I see.
And an off at the exit of 1.
Gotcha.
Just a spin, got going again, but was stationary for quite a while, and those two things combined. So we've, in short order here, yep, it's happened. We have a 1-2 in GTO for AE Victory Racing.
Yeah, after an unfortunate day yesterday for AE Victory, that they can't convert the pole to the win, and they ran into trouble with the 119. They now have the 1-2. If they can keep that together for the next 4 hours and a bit, I think they'll be happy with how their weekend has gone. Although the 123 only 1.6 seconds behind the 119. So not too far back. Still able, I think, to make an impact on the battle as long as they can keep or get the pace where it needs to be.
Well, and that might be the NFC car may, after that off, may be just struggling to just get back into the groove a little bit.
Right. I mean, having somebody available to follow, like the 119, gives you a little bit more confidence. You can see where the braking points are and focus a little bit deeper. Riding on board with a 330 here, Peter Ingles. It's another good time to take a little onboard action. Come through turn 13. Down the back straightaway here, we got the big bridge. New bridge in the last couple years. Right on the rev limiter there as they get to the 3 and 2 boards. And they get the car come all the way down to the apex. On the exit there, and then apex again, your double apex right-hander here. They click past the pit lane, and then the start-finish line is not until about the 5 board here. So the pit lane is after, or I'm sorry, the start-finish line is after the pit lane, as opposed to being about midway down, like at most tracks. Through the big, long left-hander here, turn 2.
I was going to say, boy, that's a tire paster, isn't it?
Yep. And then your quick right-hander here in 3. It's a little bit off camber. You can see the road falls away from you here. Gets back to a little bit more flat as you go left through turn 4, and then you're going to go up the hill into turn 5. And you really got to commit right about here to finding the apex for turn 5 as you come back down the hill. Left-hander here for turn 6 as you get the car wound up to go around the quick set of left-handers here. Second part of the lap.
This is a fun sequence of corners. You're just balancing the car through there. All 3 of them.
Yep. Well, it's what we've seen in the past, Greg, when people would bring these unbelievable prototypes to Thunderhill with loads of power and downforce, that they could really keep the throttle cracked just about wide open in the second half of the lap there, or the second part of the lap there, rather. That turn 7 was a non-issue, and even turn 8, if you had the tip-in correct, you could get through that with your foot still buried in the loud pedal, and then rocket up to turn 9, where you then have to slow it down a little bit to take that turn. But it was just unbelievable, and JT will know what I'm talking about. You could stand out there on the hill. There is a observation point between turns 14 and 9. There's a pretty tall hill out there that you can stand, and you would watch these cars come, Greg, from 40 car lengths behind and catch people who were already at turn 8, and they'd start at turn 6, and they'd catch them before turn 9. And these prototypes would just come with an unbelievable amount of speed and reel people in the lower classes. It was really impressive to watch.
Well, it's the black art of aerodynamics, man. And you get a car loaded with downforce. It's really almost absurd what they can do.
Yeah.
And but aero, man, it just. And as a driver, you have to rethink things with a little bit of a snap bit of oversteer there. You have to totally recalibrate your mind when you're driving a car with lots of aero, because where you were braking in another car, you just sort of laugh at that brake marker and you go a couple past it.
Right.
And because keep in mind that aero, it doesn't just help you in the corners, it helps you immensely under braking.
Yep. Well, that's why they always talked about it when Formula One runs at Monaco, for example. They talk about having the cars just filled to the brim with aero, which on the surface doesn't make a ton of sense because there's a lot of really slow corners and then one big, long straight at the back, and you'd think you want the car trimmed out. But the teams find often that they really want all the aero just so they can get the car slowed down quicker for all the hard braking zones there at Monte Carlo.
Yeah, it isn't just about high-speed corners. Like at a Motorsport, you want to crank in every bit of aero you can, but for a very different reason, right? But as you point out, aero can also be hugely beneficial. And, the long straight at Monaco compared to other long straights is not that long.
Right.
And so the amount of loss you have in terms of drag, like you said, you can more than make up in just the braking zones.
Yeah, and especially when you're in the tunnel, too, which I understand is subject to a little bit less drag.
This is definitely driving the point home for me, but this is super familiar because I was just this past week doing a sim race with Indy cars at Long Beach. And so I had done a little bit of research on how to set up, an Indy car for Long Beach. And I found a nice interview from a few years ago with one of the, I believe, one of the Andretti cars. And they were talking about how for qualifying, it's pretty much full downforce on the cars because they want that braking performance. Whereas for the race, they might have to trim it out a little bit more just for the overtaking aspects. But for the most part, even though there's not a lot of high speed corners at Long Beach, you still want all that downforce just for the braking performance.
Yeah, there's about, off the top of my head, there are exactly 3 high speed corners at Long Beach, and they're each one after another, and it's only because the track is as wide as it is for those 3 sections. And even one of those, you're trying to accelerate off of a short run. What is that, turn 4, as you're facing the parking garage, and you got the sausages on the inside, and you get going there, and then you've got that one left-hander that takes you back up onto the main road, and then you've got that tight right-hander. But if you can come all the way out to the left, you can late apex it and carry a ton of speed through there as well. But those are about the only places I would think that having downforce would be useful at Long Beach, just because everything else, as you say, JT, you're slowing the car down a lot to get it turned.
And you think about Long Beach, though, most passes happen in turn 1.
Yep.
And, you've just come down that long bending shoreline drive straight.
Mm.
And, okay, I want to make a pass here, but I need a ton of downforce to let me get in deep and make it stick, and that makes total sense when you think about it.
But then you run into the same problem that we saw yesterday for some time with the Ginetta and the Ligier, which is if you have a ton of downforce so that you can make that lake braking move, you're going to get your doors blown off at the start of that straight because it is so long. They're going to have enough of an advantage in pulling out some car lengths on you if they have the car trimmed out, especially at Long Beach where that straight's pretty long, that it won't matter how late you can brake if you can't get anywhere close to their rear wing.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah.
Fortunately, in IndyCar, the performance spread is not quite that large. You're still going to be able to pull in a draft and make a lot of that go away. So that makes a lot of sense. How did that go for you, JT?
It was pretty good.
That's good.
Yeah, finished second about almost 2 seconds back.
Okay. All right. So we're going to follow the GP2 lead car, the Palomar Racing BMW, around the track here for a little bit.
Do want to try to keep an eye here on that 25 Singler BMW. Caitlyn currently running pretty quick compared to the Mercedes ahead. That gap had been 16 seconds after the Mercedes fell to third.
Right.
Now 5 seconds last time through.
And Caitlyn Singler in the car, knocking on the door of third place at this point, and they still have Rob Holland yet to get in the car today. So as long as Caitlyn wants to drive, that's great. But if you figure Matthew did 3 hours, Caitlyn will do about 3 hours. That leaves you with 6 with a 1 hour stint to go. And you put Rob Holland in the car to finish out the race. I can't think of a better way to close out your race if you're trying to really hold on to a third position. So Caitlyn doing exactly what she needs to do here to capitalize on the 123's misfortune here with regards to pace and getting it done.
And she's running over 4 seconds a lap quicker than the NFC Merc. So I don't know whether the car has a problem or maybe it did, when it had that off, maybe he's got a slow puncture. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, she's now at 2.6 seconds away, so she's flying.
I mean, here's we're watching on the screen here. It's important to note she got on the car lap 65. It's been 21 laps or so. She's been extremely consistent running between 157s, 159s. That car has not done a 2-minute lap over 2 minutes this stint. So very quick from Caitlyn Singler right now.
Absolutely. And so you'll see that's the Singler car right there, that white BMW with the black logo on the door. And you'll see the next car ahead of her is the NFC car. So they've cleared a little bit of traffic here. They got a little bit more to get through. I think that is the HQ car if we can go on board, Dustin, and we can see them come by. Yeah, that's going to be them. You can see the NFC Mercedes right on. Whoa, trying to give him a little bit of space there, but the car gets a little loose on him. So that's the NFC car and the Singler Racing BMW going through as we come up through turn 9. And then they're both going to put the hammer down the hill. Caitlyn Singler taking a little bit different line there. I think she's going to take a move here into turn 10. We'll see.
Backs out.
Yeah, I think trying to go a little bit too shallow there to make the move work when you got to set up for this next turn. It's another left-hander. And they've caught some traffic as well, but I think she's going to use that traffic as a pick, at least try. She's going to send it around the outside and gets it done.
What a move.
On the NFC Mercedes. Caitlyn Singler is gone, folks. Went around, used the traffic to perfection, and made the pass on 2024's WRL champions, NFC Motorsports.
I'll tell you, there are pro basketball players that would have admired that pick. That was something else. Well done. Now it'll be interesting to see if that NFC Motorsports car can find a little bit of pace. Boy, she just seems to be driving away at this point.
Yeah, so that last lap, a 2:02, but again, dealing with the battle there. 2:06 from the NFC car. So NFC, I think, getting involved pretty badly in the traffic there, and Caitlyn Singler taking advantage. 119 is posting 156s right now, so if Caitlyn can get down into that sort of range, I think she's got a shot. 34 seconds. If she can make up a little bit of that, and they can make up a little bit of it in the pits, I think we have a pretty tight run to the end of the race here with 4 hours to go. We're not even halfway yet, gentlemen.
I'll tell you another car that's finding pace is the 678, the stack racing with Rapscallion. That Ligier is now, it too is running laps that are about 3 or 4 seconds quicker than the NFC Motorsports entry, and they're only 12 seconds adrift. So we could see a big change there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Adrian Kunsley at the wheel of that Ligier this time out. British Schubert keeping the foot down, another 156 that last time by. And that's 4 seconds a lap quicker than the team car up ahead. Brenda Schubert, I believe, the AE Victory Shootout winner from this past offseason. We had Alana Carter in last season. She's gone back to, I believe, Radical Cup Canada.
Cool.
Well, 158.4 last time by for Stack Racing versus the 201 for NFC. So still getting reeled in, not to the same degree as that last lap where it was a huge swing, but a swing nonetheless.
And that stack racing with Rapscallion Ligier, it is on the same lap, I believe.
Yep.
No, it's a lap down, isn't it?
They're on the same lap as the 25 and the 120.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But not the leader. It is a lap down.
Yes,
correct,
I believe they're a lap down to the lead.
I'll tell you, I'm not, we've been debating whether it was Laura who stayed on board that that leading car.
I think by rule it can't be, especially like she would have to come in right now or you're going to run afoul of the rules, and I just don't see them making and indeed they do. They do bring the car in, so they've done a short stint to get Laura Hayes more time in the car. That's happening right now. So, Greg, look at that. You called it. I don't know if you saw that on the multi-view or what, but indeed the 120 is coming in to get Laura Hayes out of the car.
Well, that's an interesting strategy, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you've got plenty more time in the stint. They're going to do a short fill here, which is going to put them off cycle on the fuel, which will make for a nice strategy wrinkle. Let's see if they take tires as well. And they are putting the car up on the jacks. It is Laura Hayes getting out. I can recognize the helmet. Driver change is finished. And maybe that's the strategy, JT, where if you run the 3 hours, you don't have to wait a long time with the fuel before you do your tire change. So you could get away with putting in maybe only 1 or 2 cans of fuel and get the tire change at a shorter time. In the meantime, you've had your quick driver in the car for the maximum allowable time. I said time a lot there, obviously, but that's what the sport's about, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how well it's going to be because it will be beneficial in one way to be off strategy. But the amount of time you're going to be sacrificing by coming down pit lane, we're going to have to see if that pays off.
Absolutely. I also think there's an angle here where you probably want Laura Hayes to be your driver doing the stint on the old tires if that's what was occurring. It may not be, but you've got 4 hours to go now on a set of tires, which is about optimal for a GTO car. And so they're going to send the 120 here. Yep, and that'll promote the 119 through to the lead. The 119, I am not certain has taken tires because if you recall, they had that shorter stop than the 144. So they may take tires next time in. And I think their pit window is going to be closer to about 340 to 330 remaining. And they have changed drivers and done the what I would call the more standard strategy that one would use. And that's going to put everybody more or less on the same lap here. Singler Racing still about 30 seconds behind second position, but now it's the 120 instead of the 119. That 120, of course, is going to be on cold tires with a new driver versus Caitlyn, who's been in the car for some time and has been very consistent. So this is an opportunity here to make up some time. NFC now getting firmly down into the 2-minute range. Starting to find a little bit of pace in that car.
And just to jump in again, I am so impressed with how quick this AE Victory Racing team is getting those stops done. With driver change, whatever. I mean, to come back out for the 120, to come back out and be within 10 seconds of the sister car up in the lead, that was a very fast stop once again.
Incredible stops by
basically,
this weekend.
Basically 65 or so seconds to get that done. That's impressive.
And that's with only one gun, Greg, and only 2 people changing tires. More or less the Le Mans rules for tire changes in WRL.
And they're just executing it really, really well. And this is a battle for position here. We were just talking about this is the Ligier.
Yeah.
Run down the Mercedes. Again, lapping the better part of 3 to 4 seconds a lap faster. Oh, and the Mercedes again, really, really wide. And I think the Ligier is going to get through here really, really quickly.
I think so too. Even with a little bit of a power disadvantage on the straights here, you have to think that they're going to have an opportunity going into turn 1.
And just from what I'm seeing out there, I think whoever is driving that NFC Motorsports Mercedes right now is in the mirrors a little bit too much. That is missing apexes, all of that. And sometimes that's just because you're looking in your mirror at the wrong time, worrying too much about where the car is behind you.
Right, and indeed, I think
here.
we're going to have the Ligier on the inside. Yep. That's going to be moved on. I don't think the current driver in the NFC car is going to fight that too much. And if anything, this may get them a little bit more focused and back on the pace where they need to be. Gives you somebody to follow.
Well, that's exactly right. And if let's assume that the driver in the Merc right now is a somewhat newer driver, not as fast and experienced as whoever started. We know that Ligier with the current driver is quick. We've seen what's going on. And, for the crew, I would hope they would say, stick with him. Watch what he's doing. This is a quick driver in a quick car.
Right.
And you're capable. Just follow him and learn here. Stay with him as long as you can. And, this is a great opportunity to basically go to school.
Yep, absolutely. Michelle Abate's outlap in the 120 of AE Victory was a 2:03. Now, of course, that gets counted because you are out of the pit lane by the time the lap gets tripped. But this will be her first really full speed lap here. It's a 1:57.7. So instantly 0.3 faster than Caitlyn Singler's last lap. We'll just wait for Caitlyn to click across the start-finish line. We'll see what kind of time she did. 1:58.2. So Caitlyn trying to hang on here, but I think doesn't quite have the ultimate pace of these ladies that are in the AE Victory racing cars that are full-time racing drivers in pro-level equipment with a pro pit crew backing them up and engineering and the whole nine. With Aaron Vogel as your driver coach.
And not too bad.
They're doing all right.
And, you can have a lot of driver skill, but, if you've got a team that just provides top-notch equipment in the class, and you're, as you said, very, very quick, but it's more family operation, that's a tough ask.
Absolutely. But if there's ever an opportunity to do that sort of thing, I think it is here in endurance racing, where you can get a lot of funky results and you can make a lot of small decisions over the course of a 7 or 8 hour day that do stack in your favor. And if you get a little bit lucky, those things can make a huge difference. I think Caitlyn currently being held up a little bit by this Porsche. The Almonte car did a 158 last lap, so about similar pace.
I also I was just texting with Karen Schwartz, Johan's wife.
Okay.
And she is just an amazing human being in her own right. And she confirmed that Johan's going to be getting on board that Altamani Porsche a little bit later on. And,
okay.
So that's going to be fun to watch.
That's going to be when that car comes alive.
Yeah.
You start really seeing that thing move around.
Yeah, and it's not doing too bad right now. You look
not at all.
It's running. This last lap was 2 minutes, but the previous one was a 158. Clear traffic. That's not too bad.
No, not at all. It's one of the vagaries, Greg, of a rule set like this that requires a 200 tread wear tire means that you're going to get that Porsche, already a car that's a little bit edgy to drive. You're going to want to soften that car up and maybe even raise the ride height a tear or just a bit to be able to get the grip out of the tire. You need the little bit more mechanical grip from the suspension, but it's going to make the car a little bit less sharp, and it's going to make the car a little bit less friendly. It's going to move around a little bit more underneath you. And so I think, the setup matters tremendously, especially in a car like that that's known for being a little bit of a handful.
Absolutely. Basically you've got, with that lump, as the Brits like to call it, the engine behind you, that's a big pendulum swing. When you're going through, corners, and it's a unique driving style, and you just got to be comfortable with that car, as you said, feeling and edgy, just in the sense that, as you said, it's moving around underneath you a bit, but you get a really good driver on board, with the engine essentially, right by those drive wheels and all that weight, you get a really good driver on board. These things can fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Porsches. And they're absolutely fantastic in the wet for that very reason.
Well, last season's champions, Greg, in the Trimtex sponsored car, with two WRL drivers, Josh Balicki, of course, of NASCAR fame, who's been working with the Trimtex folks for quite some time. They had basically the same car, Josh Balicki, and then also, we got somebody coming to the pit lane. The 25 is going to be coming to the pit lane, so that's Caitlyn Singler bringing the car in for some fuel, most likely.
Boy, that seems early, doesn't it?
A hair, not tremendously so.
All right.
Keep in mind that car was last in lap 65, I believe. So, yeah, just a few laps early.
Anyway, to finish up my point there, Greg, but that was a winning combination last season, was the pretty darn good pro driver along with Cole Lofsgaard, who is proving himself to be a pretty darn good pro driver rather quickly, able to take that championship home. Rather comfortably, I think it's fair to say, JT.
Yeah. I can't quite recall the points at the end, but yeah, no, it definitely was.
Yeah.
Well, for endurance racing, good driver pairings are a huge thing to be able to put together.
Ooh, I don't see the Singler car on pit lane still. So either that was a pretty short fill, or they're back in the paddock.
They're on track.
They're on track. Okay, got it. Okay. Oh, they were just under me as I started to look then.
So that was a short fill for sure. So they're playing a little different strategy game here.
And that short fill has allowed the 678 and the 123 through. So that drops that car back down to 5th position here. Caitlyn, of course, did have the pace and probably still has the pace to catch that NFC car, but the stack racing with Rapscallion running in the 57s right now. So getting back to the podium, I think, is going to be a little bit tough. But as I mentioned earlier, we really only have to get her in striking distance, and then Rob Holland can go in pursuit of the 678. Although I imagine that the 678 would respond by putting Kevin Madsen in the car.
Yeah, and he was a force to be reckoned with yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. After claiming that win.
Yeah, he ran down at the NFC Mercedes yesterday. It was a great drive-by that he
JT, was yesterday the first time that Stack Racing with Rapscallion have won in that Ligier? I think they've podiumed before, but I don't think they've won.
No, I believe they have before.
Okay, where would
Give
that
me
have been?
1 second.
I don't think it was at Eagles Canyon.
No.
And it might have been Barber?
Nope.
No? Well, JT takes out some historical data for me because I can't remember everything. Turn our attention back to the race here. Just look back at GP1 real quick. El Diablo has found the lead again after a penalty for some contact at the start of the race. They have gone back to the lead. They've been back in the lead for some time, currently about 3 seconds a lap faster than the 3:30 of HQ Autosport. And the better part of a lap up on second place already. And then, of course, 3D Racing and PC Racing behind several laps adrift. So you have to think that those positions will stay about where they are.
Yeah,
number 83 of Powell. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Just while you were taking your break, we were talking about, the battle, because the 330 HQ car had closed back down on the El Diablo Motorsports entry and was, just a few seconds behind and, coming toward a fuel window. And the El Diablo car pitted and the HQ car stayed out and then got into an absolute mess in traffic. And it was boy, that close to a pit window and you're in that kind of a mess with traffic where he was losing seconds a lap.
Got it.
We were talking about it and said, boy, you should have bailed and pitted. And so, that's all part of the strategy of endurance.
Right.
So unless he had to hit a specific time window for what their strategy was.
Sure.
But we don't know. But just looking at what we saw on track, it cost him dearly to stay out and get into that traffic.
Just to finish the rundown here, and then we'll take a look at the YouTube comments just for funsies. 83 at Palomar, driven by Nick Romano, who is no slouch in the Palomar Racing camp. Currently leading GP2 by about 3 laps over the 322 of Honda Research West. Then the 49 of Velocity Group, they've made up a position over AOA. I think AOA having run into some more trouble this weekend. But that 49 Toyota firmly on the podium in GP2. We'll just scroll through the chat here. Mike Anderson, longtime commenter, WRL, part of the Palomar squad. I know this is the WRL stream, but the Volvo wagon drifting is chef's kiss. I agree. Got a lot of cool drifting stuff going on in the background. We talked about that yesterday. It's a great way to expose people to driving and racing, is to get folks that are over doing drifting or doing track days to come by and see some pretty tight racing, especially at the top of GTO.
Yeah,
Last Halo,
intriguing
did
battle,
you get?
that's for sure.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, one of the fun things is you go to, drifting and stuff. Oftentimes you can get a ride and just get a huge thrill, and that just kind of can lock you in, and then you can explore different types of racing, and but sometimes it's just it's a great hook for somebody.
Cast Halo says, haven't caught a race in a while. Did you get new cameras? They look really crisp now. They have been new for about 3 years or so. The unique part about Thunderhill is if you have Verizon, all of the service is really good, and we're spoiled for choice as far as service is concerned. They're waving green flag at the top of turn 9.
Yes.
usually would imply that
55
there's a
AOA.
yellow flag somewhere else. Ah, okay. But there's no yellow flag down at turn 8 that we can see. All right, yeah, I
Still
don't
waving.
know. Oh, there's the AOA car. It's moving.
So maybe that wasn't it?
Yeah, and they're still waving that up there. So
Is there a flag out at 7? It's just too far from here. I can't quite see it.
On board will tell us.
Indeed. Got it. Fascinating.
yeah,
Turn 12, 13, you can see the AOA car limping.
there it is. What a shame.
Oh, gets going a bit more again.
Yep, trying.
Control delete maybe.
Yeah, they're gonna. Fortunately, they're close to the pit entry here, but struggling to get it there. And they elect to stay out, so they must be relatively confident that they have whatever the issue is fixed. I wouldn't say that I'm tremendously confident, but, you know. What do I know? I'm not in the car.
Well, he's certainly more up to speed right now, so maybe, yeah, as you said, the old Control-Alt-Delete, JT, got it back into the right configuration.
So much smoke from the drifting.
It's one of the things about Thunderhill Raceway Park is they really sweat the asset, and if they have space available, they make it available
Yeah.
to ensure that the track could continue to operate, not run into troubles, and become a members-only thing, or start making track rentals $40,000 a day. Not that anywhere else in California would do that at their racetrack. Certainly not. That would be way too expensive.
So are there more comments that you want?
I went through a bunch of them.
Okay, cool. Well, if you guys are okay, I'm just going to step away for a minute.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Greg Kramer with the well-deserved break here after about 3.5 hours of commentary here on DriversEye Live. I'd like to thank TV's Greg Kramer.
Thank you, and I will be back shortly. I'm enjoying this.
And indeed, this may be a good time for a little bit of a reprieve from us, and you can watch some Continental Tire ads, or ad, rather. Pay the bills. I'm down to like 6 miles of range in my gas tank, so I definitely need the check to clear so I can get home. So we'll be right back here. We'll get some words from Continental, and then we'll join you again. 3 hours, 39 remaining here at the Golden State Endurance Cup in Willows, California.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Golden State Endurance Cup here. Round 3 of the World Racing League Championship season. 3 hours, 36 to go. We're about halfway there on Sunday's race. A lot of folks looking forward to getting home. A lot of these teams that traveled looking forward to getting on the plane. A lot of people trying to catch flights out of Sacramento tonight. And I think a lot of folks also excited to make the quick drive home. There's some Bay Area teams, some Southern California teams that are a substantially shorter tow away from their own bed this weekend. I'm Ryan West. We got JT Tammy with us. TV's Greg Kramer has stepped away for a moment. Very happy to have Greg with us this fine Sunday, as well as hopefully next time out at Road America as well. Of course, we'll be going to Road America here in about 3 weeks. It's the last weekend in April. I'm going to pull up the date here just so I don't get it wrong. Hate saying the wrong date. Do you remember when you used to be able to click the clock in the bottom right-hand corner of Windows and it would bring up the calendar right away, and how cool of a function that was? And then they just decided, nah, we don't need that anymore. That's okay. Oh, mine definitely does. You have to click an extra button on this one. Yeah, so next weekend we've got that, and then we've got... Yeah, see, looking at these weekends. I believe it's the weekend of the 25th and the 26th for Road America. Usually one of the best races on the WRL calendar, and a racetrack that throws up a little bit different result to something like this, or Mid-Ohio, or Barber. Finally a big power track that we can go to, and some of these cars that have trouble in the twisty stuff come back around with the big, long straights at America's National Park of Speed. Ooh. Getting a little deep into the curb there is the AOA BMW. Trying to hold every bit of speed they can. I have an update from the Antipodes, and Gino Manley was unable to take the wheel of his Mazda 3 at Bathurst yesterday afternoon? This afternoon. Yeah. So depending on how you want to parse the international dateline situation there. Unable to take the wheel, had some mechanical troubles with that car, and then got taken out later, and he was scheduled to do the final stint. So we wish Gino Manley a safe trip home, and I'm certain it won't be the last time that he goes down to Australia for an event. But hope to see him back with WRL soon. I would imagine we'll see him at Road America, but we'll find out.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like a plane ticket to Sydney is as much as a weekend in a GP2 car at this point, but it's a long flight. JT, have you done that flight? Have you been to Australia?
I have not yet.
It takes a long time to get there. That's new levels of being exhausted when you get off that plane.
Currently, speaking of Australia, on the entry list for Road America is Team Go-Karts Go Australia.
Yes. I am excited for that. I wonder if they will bring their own car again, or if this is going to be them leasing a car from NFC.
It's currently listed as a Mercedes-Benz GT4, so...
Well, it always has been. They had a silver. It was like a silver and white one that they ran at COTA, and then they came to some other event later in the year. I think it was Watkins Glen the following season they came, and they just ran the 124 instead, the whole driver crew. And they're like, yeah, we'll just use their car that's already here. So curious to see how that plays out for them.
Mm-hmm.
JT, what other tasty nuggets do we have on the entry list for Road America?
Well,
keeping in mind we got 3 hours 30 to go here, JT. Let's run through the Road America entry list. Let me put it that way.
I was gonna say GTO. You're gonna see a lot of the same cars you kind of see here.
Excellent.
Currently expecting to see Stack Racing with Rob Scallion there,
Yep.
a Victory with Racing, SoCal Rustlers should be there as well. We'll also see the return of a couple more Supras from TCB Racing.
TCB, yeah, all right.
Currently showing 3 cars from them at the moment.
Yep, so one of those will be the Stoic entry, and the other 2 will be TCB.
As the
Ligier pulls into the pits. Yep.
We'll also see Kingpin back.
Kingpin Racing with cargo shorts, presumably. They're at Chuckwalla this weekend, is my understanding.
At least Sodicol is.
Yep. Well, usually if Sodicol's going, it's with that whole crew.
Yeah, we're also going to be. We'll see ACP back with their BMWs.
Do you mean Team ACP with Tangerine Associates?
Just Tangerine.
I swear, I think they changed the name because I was kind of taking the piss on that a little bit.
Wheelhouse Motorsports.
Okay.
Their first event of the year.
Yep. That's the Ford. Can I call it the Ford factory team? Is that too much?
It's. I can't remember the exact details, but it's basically taking over the program that was the Ford Racing Performance School, I believe.
Ford Performance Racing School, yeah.
Yeah.
So that pit stop by the 678 has promoted Caitlyn Singler and the 25 Singler Racing Team BMW back to 4th. Perhaps there's something to this short pit stop strategy call here for the 25, because now they've got the pace to catch the 123. They're 38 seconds back. Got a lot of racing left to do, and now the 678 is going to be behind by probably about a minute, I would imagine.
Yeah, my thought process.
Oh, but Kevin Madsen's getting back in the car, though, so that's... But he can't go to the end. If Kevin Madsen truly is in the car, he can't go to the end because it's 29 minutes too long. Sorry, JT.
All good. I was trying to theorize the reason for the 25 short stop. I was wondering if that was just to try to beat the 119 out, so that the 25 would stay on the same lap as the 119.
Okay, that could be. All right.
Because at the time they did come out with about a 14-second margin, I believe.
Got it. All right, more entry list.
And then the other big note from GTO is 888 Racing.
Triple Eight
with their Porsche
the
Cup car. Yep. We've got looking at 19 cars in GP1.
Nice.
We are looking at the return of a Corvette through Auto Prep Club.
Okay.
At the moment. Unfortunately, no sign of any of the Porsches like Collective S.
S Collective, or
yes.
Formerly Frozen Rotors, but currently known as whatever they are called.
Whatever they're called.
The other one, the 552. The other Porsche in GP1. It used to be Frozen Rotors, but now it's something else.
Are you thinking maybe Fifth Gear Motorsports?
Fifth Gear Motorsports, thank you, yes.
The 550.
The 550, yeah.
Throw me off.
Sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see them on the entry list.
They're kind of local to that track. I'm a little surprised by that. All right.
Yeah, unfortunately. We'll see a bunch of open throttle BMWs.
Naturally.
As expected. We'll see Palomar there. We'll see El Diablo there. We'll see AOA there. We'll see the return of like Flying Fur and Cajun Canuck.
Wow, okay.
Same with TC Klein. TC Klein will be there. 3D Racing will be there as well. We'll see Ginger. We'll see Bricks back. There's a... I'll say it. Team Friends with Benefits entering a 240 IR.
Nice. Okay.
So that looks pretty good. GP2 is going to have, looking at 7 entries, you'll see the return of your boys from North Loop Motorsport.
Yeah.
We'll see HC Autosport. Cutler Racing will be back with their Porsche Boxster. allegedly we'll see the Sound FRS. I believe that's Garage 66.
Garage 66.
Yeah. Yeah, and then AOA, the 83 from Palomar, of course.
Mm.
As we see the 120 here, right up the back of
The 25.
Yep.
That's the 120 about to put a full lap on the 25. That'll put him a lap down. Which doesn't ruin the prospects of having a podium, but makes it a little bit harder. It sort of pins you in a weird position if you end up with a yellow flag at any point in time.
Yep, like
Caitlyn Singler is going to take the outside line and try to hold a little bit more speed around the outside. And is able to give him a run for the money. I think it's going to be done by the time we exit turn 2 here. But Caitlyn really holding on as best she can. But ultimately lets the 120 go. Now, again, this is a situation where it's Caitlyn Singler chasing down the 120 of, I believe, Michelle Abate. Gives you somebody to follow, learn new braking points. So the 120 running a little bit wide there through turns 5 and 6. And, yeah, has resulted in the 25 going through. So a little bit of a leery moment there for the 120. And it gives the 25 some breathing room. So they come back up and over turn 9, heading down towards turn 10. And there is the 25. So a reprieve for Caitlyn Singler. Of course, this is not a battle for position again, but it is a battle for the 25 BMW to stay on the lead lap. The pace of these AE Victory Racing Toyotas has been incredible all weekend. Very consistent with the hammer down.
Yeah, and it's been great to see.
That was about it for the entry list there, JT.
You also had Roberts Motorsports in 4048.
Okay.
Representing GTU as well.
Perfect. So a lot of long-time WRL entrants making the trip up to Elkhart Lake.
Mm-hmm.
One of the highlights of the calendar every year. Let's go to Siebkins. The Paddock Club. The Good Sandwich Place, whatever that's called. Old deli there in the village. And with plans underway for some premium broadcast enhancements. Again, if you'd like more of these broadcast enhancements, such as a pit lane camera to watch all the pit stops and get really smooth, good footage of those, write to us at I Have Money to Light on Fire, Easton, Pennsylvania, whatever Brendan's address is. Park Lane, I think, something like that. Park Avenue, Park Lane. East, I think it's like East Park or something. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. Anyway, but genuinely, if you loved the pit camera, it'll be available at Road America on a limited basis. We'd love to make that a full-time part of the show, but we need a little bit of help to get there. So if you've got a product you'd like us to promote, and as JT and I mentioned yesterday, if you promote a product on DriversEye Live, you are getting promotion for life. For life. Nobody will shill your product as hard as the hardworking folks at DriversEye Live. No, results are guaranteed.
I love the...
Dustin, you haven't been around long enough, Dustin. We've been shilling the same energy drink for 10 years.
For a decade.
15 years, something like that. It's incredible. It doesn't even exist anymore. We still talk about race fuels and the mild effervescence as the 120 is going to try to take a look down the inside again. Cannot quite do it there for the 25. Yeah, please. All right. So we're going to watch a potential replay here. We'll see if Dustin's taking a leaf out of the Jordan Worth playbook. Oh, watching the YouTube stream on stream. Okay, all right. I mean, yeah, that would work. You could do that. That's all right. We'll figure that out. Ooh, and the 120 is going to try up the inside of 6. It's going to stay along slide on the run to 7 and 8. See, I was watching the YouTube stream. That's the problem. The 25 still holding on here.
Caitlyn is doing an incredible job of hanging on to that lead lap.
Yeah. Little bit of, so that move got done, Greg, right as you had stepped away, and then there was a little bit of a hairy moment for the 120 going through turn 5, and they gave it back up. Oh, look at that. Wonderful. Wow. Look at that replay. Yes. Okay, so we're going to watch this turn 5 moment. Oh, yeah, way outside and gets the car sideways. You got to gather that up, and yeah, that makes sense why the spot was given up.
Yeah, you were right. What a brilliant save.
And the 120 is gone. I believe they are in the pit lane. No?
No,
Oh, no, sorry. I was looking at the wrong BMW. That was the 144. My apologies.
You know, you guys were talking about Road America, and that I consider that home. I used to live in Elkhart Lake, and I love that place. Who doesn't?
What a place to be.
The National Park of Speed.
Yes, sir.
I've always called it America's Nürburgring. It's the closest thing we got.
I think that's a fair comparison.
I do, too. Those runs through the forest from 3 to 5 and out around the backside, the carousel all the way down to Canada. It's just brilliant. What a track. And what a fight Caitlyn's putting up here.
Absolutely. And again, this fight to stay on the lead lap becomes really important if as we get into the waning parts of the weekend, you have a car that does have a mechanical issue after having run, 10 to 15 hours before being refreshed. If they have an off and they need to be recovered, Caitlyn can gain most of a lap back under yellow, whereas if she gets pinned a lap down here, it makes the work that much harder to do to try to get back to the podium. And I do think they're targeting a podium here. Still slowly reeling in the 123 from NFC.
And you never want a yellow, but Caitlyn does.
Right, absolutely.
Right now, she wants a caution.
And I think if is aggressive, when the 120 does finally get around, it becomes that much more important for Caitlyn just to go get the job done and catch the 123 either way. Because if they can catch for third on the road anyway, it almost doesn't matter. Because the likelihood that they're going to catch back up to the 119 is low, just given the pace and the relative, driving merits of the people involved. Caitlyn's obviously an incredible driver, but doesn't have nearly the experience of the folks in the other two cars. Again, we just got to get the car close enough for Rob Holland to hold on to that third position. And in this battle with the 120, she's staying quick enough to continue to reel in the 123 of NFC Motorsports and the Mercedes to the tune of about 2 seconds a lap, which with an 18-second gap right now gives you enough time to make that happen before the end of Caitlyn's drive time.
Yeah, that's a substantial amount that she's quicker than the Merc. Boy,
the trouble she's going to have is the car behind Greg, which is the 678 of Stack Racing with Rapscallion now that it has Kevin Madsen in. I think a strategy wrinkle here is they put him in, Greg, while you were doing your break at 3 hours 30. So they can't guarantee Kevin Madsen to the end of the race. They've got to make one more driver change. But I anticipate that Kevin Madsen will do at least 2 hours in the car and get to the last stint and then throw somebody else in for the finish.
Well, his previous lap was in the 154s, and nobody else, other than the 119 Victory Racing entry at a 156, but nobody's close to the speed we're seeing out of that Ligier right now.
Right. Still 1:09 behind the number 25. But if we're going to start pulling 3 and 4 seconds a lap out of there, that's going to come down rather quickly, and we do still have about 3 hours 15 to go. So it's plenty of time to do that. But again, just the wrinkle of can the last driver that gets in maintain that kind of pace and catch up to who we believe is going to be Rob Holland driving the 25 to the end.
Well, might we see if Kevin, gets out there and puts in some laps, moves up?
And the move is done. I think NFC has come into the pit lane, and that's allowed the 25 to leapfrog into third position. NFC doing a driver change here as well. Wiping off the window, doing some fuel. Now that's going to put them, depending on how long this pit stop takes, that's going to put them right back into the clutches of the 678. So the 678 may have a dancing partner here shortly. Driver change is finished, still fueling. Wiping some of the funk off the front grille. Another can of fuel goes in. That puts us at 3 hours 14, so they should be good with, I believe, 2 more stops, JT. Like a firm 2 more stops, and they'll be good to go. Because they'll be able to make up this 7. Oh, JT has vanished. They'll be able to make up this 7 to 15 minute. Ooh, there we go. The 120 is going to go down the inside for turn 9. Is a nose ahead. I think the 25 is going to pull in here and let the 120 go. And indeed they have. So that's a pass done by who we believe is Michelle Abate in the 120. Has gone back around Caitlyn Singler.
I'll tell you, based on what I've been hearing from you guys about Kate's somewhat limited experience, compared to Michelle Abate, that was a phenomenal attempt to stay on the lead lap by Kate.
Yep.
No question.
Absolutely. A full-time college student getting in the car and putting out that kind of performance is always something to behold.
Now I want to ask you guys something here.
Yeah.
The driver that was so good yesterday in that Ligier, who we believe is in the car now, and you're talking about can't go to the end. Would you put him in the car like they have for an hour to try and get some speed, make up some positions, get in position, then put another driver in for an hour, and then put him back in to finish?
You could, but I think you're going to... if you're confident you can get the driver changes done without a hitch, then sure, I suppose. But I feel like that's more risk than you want to have by doing that many driver changes. Like, I think it would be more optimal to minimize the number of driver changes available and then just take a full chunk of whatever you can get out of your best driver. The same way that AE Victory did, where in the 120, I think they came in probably a little bit early on their stint, but they were reaching the end of the 3-hour period for Laura Hayes.
Oh, yeah, I see that too, for sure. But, if you were just losing time, we got waving green off to the right there at the flag station up at the top of 9. I mean, something happened on the approach.
I see no flag at 6. I can't see a flag at 7, but I don't think I'll ever be able to see a flag at 7. It's just too far and facing the wrong direction. Don't see anything obvious. Strange. But in any case, Greg, I think that probably is an available strategy to people, but it would just be very, I don't know, that just seems suboptimal to me. It would be surprising if that's something you chose to do willingly. Like, I can understand wanting to stop the bleeding, but at some point, if you're already a lap down from the leaders anyway, it almost doesn't matter. You're going to have to bleed regardless of where you are.
Well, that's a good point. Okay, here's a question. Again,
AOA car is pulling into the pit lane, so that might have been the situation with the flag again.
Yeah, they seem to have a reoccurring issue in that car. How much time does a driver change add to a pit stop? Can you do that while it's being refueled or no?
You can do a driver change while it's being refueled, but there's a limit to the number of people you can have over the wall, and the drivers are included in that number. And so it's really easy to end up in a situation where you pick up a lame penalty for doing something silly, having too many drivers over the wall, or you're trying to get the card out, you send somebody else to do the SD card or whatever. There's a lot of moving parts with that I think you would want to minimize if able.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, if the driver change adds, more time than a fast driver could make up on the track, then that's a non-issue at all.
It depends on when you're going to stop, too. So, like, for example, what would be ideal was to get him the whole, because he would get the whole 3 hours if you just had him switch. But at some point, because there was 3 hours 30 remaining, are you going to put somebody in for a 30-minute stint, which is smaller than the fuel window? No, you'd want somebody in the car for an hour to get through a full fuel tank so you don't short fill and have to make basically an extra stop.
Exactly.
And so that's where I'm like, I think they're going to have to leave him in, and they're going to lose out on a little bit of time of him driving just to keep everything square on a macro level.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, you've got a Rob Holland and maybe the car that you could be dicing it with.
Right.
You'd like your ace in at the end. So this is an interesting strategy for the...
Yeah, I was surprised when it happened, for sure. Yeah, still 157s and 156s at the front from the 120 and the 119. 23 seconds separate them. The 119 is catching, but rather slowly. Third place is the 25. Fourth place, the 678 with Stack Racing with Rapscallion. And then the 123, just waiting for them to complete a lap here, and we'll get the gap. But right now, Stack Racing is 54 seconds behind the number 25 of Singler. NFC just coming around. They're about to complete a lap. We will see here shortly. Two-minute lap. They're 40 seconds behind, so they're still losing a little bit of time with the stack car. That stack car, it is in fact the fastest car on track right now. Even the leaders don't have that kind of pace available.
But I'll tell you, much like what we saw yesterday and earlier, earlier this morning, that 120 AE Victory Racing entry, with the margin they have, they can really take care of the tires.
Right.
And so if they do come under some sort of attack, they could have much better tires because they've been able to baby them a little bit because of that margin they have.
Yep. No, that's true too. Before we get back into this pit window, I think a more ad here wouldn't hurt. I know we've done a lot of ads in this hour, but I'm trying to get them out of the way. Let's do one more ad here for a moment, and we'll reset before the next round of pit stops as we're anticipating some driver changes here. So we'll be right back from the Golden State Endurance Cup here on DriverSeye Live, round 3 of the World Racing League. We'll see you in just a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back, folks. WRL here at Thunderhill Raceway Park for the Golden State Endurance Cup. Just over 3 hours remaining today in our Sunday 7 hours. Absolutely beautiful day out. Currently, the race being led by the 120 AE Victory Toyota Supra. About 26 seconds ahead of the sister car, the 119. It's a 25 from Singler Racing sitting third. Just a bit ahead of the Stack Racing for Rapscallion Ligier. And then the 123 Mercedes from NFC Motorsports rounds out the top 5 in GTO and overall. So 48 from El Diablo Motorsports leading in GP1. A nice healthy margin over the 330 from HQ Autosport. Pretty much a mirror of what we saw yesterday in GP1. A little bit further back, we have the 80 of 3D Racing sitting third. PC Racing, the 43, sitting fourth after having ongoing issue, seems, with the car. Making some trips down pit lane a little bit earlier in the race, but seems to be running decently well since. And unfortunately, the 383 from Palomar Racing, currently in the paddock. I believe that might be done. Unfortunately, they were having some issues with the, I believe they're referring to as the computer system, with that car being a bit outdated, as well as only being able to use part of the fuel tank, requiring quite a number of short stints. GP2, it's the 83 from Palomar. Continues to do a fantastic job today, running very quickly, not only in GP2, but some competitive times with some of the GP1 cars. They've currently got about a 3-lap margin over the 322 Honda Civic from Honda Research West, your winners from yesterday. And then sitting third place, the 49 Scion FRS from Velocity Group Racing. And a little bit further back, the 55 BMW from AOA Racing.
And going back to that GTO overall battle, we continue to see the fastest car on the track, JT, is that Ligier from Stack Racing with Rapscallion, continuing to run in high 124 to high 154 to high 155 range. And the only car that's consistently running close to it in terms of times is that 119 AE Victory Racing Supra that sits in the second spot. So Rapscallion right now is absolutely flying out there, but of course they're down a lap at this stage. But this is endurance racing, so they're giving it everything they can right now to stay in a position to make something happen should there any problems sort of befall some of the other competitors. But man, they are flying. And remember, they were the winners yesterday with a great last stint chase down of the then leader and taking the win with about a half an hour to go. So don't rule them out.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, we've just crested the halfway point of this race. There's still so many things that can happen. And as we see with a lot of WRL finishes, things tend to come together towards the end somehow. But yeah, fantastic victory for them yesterday. I believe that's the first win for the Ligier JS2R. Going back a little bit from the results in previous races, they believe they've got a number of podiums with the car, but I don't think they've got a win until yesterday. So, I mean, hats off to what they've been able to do this weekend.
Yeah, and there's a lot to like about that, isn't it? I mean, one, it's just a great looking car. Two, it's a genuine mid-engine car, so it's got fabulous balance, and that usually means it's a little easier on tires than the other cars around them. So it's a really stout package. And, as you said, they've had some podiums. They've, been able to learn a lot about the car, tweak it a little bit here and there. And yesterday, it just all came good for them. And let's not forget, the driver in the car at that time was pretty talented too.
Mm-hmm.
And we have sort of hit that zone in a long endurance race where a lot of people are out of sequence in terms of pit stops. We don't have any really stellar racing going on. The Team AE Victory Racing 120 that has been at the front for a lot of the race today continues to run there, about 26 seconds clear of the team car, which is they're running near identical times. And that team car, the 119, was closing in just a little bit, and now we've seen that 120, JT, pick the pace up, just turned to 157.2 to make sure that they maintain that bit of a margin up front. But as we talked about, with that kind of a margin, and especially when you have your team car behind you, you can sort of backpedal a little bit, just enough so that you're taking absolutely as little as you can out of the tires while still maintaining a pretty good pace, which just means that the farther into the race you go, the better the weapon you're going to have relative to everybody else. And in endurance racing, that's pretty important, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely have to have a long-term lookout for how the race is going to unfold. And so if you can conserve, the tire, the abuse you're using the cars in terms of like if you're, using a lot of curbs or something like that, the less abuse you can do to the car right now can, definitely pay benefits, hours later in the race.
That's a really good point. I mean, we were just watching that car right there, and did you notice how the driver is staying completely clear of curbs right now? Exit curbs, entry curbs, apex curbs, all of it. Just trying to stay off that as much as possible. Just used a tiny bit of it right there. But in a couple of the key spots where a lot of the cars are running way up onto the exit curbs and bouncing over the apex curbs, not even close to it. Just really taking care of the package right now.
Yeah, it might not play such a large role here, but then again, we've also seen a number of reliability issues up and down the paddock this weekend. I know it definitely plays a large role at tracks like Road Atlanta, for example. I know we've had interviews with drivers that are saying they're doing the best they can to avoid using too much curb or any at all, just because of how much it can really shake up and abuse the car. So it reminds me a bit of a lot more traditional endurance racing than the more modern stuff, where you do have to be a bit more aware of the car. It's not necessarily, built to withstand the crazy amount of stresses that you might from like a factory manufacturer program in the top levels of endurance racing. It's a bit more old school in a sense.
And that's, what we love about this type of racing. Yeah, if you're in a full factory effort in a big pro racing series where after every race the car is essentially rebuilt, well, then you can go out there and hammer curbs and everything. But, a lot of these teams, they're trying to make components last for a few races. That you don't have that kind of budget and support. And so that's really, really crucial to be able to, when you can, avoid stuff. And, you were talking about Road Atlanta, Road America, you think about that exit curb, say at turn 1, where you can run over it, but man, does it generate a huge amount of chatter through the car. Same thing at the exit of 5, if you run wide there, and exit of 8. I mean, all of these key corners, it can really beat the car up. And so, on a track like this where the curves are a little more gentle, maybe not so bad, but you still don't want to abuse it too much here and end up with a possibly totally avoidable mechanical failure.
Yeah.
I just see on screen here
the
that
times,
gap available coming down to the third place Singler Racing Team number 25, and it's just consistent. The Caitlyn Singler's running the 159s. I think the tires starting to give up a little bit on that 25, especially as it gets a little warmer here at Thunderhill. But just not a whole lot that can be done to stop Kevin Madsen in the GT4 car.
Yeah, but I mean, it's really hard in this case because it's not so much that the BMW is running slow. It's not. We've seen both this stint and the previous stint. Caitlyn is running a very consistent pace at pretty much just under the 2-minute mark, which overall is fantastic. The issue is we're seeing a very quick driver in the 678 at the moment who is lapping several seconds quicker, which wasn't necessarily the case earlier in the race.
Right.
So what Caitlyn is doing right now is what you want out of essentially what is your second driver, your middle stint driver.
Correct.
Basically running very consistent, running very smooth, staying out of trouble, and getting you to a spot where you can go and fight hard at the end of the race.
Absolutely. That's a good point. I like that.
Yeah, and they very well may have given her a target time and said, we want you to, just like a metronome, we want you to clock in 158s, 159s. And she's done that. She's been absolutely consistent. You talked about that earlier, JT, that she's just metronomic right now, just clicking in those exact times. And you got the guys on the pit wall that are going, if you could do that and keep us with those lap times, we're in with a shout here. So I think I'm been very impressed with what she's been doing here. And remember, her defense of trying to stay on that lead lap was just brilliant in a car that arguably wasn't as fast by any means as the car that was trying to put her a lap down, and she just refused to let it happen. The interesting thing is the second place 119 AE Victory Racing Supra just turned a 56.6, and is now gone from, was it 24, almost 24 seconds back to just over 21. And again, we don't know, there's that little game that can be played right there because everybody else is down a lap. But, you wonder, is it, hey, go race. Yeah, we're in the same team, but you're free to race each other. Be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, a little bit of a race here at the front still, as that gap continues to come down between the 119 and the 120. But again, we're going to get one more driver shuffle here throughout the rest of the race. So those pace advantages or disadvantages may change still.
And to add to that has anybody just been able to hold on and have a nice, more fresh pair of tires they can throw on late too?
Right.
Because, for all of the other elements in racing, great car, great chassis, great brakes, good aero, talented driver, all that, none of it matters if those 4 little contact patches on the tires aren't giving you the grip you need.
Right.
And, and people tend to forget that, but it all really comes to every input, steering, braking, accelerating, shifting, all of that. It all translates to the tarmac through those 4 pieces of rubber. And those contact patches aren't very big.
No.
3 by 10 maybe on the fattest tires here. That's not much.
Right.
That's why I've always been amazed when I watch MotoGP racing and they're dragging elbows and the contact patch on the side of the tire is the size of a credit card.
Right.
It's nuts, but it's
they've got the one tire too to use the whole race basically, unless you're going to go change bikes or what have you, and they've really got to look after that tire.
Yep.
Two hours 48 remaining here. I think everybody is a little bit off the preferred sort of normal pit cycle as well. So I don't think we'll see people coming in and pitting together or on the same lap at any point now, just because we've had some variations here in how some have chosen to do it. There are times in WRL where we have seen 2 or 3 cars come in and pit at the same time, and you get to see that really direct battle. But that has not happened here.
Sorry, I was just watching the multi-view here, going from essentially turn 8 through the entry to turn 11, the 119 trying to put a lap on the 25, and going side by side that entire way for several corners. Was both quite interesting. It was good to see both drivers being respectful, but neither really giving any inches.
Right. Well, I think, if I'm being really honest, Caitlyn Singler, if she hasn't already, when they do the gong show for AE Victory next season, should probably be in with at least a shot to go to that.
Yeah.
Showing here heads up that she's got what it takes, and who knows in the same equipment.
Yeah, she's been absolutely stellar. Sorry, JT.
Oh, I was just going to point out, I just wanted to double check here. She is, I believe, a finalist named for the 27 to 28 IMSA 3D scholarship.
Ah, okay, all right.
I don't know if the final, if the winner has been announced yet, but
Sure.
As of last month, she was part of that group of 15 vying for the $300,000 scholarship to race in IMSA.
Excellent.
Well, she sure has shown me something today.
No kidding. Almonte Motorsports is in the pit lane. They're putting some fuel in the car.
Do you think that Mr. Schwartz would be getting on board this early?
Yeah, I do. I think we are in the window for Johann Schwartz to get behind the wheel of the car.
And they're a long way down, but it'll be fun just to watch his lap times.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, Caitlyn Singler pulls the car in. I think she'll be nearing the end of her drive time here. I would expect a driver change. After a hard-fought battle to stay on the lead lap, ultimately unable to, but did a great job of catching where she needed to catch. I don't see anybody else on the pit lane right now, though. And they are going to do a driver change there.
They must have.
Oh, I'm sorry. They are under where I am at. Yes, they are doing a pit driver change and a pit stop.
Oh, okay.
For the 120. They're just below the window, so I couldn't quite tell.
For all your talents, you can't bend a sightline? You can't see everything, my friend. Another good look. We've seen a couple of the number 49 Velocity Group Racing entry, and that is the Scion FRS, which is I've always loved those cars. We heard Caitlyn talk about how much she enjoyed driving those cars, and obviously they played a key role in World Challenge Touring car racing in the secondary class, but have always put on just a fabulous show there. I've driven one, not raced it, but I've driven one around the track, and really nicely handling, and just a really pleasurable car. A little underpowered, obviously, but sort of by design. But they're doing a really nice job hanging on to third, down a few laps, but hanging on to third in GP2. There they are.
As the 9 comes out of pit lane as well.
All right, the Almonte Motorsports entry came out of pit lane right when that machine went by. There it is. All right, so the 120, after completing an outlap and then one more lap, I wanted to wait for it, is now an even 45 seconds adrift of its team car, the 119, who, of course, has a pit stop due as well. Mm-hmm. Stack Racing and the Ligier is third. NFC Motorsports, the Mercedes, sits fourth. And Singler now, after their stop, sits in the fifth spot. In GP1, El Diablo Motorsports and the BMW just having another fabulous day. A couple laps up now on the 330 HQ Autosport BMW. And in third, the number 83D Racing. That is the BMW M3. Fourth is PC Racing. That's the number 43, another BMW M3. And in the fifth spot, the 383 from Palomar Racing, although we understand they may well have gone back to the paddock.
Yeah, we did get an update from Mike Anderson from Palomar. They are done for the day. They're going to be heading home early to go spend time with family.
Well, it is Easter, so happy Easter, everybody.
I mean,
if you got to leave early, at least you can go home and spend a little Easter Sunday with your fam.
It's home early, but they have to go to San Diego. So, I don't know how much leaving 3 hours early is going to help you there because they're still going to get there probably after 8 o'clock. So.
Well, maybe families out here as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be. That could be.
The 83 continues to soldier on, though.
Indeed, it does. Oh, I guess the 383, yeah, because that was owned by somebody else here locally. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Ryan Keeley.
Okay, yeah.
Being run by Palomar.
Got it. Right, yeah, there you go. It seems like the NFC car has found a little bit of pace as well. Currently run the 157.75. So after that driver change, the cars found a little bit more pace. So it's now 2 cars between the number 25 and the podium position here. The 120 back to 43 seconds of drift at the 119. Still Brenna Schubert at the wheel of the 119, and I don't think I saw if they did a driver change or not on the 120, because again, it's hard for me to see from right there. I would imagine they did, but who knows? Although I think they have Hannah Grisham named against that car. It'd be decent to get her in for a little stint.
I'm looking through some of the these pit stop lap times here, and it looks like the 8 victories definitely have a bit of an advantage here when they're doing just your standard fuel stops. Anywhere from like 5 to 10 seconds quicker than some of their competitors, with the exception of one early stop from NFC.
Right.
That was more or less on par, but in terms of stack racing, those tend to be longer stops, looking at about like nearly 3-minute 30 laps for that, compared to almost a 3-minute flat.
I'm just looking at the time remaining here. Rob Holland did get in the number 25. If you're thinking they do an hour and 10 on fuel, I don't think they're going to make it on one more. Because that's going to get them to an hour and 30-ish, hour and 20 remaining, and they'd really have to stretch the stint both times to make it on one more stop. I think they've just not quite made it on range to get away with it. So they'll have to make a short fill at some point. Mm-hmm. Whereas we're going to start to get into the window here in another, call it 15 to 18 minutes, where I think we'll see the GTO field, if they can make it that long, come in for their second to last stop.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, unless Rob Holland can do some sort of an amazing fuel save stint.
Right.
And that's tough. And I was going to ask a question, and JT, you pointed out the additional time it seems to be taking to do the basic stops with the Ligier. Is there something in the design of that car that makes it difficult to refuel with the cans and the rigs that are used in this?
I haven't seen the car in person. It could be. I know, like, we've talked with drivers previously who have mentioned that their car is able to refuel on like either side.
Yeah.
Which allows them to save time from having to run the can to the wall, going around the car each time. Also, it could have to do with how much fuel is maybe needed to be put in the car, how large the size of the tank is. There could be a variety of factors that might be, attributing to the pit stop time. Ultimately, don't know for sure.
Well, the good news is I have somebody who is somewhat of an authority on the subject sitting here next to me. I have RJ Till, the series president.
Hey.
RJ, what kind of cheater fueling system does Stack Racing have?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on.
Wow, start with right under the bus.
Yeah, that's right where I get thrown. So, what's interesting is what we've noticed with mid-engine cars and with the Porsches and some of the cars that have the fueling setups up in the front, they do tend to have a little bit less head pressure than other cars do, just as a function of where the cell sits. As they're fueling, production-based cars tend to have the tanks, towards the rear with 3 feet of head pressure, from the fill port down. That's something we're looking at from a rules standpoint, where the Porsches with the frunk fill on the front, for example, you've only got about a foot there total, including the jug, because you're filling directly into the cell versus having a little bit more of that head pressure. Also, part of the reason we limited the fuel jugs to 48 inches, to kind of start standardizing stuff. So we're always looking at all those different things, and certainly, head pressure plays a big role in how quickly fuel gets into the car. If you think about a water tower or something like that, and how that affects water pressure in a residential setting, it's essentially the same thing.
There you go. That's as direct an answer as you could possibly get there. And as always, it's something that they've already looked into. That's kind of why I figured I would ask RJ about it, because almost certainly someone has asked, and they've done the work to figure out why that is. So
yeah,
I appreciate that.
We do require, so all the jugs must be fitted with a 1-inch restrictor. So every jug, all the fuel cans, have a 1-inch restriction on both the vent and on the fill side. So that does work to level the fuel flow rate to some degree. But the fuel on the other side of that restrictor, essentially pulling the fuel down into the tank, does also play a role, and that's where the head pressure comes in.
Got it. Makes a lot of sense. RJ, how happy have you been with our trip out here to the West Coast?
Oh man, I've been thrilled. It's a beautiful facility. Matt Busby and all of his staff here at Thunderhill are extremely accommodating. Very excited to have us out here. Extremely great with all of our guests. Of course, most of our guests that are racing with us here, competitors this weekend, are very familiar with the track. A lot of 25-hour Thunderhill stalwarts out here. So they're very familiar, and they're excited to have us back, and we're already talking about 2027. And of course, it hasn't really been a secret. I don't know how much you guys have brought it up on the broadcast, but
moderately. Other people are bringing it up when they come up for an interview, so it's like, okay, I may as well.
Yeah. The track is very interested in bringing round-the-clock racing back to Thunderhill, back to California, and talking to all the people here. It sounds like something that everybody wants to do. So we're ready. We've already been doing some planning about that, looking at it and seeing how we can get that done for next year.
I think there's a big groundswell available here on the West Coast, especially with the departure of some of the endurance series that used to run out here, and with the classes and level of competition in the other endurance series that do still run out here. I think there is an opening in the market here for this level of around-the-clock racing with this sort of class structure. And I think you'll find there's going to be a lot of cars that are out there that maybe didn't come out for this, but see that WRL came here. They've been to Utah 2 years in a row now, and now they're going to do the endurance race, the long one. Like, you know what? Maybe I will pull my GT4 car out of the shed at Thermal and drive up there. Maybe I will, get that kind of thing going for us. And I think that there's a tremendous opportunity out here to do that as like a launching pad. Hopefully, my hope is to use that as the launching pad for a West Coast championship and maybe hit a couple more tracks that are out here.
Yeah, and that's been one of the big talking points. Obviously, High Plains was one of the original WRL tracks. And it was, we even mentioned it when we announced our schedule this year. Our goal is to build a West Coast championship, add that race back in, look at some more of these California tracks. There's many of them, and they're well loved. Try to build a following out here. And I think what's important is we have to show a commitment to the racers, to this region, that we're going to come and even if we don't get a huge car count, we're going to remain committed. And a big part of that is just the sheer number of teams who make these tows every single race for the last several years, all the way from the West Coast to support us. So it's important that we reciprocate, we come back, and that's what we've been working to do.
Absolutely. Give a lot of these teams an opportunity to get home today and sleep in their own beds and not have to tow 2 and 3 days back and forth to Road Atlanta or what have you.
Yeah, during load-in, the obvious question is always like, how was your drive? And a lot of thumbs up and smiles from the guys who reduced their tow by 20 to 30 hours. So that makes a big difference. But super excited, Greg, to have you on with us. I spent my formative years listening to you call races. So very excited to have you with us. Excited for some of the stuff we have coming to the broadcast. We've got a lot of good things going on. Had a lot of good racing already, and again, a little bit smaller turnout for us this weekend, but we expected it. We're trying to build something here, but we've still had great racing throughout the weekend.
Well, it's been a pleasure for me to get my toe dipped into the water here with WRL, and I'm absolutely impressed by what I'm seeing here. Technically a club or grassroots series, but run. And I'd said this yesterday on the broadcast when I was just sort of guesting in that, professionalism isn't about money; it's about attitude and approach. And I've seen a lot of that professional approach here, and I'm thrilled with being a part of it this weekend and seeing what's going to happen in the future. And I just love the product, and you guys have done a fabulous job.
I think we're about to see the 678 unlap itself from the leader. That's the 119 ahead, which is the lead car driven by Brenna Schubert. The 678 is about to come around that 119, and they'll be back on the lead lap with 2 hours and 30 to go to run down the leaders here. Now, again, that's a tall order, but it only takes one yellow flag or anything of that nature, goofy long pit stop for the 119, and you're right back in it. So the 678 really has turned it on after a slow start this morning. Have been able to really get themselves into the top three here. And like I said, they're about to unlap themselves with 2 hours and 30 to go. It's a long ways to go to do it on pace, but they're doing what they need to do to put themselves in position to take advantage of any lucky breaks.
Yeah, and looks like the driver ID, as you probably noticed, an ongoing process to get that super reliable for us. But we will have actually a whole revamped system as we go into Road America. But it looks like Kevin Madsen's on board that car currently. Working to unlap himself there, and again, wouldn't take anything but a caution to bring that all back together if they manage to do that.
Absolutely. The 123 NFC Motorsports still a ways behind the 678 after having been passed by them on track. Same with the 25, but both of those cars, still owing a stop to the 25, but we're still really on the outside of the pit window here. You'd want to go another probably 5 or 10 minutes before you thought about making this stop and then only one more. And again, as I've discussed, I think the 25 is going to have a hard time getting it done on one more stop. So a little bit of a strategy disadvantage right now for Singler, but they are not that far behind, given that the other two cars ahead still need to make that comparative stop.
Well, I was going to just jump in on that real quick because I've been watching the lap times with Rob on board, and he's running a second or two slower than Caitlyn was doing. So I wonder if he might not be doing what we speculated as at least a possibility of just doing a big fuel save to get them into that window.
Well, the other thing that he was very honest about yesterday was that he had not run the fastest time in the car this weekend. The fastest time was Matthew having thrown down whatever the quick time was. Right now it's a 1:55, and I think that was Matthew who had done that this morning on lap 11. And he was pretty honest about, hey, I'm not the fastest driver in this car. He brings a lot of experience to the scene, but isn't the outright pace driver. And so that could be, Greg, as we had talked about, that he's trying to get a little bit of fuel save done here. The problem is if you try to fuel save too much, you're going to be out of reach anyway. You'll have saved too much fuel relative to the amount of pace that you need, and they won't be in the region at all. You got to be able to be at least really close enough to get to fourth.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, if they get a yellow here...
Oh, this is ugly.
Ooh, yep.
That was really close.
That's the 119 trying to pin the 678 a lap down still. They're going to come up and over turn 5. And they're just going to have the SoCal Wrestlers car ahead of them. And the 678 is going to go down the inside. I think the 120 and I'll let him go here.
I almost wonder if when that previous turn, when things got a little intense, if that 119 said, I don't want to get wrecked.
Right.
I'm leading by a lap here. Let's not be silly, because obviously the driver of that 678 is being pretty aggressive. So there's in endurance racing, it's always risk versus reward, and I think that may have been a really smart call by them to just say, "Geez, he's being way too aggressive. I'm just going to let him go."
Yeah, and Yeah, and checking on, just bringing some more insight in here. That Leger running at about 2,600 pounds versus, the Supra being a touch over 3,000 pounds. So a 600-pound disparity, and this certainly being a handling track. And, as we work on our performance balancing, the APV table, all the stuff that we brought in this year for GTO in particular to help balance that, these new tracks, new cars, all these things present new challenges. We're always learning. But certainly hearing from some of the West Coast teams that this was a, quote, power track, I think that's more relative to how Sonoma might not be a power track.
Correct.
So still very technical.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, I wouldn't call it a power track per se, and the lighter cars are certainly have a bit of an advantage in certain places here.
Yeah, that's a Ford V6 in the back of that Ligier at about 350 horsepower. So with that little bit lighter weight, I mean it certainly can hustle here.
Well, it'll be tuned down, RJ, to like 2.
Yeah, we're in the 270, 280 range.
270 range,
for them at the wheels. Yeah, and the good thing here, especially given the type of racing that we're doing for a lot of these GT4 cars, is they are turned down, which certainly helps with longevity, helps with heat, all the things you want in an endurance race as well. But it is a power to weight series. We're at 9 to 1 plus those APV modifiers. So you're looking at a car that's about 600 to 700 pounds lighter than that Supra, and running about 60 less horsepower at the same time.
That was going to be my next question, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, and obviously, it is the challenging part of the job is when you're going track to track. Obviously, that lighter car is going to have a bit of an advantage here. We go to Road America or Daytona. That car is I assume, and they would know better than me, but you have a little bit more aero drag, which benefits it here, but may they're going to have to trim it out when we go to Road America and Daytona. And then some of these heavier cars are going to have a little bit more of an advantage as they break inertia and all that stuff. The weight matters a little bit less.
And if you're a heavier car, you've got a little bit more power, and that's something you want gobs of at Road America.
Ooh. Yep.
As you can see here.
I see him. Let me see if I can get eyes on that one.
Got somebody off here.
Yeah, perpendicular to the 5 board. Let's see, white rear. Race control says the 49, so yeah, that very well could be our Scion FRS from
Yeah, I lost him
Velocity
here.
Group.
Yep, that's correct. That's the number 49. Just right beneath me here. I'm not seeing any signs of movement.
Announcer's curse. I apologize to them.
And to confirm, RJ, this is their first event with WRL, correct?
Yeah, that's going to be their first event with WRL. Running that FRS, getting a car to, and again goes back to talking about having to show the teams, that we're serious about this region. But getting the car ready, they're a little bit underpowered for their weight, but we're still obviously showing pretty well throughout the weekend, and I think they've got some plans to get a little closer. So I think we're going to see good things from that team in the future as well. Still looking at them here. I'm not seeing many signs. I know we'll be race control will be communicating with the team to see if they're going to need a tow or not. Of course, that's going to have implications at the front of the field now, as we've seen the Rapscallion unlap themselves.
Yeah, and we were questioning whether or not the 678 would have to do a splash towards the end. And if things were to change right now, this could very well benefit them.
Yeah, and certainly for, from my position, we like to not see full course cautions. Does change the dynamic of the race. Certainly lower car count races will have fewer of those. I am still looking here at the number 49. I'm not seeing a lot of effort to get moving here. They obviously know more than I do, so I think race control should be getting an answer to that soon. All right, and we've got safety with the 49. It looks like
Heck
this
yeah.
is going to be done under a local here.
Excellent.
And you know, that is one of the toughest calls for race direction at any race, isn't it? Is whether to throw that caution. I mean, obviously, if it's a massive incident, it's easy. But you know, when you've got somebody who's just spun installed, you see him give so much opportunity for that car to get going, but eventually, you just have to pull the pin. And of course, half the time, the minute the yellow goes out, that guy starts up and drives off.
Yeah.
But that's got to be a really, really difficult decision because of how disruptive it is to the flow of the race.
Yeah, and we've got Steve DeBreck up in race control. He's worked with us for a very long time. We tend to go with whatever the track is comfortable with. Obviously, safety for the workers is the number one consideration when we're here. But most of these tracks that we visit take pride in their ability to do these hot poles and keep the race green. These guys and girls are huge race fans as well, and they want to see the race stay green and see us do as much racing as possible, and just incredibly thankful for all the workers here, all the places we visit. I mean, just an important, underappreciated sometimes job, but fantastic crew here at Thunderhill Raceway. From what I could tell, they've all worked together a lot, and they just do a really, really, really good job.
Well, and that brings up a really, really good point too. Is one of the things that when I was taking a look through the website and the rules, and you've got that what do we expect of our drivers segment, and a common phrase there was respect, and you've got to not just respect your other drivers on the track, but I'm sure you guys are pretty adamant in pointing out you need to respect the corner workers, you need to respect especially any of the EV workers that are trackside trying to help. And when you get that understanding sort of baked in to the culture, then you can do these hot poles and keep the racing going. And that's what everybody, as you said, really wants to see. And there you see it, a great example of everybody working together. You can see the tow truck, and you got the safety vehicle behind, protecting the driver on the tow. That's how you do it. And that's how you keep a green race green.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And so many of these tracks, just so many of these dedicated individuals that are willing to spend the whole weekend out here with us, keeping these races going. It's again really one of the most important jobs, and again underappreciated sometimes jobs out there.
Yeah, they sure are. And for the corner workers, who was that? Oh, the Rapscallion just pitted? All right, well, this is going to be fascinating. How quick will this stop be? Is this their short fill?
Yeah, we will have to see. I've got eyes on them here.
So I think at this point they should be good after this with one more stop.
Yep, we've got AE in as well, along with Forza. Quite a few cars pitting. Looked like maybe many of these cars were hoping that would ring out a full course, and when it did not, they were still in need. I'm seeing a second can going in here for Rapscallion, and they're out.
And would 2 cans be about right for a complete fill for Rapscallion?
Well, I want to make sure I'm saying the right things here, because
Sure.
I did look away, so I don't want to. Yeah,
no worries.
Commentating is not my primary role here, but certainly very, very rapid stop there from Rapscallion. So the jugs, we do require the jugs be marked at 6 gallons. So when that helps us kind of do a quick check of capacity as they're filling. So 2 jugs would be 12 gallons, which would be shy of their total capacity, but I'm not sure exactly where they were at that far into their run.
All right, and that's roughly 25 seconds for 2 cans, give or take?
Yeah, that's about what we would expect, certainly. They've got their fill on the pit wall side. I know that was a point of discussion earlier, so that makes for really rapid filling. A lot of these teams will flip their fill ports on the cars. A lot of the cars have provisions for that. Even quite a few of our home-built cars will build that in as well. Obviously that's a pretty big advantage. Having the wide open pit stop rules here, kind of unique to amateur racing, but is important to us and remains important to us. I think it really keeps the team involved. There's a lot of ingenuity and skill going on behind the pit wall as well as on the racetrack. And we think it keeps everybody involved and keeps everybody part of the process and part of the race.
Well, yeah, that's what I love about WRL is there is a lot of room for ingenuity. As you point out, that there's quite a lot of openness in terms of how you can build your cars in these classes, the stuff you can do, on pit lane, that sort of thing, and it's all built into what is a rule set that makes it very safe. Or should be on pit lane, for example. I know WRL takes, a very big priority on safety measures, and it's absolutely great to see. And you can still have, teams trying to find a way to do things a bit more efficiently, or something like that.
Yeah, and nobody likes penalties, but ultimately that's the mechanism we have to keep that safe. And as we've seen these teams get better and better, we've implemented the drive-through penalty for our second pit lane infraction this year.
Yes.
That really, I think, is going to help tighten things up. We really, truly do hate giving those penalties that can affect a race. But again, the safety is a really critical factor, and those penalties are critical to us being able to do untimed pit stops.
Yeah, it's absolutely paramount is safety, especially when you're dealing with fuel, hot cars, whatever. And it is great. I do love this introduction of that second infraction being the option to be a drive-through. So it's not necessarily as massively punishing as it would be previously, while still strictly enforcing these safety rules that need to be followed.
Yeah, and that truly is down. The reason we've lightened that up is it's just because all of our teams have been doing such a great job, and that's and everything that we kind of do here is a lot of it's been us rising to the professionalism and the effort and everything that goes in, all of the hard work that these teams do, really pushes us to be better and do better. So, just a great environment we have here. Super thankful for all the teams, the series, and what we're able to do.
And I got to jump in here on this pit stop thing. Obviously safety is paramount, and also cost containment. And what I love about the way that this seems to be structured is you've done what you need to do in terms of the cost containment. To keep people from having 8 guys over the wall, 2 for each side, all that kind of craziness that could happen. You've got the safety factor in, but by through cost containment measures, you have made it possible to still not have to mandate a minimum pit stop time. And I think that's fabulous because, as you said, it's a team. This is a team sport. Yeah, the driver gets the recognition a lot of the times, but these crews are the unsung heroes. They work like hell to get these cars not just fast, but safe. And then the drivers go out and steal all the glory. And I love the fact that here the crew can make a difference. So we've seen it, the AE Victory Racing. Both cars have had amazingly efficient pit stops, and they're running 1-2 right now. And the fact that this series allows for that, you can drill on your pit stop and find a second or two in something you're doing. I think it's fabulous, and you've got the cost contained, the safety factor remains, and you make this a real team opportunity here. I think it's absolutely fabulous.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking down here just to make sure we're checking in with everybody. Looks like El Diablo still leading. One of the concerns, I got a little bit of background on some of this stuff because I've been talking to everybody. They've been burning through oil at a pretty high rate. They've got an onboard AccuSump system. Sometimes those are plumbed to work automatically. When it sees a drop in pressure, it'll feed more oil in and then act as a capacitor, if you will, for that oil capacity. They have their set up actually to deploy additional oil as the engine drinks it. And they found themselves going through all of their onboard oil plus adding a little bit more at the end of the race yesterday. Certainly want to see them remain reliable, but that could be a factor in this race, as you can see the back of their otherwise very shiny green car becoming increasingly dirty. HQ Autosport, big friends. They're all buddies, West Coast friendly competitors with El Diablo. Behind, 2 laps down currently, would be the benefactor of any issue there, so that we certainly don't hope for El Diablo. And then we've got Palomar leading from GP2 with Honda Research West, our winners yesterday, and wanted to shout them out as well. I think it's been quite a very long time since we've had a front-wheel drive car win a WRL race, so I was really excited to see that. And the Honda Research West guys have been racing with us quite a bit, had a really good showing at COTA in a big GP2 field. We do have a helper modifier for the front-wheel drive cars because they certainly do abuse front tires a lot more. So giving them a little bit more straight line speed to offset some of the handling challenges that come from asking so much of the front tires. They're about 127 laps, so pretty good gaps across GP2. Looks like it's going to be maintaining and hanging on still in podium contention there. The 49 car dropped out due to a gearbox issue. I just got a text message on, so hopefully they'll be able to get that back under control. They still have a pretty big gap over AOA number 55, so if they can get that remedied, they may have a shot at staying in it.
Yeah, so I'm curious. I tried to go back into what history I've documented myself, but I believe that is the first victory for our Honda Research West. Is that correct? In WRL?
In very modern history, yes, and I think they started racing with us in about 21 or 22.
It's been a while.
Yeah, one of these days I need to sit down and see how many races I've been a part of with the WRL. It's a lot. But yeah, super excited to see that. Obviously that front wheel drive modifier put in place. We want to see. I really like I love BMWs. I race a BMW myself, but we've been accused of being a BMW series, so always excited to see variety out here. That MR2 yesterday of dive bombers, just love that car. We were just drooling all over it with the Beams engine in it, and that car at 2,200 pounds in GP1, which I think is our lightest car we've ever seen in that class.
Wow, but I mean, like Barber, we had a decent variety in GP2. I mean, we had our GR86s, we had the BRZ from Lagunatix, we had Porsche Boxster from Cutler, which I believe we'll also see at Road America as well. AOA had their MX-5 out, the 851. I believe we've seen, God, who was it? Fawn Group Motorsports running the Hyundai Veloster at COTA. We've had a good variety in GP2, which has been great to see start to expand a bit more, and I'm hoping we'll see that also in GP1 as well.
Oh yeah, and there's so many good options. There really truly are. I mean, obviously BMWs are a reliable, safe choice, but we do want to build the rule set in such a way that people feel comfortable bringing out a car they're comfortable with. Which is really the key to endurance racing. Trying to come out here with something that you're not knowledgeable of, you don't have experience with, can be a challenge. And so we want to make it as appealing to everyone, kind of regardless of what they're running. And that's kind of obviously the challenge of getting the rules going and working through the performance balancing. But been encouraged at what we've been seeing, and the work continues.
Well, and I love that move to be really inclusive, and you could do that, when you've got a smart rule set like you guys clearly have, and you can welcome a wide variety of cars and get them all in a similar performance window, and just by simple modifiers and a little bit of power to weight, and get them close and let them race. And that's what's so encouraging about this, and about growing the car count, because it's like, okay, I don't want to buy a GT4 car. I think I can build a really nice race car myself, and let me come out and and give it a try. And I think that's just fantastic. And I did want to say, now that you've let us know about the oil burn issue for the El Diablo Motorsports car, maybe that's why they're just being so aggressive with these crazy outside passes and stuff. Is they're just trying to flow as much speed as they possible without having the throttle nailed all the time. They've been absolutely spectacular to watch. I'm joking a little bit, but the drivers in that El Diablo BMW are just impressive to watch.
Oh yeah, and it goes back, I think, a little bit to the weight of the car. And yesterday, I came up to him after the race and I said, I'm sure you saw it because you were in the car, but I saw them get passed by the Rapscallion Leger on the inside going into turn 1, and then by the time they were exiting turn 1, they had pulled back in front again on the Continental tire, which will go a full race, and in a production-based car. I mean, it's just the way they have that car set up and configured. It's like just excellent around here.
Oh, it just sticks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think over the big hill here in turn 5, going back to what we were talking about before, this being a really unique situation, the heavier cars I think are just having to check up quite a bit more there. Otherwise, all that momentum, all that weight, all that inertia will carry them up over the hill, where they're able to just carry tons of speed through there.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And then on the exit, just go around the outside and send the hot dog wrappers and dirt and debris in the air, and it just works. Yeah, they've really got that dialed up.
Yeah, and I don't want to misquote, but they have won several 25-hour Thunderhill races out here. And actually, I mean, I know I'm talking to people throughout the weekend. We've got a ton of 25-hour Thunderhill winners out here, which I think has made it a little bit challenging for some of our East Coast teams who have made the trip out here from the central part of the country, who don't have quite as much experience. I think in my very little time around the track earlier in the week, it's definitely a place that I think it's going to take you a couple trips to learn all the tricks.
Yeah, definitely. We kind of touched upon this a bit yesterday, but this is a track that doesn't really have a lot of presence in sim racing, so it's a bit harder to kind of prepare for coming here. And the track, the nature of the track itself is a bit deceptive with, all this runoff that you have. You really do need to carry a lot of speed through some of these high-speed corners. A lot of medium to high-speed corners. Quite a few of them are a bit, blind in terms of your exit when you're coming over the crest of the hill. You hopefully have turned in correctly. At the same time, with all this runoff, it's kind of easy to really push the car a little bit too much, and so drivers are trying to have to understand exactly how to navigate this tricky sort of situation where it's okay, there's a lot of runoff, so in one case, it looks like I can carry more speed through here, but also at the same time there's not a really lot of good reference in how you should be able to appropriately do it without either scrubbing speed or carrying too much speed through. So it's been very interesting to watch drivers who don't necessarily have that experience as, a lot of the drivers with that, previously participated in the 25 hours. So there has been some sort of edge that we have interpreted from, teams like El Diablo, for example.
I was just taking a look here. It looks like the 678 continues to whittle away here at the lead that the 120 and 119 currently have, running 156s. Another one of the things that we've noticed, these lighter cars, as we get into the heat of the day, and as track temperature starts to come up, tend to be a little bit kinder to these DOT street tires that we're on, and can help them keep them inside the window as the heat increases. And then the heavier cars, obviously, at a technical track like this, working in the opposite direction to make sure that they can keep the tires in the window, having to back down a little bit. So I think we're going to see that be a bit of a factor as we continue to go. No cloud cover to speak of currently, so certainly the track temps are starting to come up.
And that's part of the endurance racing game. is to understand that you can't just go full chat all the time. At times you've got to just manage the tires, sort of drive the gap. Okay, yes, I could be 2 seconds a lap faster, but that would take a lot out of the tires. Sometimes you're trying to make a fuel number, to get to a certain point in the race. All of these different things come in, and it's the teams and the drivers that best do that big picture view of, what is the fastest way to be at the front after 8 or 7 hours of racing, not just be the fastest in my stint.
Yeah, definitely. And, a victory probably with a lap on third place had the luxury of maybe being a little kinder to those tires. But now at this point, I think they're going to find themselves having to push to stay ahead as this lighter car is coming into its own in these conditions. We're seeing kind of the pace is certainly creeping up across all the classes. So I think we're starting to see that have an effect.
Yeah, and we are quickly coming up on only 2 hours left here in the Golden State Endurance Cup for the World Racing League here. Thanks for tuning into our coverage of DriversEye Live. But we get into this last 2 hours, depending upon what you've got left for your car. And you might want to wait until you get to an hour before you just sort of unleash things a little bit. But we're closing in on the end of this. So this is where we start to see those strategies start to play out a bit.
Yeah, looking over yesterday, it at least seemed to us that the Ligier just had a slightly better advantage on fuel, able to go just a couple laps longer than the Supra, the Mercedes. So it's going to be really interesting to see if once we do get to this final pit stop window, if they're going to be able to save a little bit of time on pit lane, just through the fueling process, maybe just taking just slightly less fuel. I believe another question mark we have for that 678 is the driver for the end. We believe Kevin Madison got in the car around 3:30 to go.
Yep.
So there's going to be a question mark to see who's going to be in that car at the end and how that's going to factor in with that final dash to the finish with the Supras for Mahey victory.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And what we saw yesterday, along with that, fuel advantage, when we got into that last hour period, for that first 20 minutes or so, the AE or the Mercedes was looking really good. It was looking strong. It was effective. But then that Ligier came alive, and I think it's because we're talking about the Ligier is a bit lighter, and it's mid-engine, so it's much friendlier on tires. And at the end, it was just by far the quickest car on the track. And but at that point, it also had a very good driver on board, as in you said, Kevin Madsen. So that's going to be the really fascinating thing to see who finishes.
Yeah, and with that, thank you guys again. I think I need to go get back to my other duties as Ryan comes back from resetting our turn 14 camera.
Indeed. Thanks, RJ, for coming and covering for me. I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Greg, it was a pleasure. Look forward to hopefully having you on with us some more. I'm not sure what your plans are for the rest of the year. I'll be doing some grid life racing this year, so maybe you'll have a chance to pick on me on the racetrack. Gives me an opportunity to race against some of our drivers because since I can't race here.
Yeah.
We got quite a few that run over there as well. Good series, similar mentality to us, power to weight based.
And respectful racing. Yeah, I when I started announcing some grid life stuff a few years ago, I just fell in love with that. If there's any overlap, give them the space. And the racing is phenomenal, and you guys, I think that's your ethos is close to that.
Yeah,
and
I think
we've seen great racing.
Yeah, I think we're super aligned on all that stuff, and myself and Adam, we stay in touch, and it's been been a lot of fun to go race over there, and it's good to see another series kind of, and there are a lot of amateur series. Obviously, nobody wants to see contact, but I think we are very, very aligned on a lot of things, as we've got the SoCal Rustler team coming off here at turn 3, going to the cutout, getting out of the way.
Yeah, unfortunately, that car having issues very early in the race. Did manage to come back out, I want to say a half hour ago or so, but it seems like there's still gremlins plaguing that car.
Yeah, and I do need to get back to my duties, but I did want to shout them out earlier. But that is a Strom-built B48 swapped. So it's a 4-cylinder turbo E46.
Yep.
Showed really good pace yesterday. And again, back to the whole diversity thing. Just absolutely love to see this, and I'm really excited for them to get this thing dialed in. As it looks like they're going to rejoin from the front straight here. All right. Well, again, I'm going to go ahead and take off. I'm having too much fun, so I got to go do my job. But thank you guys so much, and we'll chat soon.
Thank you.
Thanks, RJ.
All right.
Big shouts to RJ for coming to hang out with us. He does when he can, but oftentimes he's pretty busy. It's a lean crew here at World Racing League, so he's typically quite busy.
That was nice to have him come in for that long.
So in my absence, has the 678 put a lap on the 25?
Yes.
Yes? That's too bad.
No,
I believe
the 25 made a stop, didn't they?
Oh, they made another stop. Okay. Well, they made a stop a while ago.
Yes.
Put Rob Holland in the car.
So it was NFC Motorsports who was trailing 678 for quite a while here.
Okay.
But they just pit. The gap was slowly expanding out. It had been like 14 seconds or so, and I think they had pit at 24, something like that.
Okay.
Very similar paces, but a slight edge to the Ligier for that stint.
Right. So the 678 still owes a stop in theory. Well, they're still a little bit off strategy.
I mean, they came in at 141. So that was roughly the window where they could potentially make it a one stop left, because it was what, 220 to go when they came in. Same with, I think, maybe it was the 120 that came in then. Yeah, it was the 119 that had pit lap 142 as well. However, our timing shows that they may have gone down pit lane again. That would be an unscheduled stop for the 119.
The 119 is in. They are pulling something out of the rear tire. I think they're just changing the rears. I don't see any fuel being done. They may have had a slow leak on that rear tire.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that was so close. Sorry, guys. Just jumping in
turn
there.
2.
That could have been huge, and that guy sacrificed a tank slapper to avoid contact. That was awesome.
Yeah,
That's
looks
that
like
BMW on the outside there.
Yeah, that's the 25 going around the 55.
That was Rob Holland, and tried to move. It wasn't going to happen, and he checked up and did a big tank slapper, but avoided the contact and didn't go off. So I'm just curious here, but from what I'm wondering if that Stack Racing Ligier has got themselves in a position to get to maybe 35 minutes left and come in, do a short fill, and I mean a really short fill, simply enough to get to the end of the race, so to be able to run with a much lighter fuel load in a light car. And the question will be who will be driving at that point, you know.
Yeah, it's a weird situation because they pit with roughly 2:20 to go, which should see them in at about 70 minutes left in the race, which potentially could be doable as a single stint. If that's the case, they would want to put in the new driver with 70 minutes to go.
Right.
However, if they're not sure that they can make it, they can short fuel at 70 minutes to go and then come in again with, 35 to go, add a little bit more fuel then, and then do a driver change. You'll lose a little bit of time on your total pit stop delta because you're going to have to do that extra trip on pit lane.
And a driver change.
Yes. But potentially it could work out if this driver's currently your fastest driver and making up time. So there's still quite a few unknowns that are lurking around at the moment.
Yeah, there sure are. I mean, they're still the driver on board that Ligier is still running 156s. Next closest is the Mercedes, which is running 157s and is 18 seconds back. But our two lead cars right now, 158s for our leader, 2-minute laps for the 119 in second. So they're not huge amounts, but with almost an hour 50, just a tick under that left, and who knows what's going to unfold with pit stops. None of them are really out of this.
No, we're still due a shakeup here as well. I think as the driver changes play out. With the 25 in the pit lane again, I think taking some fuel. So from here, they'll have one more short fill to the end, which may work in their favor. They'll certainly stay in the top 5 here, but just a really interesting way that the strategy folded itself out here.
Yeah, that's 25 on the pit lane. That is a bit early for them.
Right. And they may be changing tires. Yeah, it looks like they're changing the rear tires on this thing. Or at least one rear tire. All right, they're going to send it again. We may be in a situation, folks, where we just need to get tires on to get the car to the end, much less trying to optimize for the strategy.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean,
you
at
had
this
Matthew
point,
and Caitlyn just caning that car all day. And it could be that they're out and they're just trying to find, front lefts that are still in decent shape to throw them on the back right or, something.
I mean, this is where you're going to have to do a bit of pit strategy and look at do some math, basically. You got to look at how much time it's going to take to change your tires. If it's going to be, 25 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever. You got to be able to do the math on what time you're currently doing and the potential time loss you're going to incur if you continue on, worn tires versus what theoretical time you should be doing on brand new tires. Are you able to make up a second plus with new tires? Dustin points out the 119 from A Victory, which did come on pit lane and we think swap out rear tires. Just puts in their fastest lap of the race, a 154.582. So
yeah, it's a stonking lap. Holy cow!
Yeah, with 107 minutes left in the race, if you can see the time delta difference to be advantageous, you should be changing tires.
Well, you wonder if all the other teams are looking at the scoring and they see that number pop up and they go, whoa, yeah, we're going to lose way too much time. And You start to see cars getting ready to throw those fresh tires on. That's a great point.
Yep.
Do we happen to know who's in the 119 right now?
I believe it was Hannah Grisha? No. The problem is that data comes and goes
Right.
semi-frequently. I think Hannah Grisham's in the other car. Yeah, she's labeled in the other car. So the 119. It was Brenna Schubert before, but I'm guessing they'll have had to change drivers again. It might be Ashley Freiberg, to be honest. I think that's the only driver left in that lineup who wouldn't have been in today. Because we've seen Sarah, seen Brenna. Ashley Freiberg, of course, no stranger to GT4 racing.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, she's been a really quick driver for a number of years now. Had the opportunity to announce some of her racing a bit earlier in her career, and you could see immediately that she got it, and that she was going to be a factor.
Yeah, so since that pit stop, a 54.5, a 54.7, 55.7. Not sure if there was a driver change in the last stop for that 119. It was previously listed as Brenna Schubert in the car.
Well, I think she was run out of drive time, JT.
Okay, so then yeah, they probably would have done a driver change then.
I mean, it's power of deductive reasoning at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And the chat is also telling you that's Ashley Freiberg, which would make sense. That's a W for the chat. W chat.
Yeah, and Ashley was in the 119 yesterday.
Right. So the number 25 Singler Racing team with Rob Holland behind the wheel. Oh, she was. Fascinating. With Rob Holland behind the wheel. Instantly into the 158s. So there must have been an issue where the tire was starting to give up there. And that's why they came in and got him a newer tire at least.
Yeah, and see,
Still not quite the pace, though, of the NFC car.
True, but looking at the pace that Rob had this previous stint, mostly in the 201s, some over, some under.
Right.
But if you're able to do, 58s consistently now you're getting a delta of 3 seconds a lap quicker than you were. I think very quickly after, 10 laps or so, it becomes apparent that changing those tires were worth it.
Correct. I would tend to agree with that. An hour and 42 to go to get that advantage back sucks a little bit, but...
Yeah, that's a lot of hustle to get that done. But the 120 still owes us a stop, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I have them last in at lap 128. So I believe about 5 more laps. So we have a report of a car stop drivers left turn 2. Report is the 324. That would be the GTO entry for our Honda Research West. That car running out of tech, doing some tire testing this weekend. As Dustin points out, there is a waving yellow turn 3 post. So somewhere in between our cameras here is a white Honda Civic Type R. There goes Singler through our shot there just a second ago. Good to see that car looks to be running normally at this time. Last lap through was under a 159, so great to see the or SoCal Wrestlers was the 181 I saw go by.
You know, anytime you're on a lap and you get ready to turn into a corner and then suddenly all you're seeing is sky, that's cool.
It is cool. This is on board the 330 H2 Autosport GP1 BMW. Currently second in class. Coming down the front straight here, we'll keep an eye here. We'll be looking driver's left as we get through turn 2. Yep, there's a yellow flag there at the starter stand. Standing yellow. This long arcing 180-degree corner here. And yep, there it is. The stranded Honda Civic just barely off.
And this is not going to work out well for the 25 who just stopped not that long ago to take a tire.
Well, hold on. It sounds like we are going to be trying a hot pull here.
All right. I mean, even still,
out,
they're 2 laps down, so it's,
Yeah. Dustin points out, recovery vehicle has moved on out to the stranded Civic.
They're doing a decent job of getting that taken care of. This would have unfolded a strategy wrinkle if there had been a full course yellow here as well, given that we're still not in the realm of you can make your last stop for the GTO entries. Still need probably another 15 to 20 minutes at least before you can make your final stop. So it would have been really cool to see how they decided to play that.
Yeah, you need to get to around 70 minutes left in the race, 65 to 70.
I think people have stretched to 15, 20 minutes over an hour when saving, obviously. And you're going to have yellow for a portion of that.
In comes the 330.
Hey, how about this? This is pretty cool.
Yes. There we go. Right into the pit stall here. And this is 1 stop to go range here for the GP1 entries. They're going to do a driver change as well.
Actually, it might be a bit close. A little bit of steam from the right front rotor.
And you see all that smoke billowing? Those are the brakes. And remember, folks, this isn't a heavy braking track. Wait till you get 50 laps in at Road America.
Right.
While we're watching this, some good little teaser stuff for Road America in terms of difference. You spend a massive amount on full throttle.
Yep.
So it makes it a track that is very thirsty when it comes to fuel consumption. And it is known as one of the most brutal tracks going on brakes.
Right.
Because all the key major brake zones, you're coming from absolutely top speed and you're slowing down substantially. And so, it's just a different dynamic to drive, isn't it?
Well, it's one of the favorite events each year, Greg, for the World Racing League. One of the best attended events. Got the best vibes as well. The whole town really gets into it. Hanging out at Siebkens.
That time of year up there is you're just starting to get into the sweet spot of summer. It's absolutely beautiful. The lakes all around.
Yeah.
World-class racetrack. Place that is all about tourism, so they like to take care of you. And you guys mentioned Siebkens. There's other great places to stay and do. And then, of course, right next to Siebkens, maybe one of the longest running ice cream shops, little ice cream stands in the country. It's just got so much going for it.
No, a heck of a place to spend some time for sure. And I've had dinners at the Paddock Club and
Yep.
A couple other spots there. What's the name of the sandwich spot there, Greg? That's on the corner.
Oh, I know exactly. I'm going to blank on it.
Like that quite a bit as well. And the food at the track's not too shabby either. And they have, by far and away, the best merch of any track.
Oh, yeah.
Actual
Their
nice
merch
shirts
shop
that
is a
last.
ball.
Oh, yeah.
And the track food, I mean, if you've never had a brat McEgger, you're missing life, man.
No, that's a good time. I'm partial to the, once per year when I go, I will get the baked potato with the mac and cheese and pulled pork on it.
That's pretty amazing.
Yep.
And then the RFG potatoes.
Yep.
As a side. And again, I'm going to blank on the name, but in the big, more modern resort that's right there as well. There's a restaurant in there that has outdoor seating. It's right across the street from Siebkens. And some outdoor seating, and the food is absolutely fabulous. And maybe the best thing about it is, you can find maps, and with one exception, and I'm talking right where that area where I'm chatting, where those two big hotels come together, you can drive the original Road America road course, the real road course, and see just how insane those people were back in the day.
No, you drive throughout the town and you catch these signs and bits of it, and eventually you go looking for it and to see, what the whole course was, and it's wild that was remotely a thing.
Oh, exactly. It is, kind of gets your attention, isn't it, when you're driving through town? It goes original start finish line.
Right.
Huh? Yeah.
It's a sandwich shop called Off the Rail.
Yes.
That's it. Well
Literally
played,
off
sir.
the rail, off the train track.
No, indeed, it is train themed in there as well.
And one of the cool things there is, you can stay in Siebkens, you can stay in the Osthoff. That's what I was
Yes,
thinking.
the Osthoff, yep.
And, the new building in Siebkens is nice. The Osthoff is really nice. But there are some other ones. If if when you get to the lake, essentially, you take a right instead of following the road around, you turn into this driveway. There are some wonderful little resorts up in there that are right on the water, too. And so if you've got family and you want the kids to have something to be able to do, you can make that work too.
No, really, truly a lovely part of the country. I enjoyed going out there. It was a lot cooler for me when I lived in Minneapolis, Greg, and I could just drive up there, and it was fantastic. I take my time and do what I need to do. Now, having to fly in, get a little bit less time to take in the scenery there.
Yeah, I mean, I lived spent most of my life in Minnesota, and it was great to go over there, and I liked it so much I actually moved to Elkhart Lake for a few years.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, very, very special place.
Well, before we get fully into the last round of GTO pit stops here, let's take one more ad break. We say hi to Uncle Continental. And we'll be back in a little while. And we'll go ad-free to the end here with an hour and 30 remaining at the Thunderhill round of the World Racing League. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Hour and 28 remaining here, and we have the number 80, 3D Racing, stopped on the entry to turn 9. The good news is they are offline. We'll just have to make sure the NFC car stays checked up.
Nice catch there.
And I believe, yep, the 678 is coming into the pits, or it already has done. Maybe not. They were a little bit of a slow lap there. Just slower than usual. 2 minute there, so saving some time, I think, with the yellow at the top of the hill here. So we'll need to determine how they're going to square this circle here. Are we going to get the car recovered? I know if this was the SCCA, we'd just leave it. Hey, look, it's part of the track now. Don't hit it. Get the driver out and move on. But that's not how we do things here in endurance racing. A full course yellow right now, I think, creates a really interesting opportunity for the end of the race.
I would agree.
You compress the top 3, and you make it not really this length of stint that you need to get to the end. So there's going to be some fuel saving involved. You maybe get NFC back onto the lead lap, depending on where the yellow falls and who they pick up and whether the 678 pits again. Or pits, rather.
You know, and you commented about SCCA, you just get the driver out of the car and leave it. Where does he go? Here.
So, fun fact, Greg.
I don't see a barrier. You'd have to go all the way to that safety station.
No. So if he just walks due east here, just straight to the left from his car, you'll end up on the hill where the fenced-off portion is, and he can walk across the bridge and back to the paddock.
Oh, okay.
So
I thought you were
that
going to
gets
say you just, you go straight through that, walk a little ways, and you're on the beach.
No, not quite. Not quite. We're a little ways away from the beach here,
I know.
unfortunately.
Man, one of my favorite things about doing the Thunderhill 25, a decade ago was running across an active green flag racetrack as a photographer to go to the other side of the area to take photos. That was something. Ooh. Yep, we are going full course yellow for this. Our full course yellow for Sunday. To recover the stricken 3D Racing BMW here. Dave Dasher listed, currently stranded in that car at the moment. That car running third in GP1. They do have roughly 9-lap margin over the 43 from PC Racing. So if this is just simply the case of some missing fuel, hopefully that car can get back to pit lane and back out circulating without losing that podium position in GP1.
Yeah, there's nothing worse in the world than getting right down near the end of an endurance race and then having a problem. David Hobbs once told me, he said, if you're in a long endurance race and the car breaks, better it happens in the first 2 hours. You can have a shower and a bottle of wine with lunch.
Yeah. Right? Like one of the most, heartbreaking ones was the Toyota at Le Mans, like on the last lap.
Oh yeah.
That's brutal.
And, dating myself here, but you go back to when Reinhold Jost was an entrant who was buying Porsches, buying the 956 Porsches and modifying them and making them his own car. And a young Spanish driver named Jesus Pareja had driven the race of his life and had that car out in front. And with like 35 minutes to go, it broke coming into the signaling pits at Mulsanne. And there is a famous shot and even some video of him crawling out of the car in abject tears.
Yep.
It's tough.
Well, while we're waiting for the full course yellow situation to square itself away, and speaking of Porsche as well, I've got Alex Almonte with us from Almonte Motorsports.
Hey.
They've got the beautiful Porsche running around out there this weekend. Alex, probably not the weekend you were looking for.
New car, new track, growing pains. We expected to expect what we don't know what to expect.
Sure, makes sense.
You can try and prepare to the nth degree.
Yep.
And it's just up to the racing gods from that point forward. Yesterday we had a really odd issue with some fuel foam that went bad in the tank. Brand new fuel foam.
Weird.
That had chemically reacted with the fuel and just deteriorated and clogged our fuel pump. At this point right now, the car is running around out there with 4 different car parts from 4 different kinds of cars in it. There's a Toyota MR2 fuel pump in there.
Nice. Okay.
The fuel, everything in that fuel system was all brand new. Mm-hmm. So I, admittedly, the saying is 2 is 1 and 1 is none.
Right.
So 1 was none for us yesterday, unfortunately, and we were a bit of scramble in trying to solve that fuel issue. Thankfully, we have some really, really intelligent minds in our camp, and some people that are really good at what I call MacGyvering things,
right?
Which is super critical for being able to get some certain cars to the ends of races. I know there's Porsche purists that probably look at me and go, "Oh my God, I can't believe you just did that to that car." Ferdinand Porsche is probably rolling over in his grave a little bit right now. But hey, you know what, Ferdinand, your car's out there running. So
absolutely.
Today we had another issue with our fuel cell with a a fitting that decided to depart the building.
Okay.
As we topped the tank off, the fitting released itself and was geysering fuel. Thankfully, we had our pump out hose there, and we were able to like get that situation under control quickly. But it did cause us to go to the garage, and the delta was about a 22-minute split.
Right.
Which is why we are sitting where we're sitting right now. Because if you look at our lap times, we're competitive.
Exactly.
And we look to be extremely competitive here going forward. And when we get this car dialed in, we anticipate being on that podium pretty often.
Well, it's a proven car at this point in WRL. It won this whole thing last season, right, with the same type of idea.
Yep.
And, you know, I've talked about this a little bit here this weekend, that at this track specifically, the Cup car Porsche has been the tool of choice for a long time.
Right.
Especially doing the endurance racing. And I remember you're talking about bodging stuff together. Nobody here, local to Northern California, in the racing scene would care so much, because the number of Porsches I saw with broken splitters that were then duct taped back together, wood screwed back together, just jammed onto the car as best as possible, and we'll take a little wing out of it.
Yeah.
Was high. That you just have, or, you know, we had this issue where the runtime on the 997s for the gearbox was only 20 hours.
Oh, yeah.
So they wouldn't practice, they wouldn't qualify, and they would hope they could get it at the end. It'd be about 2 hours to go, and they're over there with hammers trying to get it. It would be stuck between second and third gear, and they're just wrenching on the axle trying to get the transmission to move so they can at least get a gear to finish the race.
Yeah, that's a rough situation, and it's always one of those deals where it's whatever it takes to get to the end. I've watched teams do some incredible stuff. We have AE Victory sitting here right here with us. They at Daytona last year, I watched the fastest axle change I've ever seen in my entire life on pit road. Very impressive, very, very impressive. So it's really about team preparation, being prepared, knowing how to work on the car. A lot of that stuff's going to come with time for us.
Right.
You know, I have a really talented crew of guys. They have the ability to learn, and this weekend was really kind of about coming out learning, understanding what we have for a platform, getting some really good data, and then kind of going back to the drawing board with it. We've been spending significant amounts of time down at UMC,
right.
Doing some testing, really trying to get the car dialed in. Unfortunately, the testing we did was not on the tires that were running this weekend. There was issues getting the tires up until this weekend, so.
Okay.
Now that we have our tire allocation, we can start really pushing on developing with this tire. And even at that, I don't really even know that this is the tire. We kind of have to. This is the tire that round 3 was running on last year, but like, is it the tire for us? You know, I don't want to reinvent the wheel. It worked for them,
right?
You know, but the other side of it too is, you know, you're taking a car that's factory homologated at like 2,600 pounds dry, and you know, with full of fuel, it's got to be over 3,200 pounds to be a WRL car, which really changes the dynamic handling and the balance of the car. You know, to have a .2 Cup car be 50-50 balance is almost unheard of.
Right.
But before we get too far down the road of this conversation, I want to make sure that I plug our partners and our sponsors here, because I wouldn't be sitting here talking to Ryan and wouldn't be sitting here at Thunderhill if it wasn't for the amazing group that we have. So MAG Aviation Group is our primary partner. They are a Gulfstream parts supplier and business. Yep. So they supply in the aviation industry with Gulfstream parts. And then from there, we have Ascent Aviation, who they have like dry ice blasting and aircraft management. We have CAP hardware supply. So for all you guys that need that really high-end specialty hardware, CAP. Oh, sorry, we're going green.
Not a problem.
Going green here. I'm still rambling.
No, it's all good.
CAP hardware supply, guys, really good for their titanium and specialty hardware supply stuff. We have a DESA auto body, so anytime we have incidences, we're able to get that stuff repaired for like, you know, we have them as a partner, so that's really helpful. We have Jackson Jet Center, which is where our offices are in Boise, Idaho. And then we have High Vis Media. High Vis Media is a huge partner for us. They're the ones that capture all of our stuff and get us looking the way that we look. They helped with the trailer wrap. And Sticker Status. Sticker Status is the one that wrapped that beautiful trailer down there. So for everybody in the grid that wants like an amazing appearance on their trailer, oh, and by the way, they did that in a day and a half. So turn time's really
good.
Yep, turn time's super quick. And then we have Idaho Concierge Doctor, who is basically he's a doctor that makes house calls to you in Boise, Idaho, right? So it's like back to that old school milkman style mentality where like you're not feeling good, you don't want to go to the hospital, you don't want to go to the doctor, he's going to come right to you. So, and actually, we had a situation this weekend where we actually, we had to reach out to him and be like, hey, we sent him a picture of a medical thing, and we were like, hey, what's up with this? And we were able to get an answer right away immediately. So really just having those partners in the fold and continuing to grow and build more partners and sponsors along with our program. We have Johan Schwartz in the car with us today. We're happy to have him in there. Unfortunately, Ari got sick yesterday, and Johan was able to join us. But outside of that, the lineup was Bryson Liu, who was Lamborghini Super Trofeo champion here in the United States. I think they got second in World Finals. And then Tiziano Rosso Orcel, who's our 17-year-old development driver that is smoking fast.
Nice.
I mean, the kid is absolutely talented. I don't want to say he's too talented because I don't want the teams around here to try and steal him from me. But Tiziano is a very talented 17-year-old driver, and we're really, really excited to have him as a part of the plan. And
I'm very sorry, Alex. We're looking about a change for the lead by the 120, chasing down the 678 right off the start from the green. So we'll just see him pick it up here. That's the 120 right behind the 678 Ligier.
And the 119 behind them. You have those three cars right there, all within 1.2 seconds going for the lead. The 678 having stayed out to get that position.
And the car right in front of all of those three is the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, trying to stay on the lead lap and pedaling for all they are worth right now. So a lot of implications here in these four cars we're seeing.
Absolutely.
Looks like Johan's going to get up in that mix with those guys up there. In those
hope
top
so.
four cars. He just got by the Singlers. Yep.
Yeah.
So I know there's some other people sitting here in the lobby that want to jump on the broadcast. I don't want to hog it. I appreciate the opportunity to come up and talk with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
I always appreciate the broadcast. I know our partners do as well. They're able to get on there and see what's going on. This is a great thing. And we look forward to seeing you guys at the next race.
The next race. We'll be there. And please come chat. Say hi anytime you're out.
Yeah, I will. I will absolutely. I always love to hear myself talk. So
don't we all? Nice. I do it, right? Yeah. Appreciate it, Alex.
Awesome. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, other guys on the broadcast. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, and I have relevant guests coming here in a moment. If you guys could just fill on this for a moment.
Absolutely. And here we go for the lead, heading down into 14. Big squeeze play. And at the last second, the 120 had to bail out of it, but showed the nose down low. And that Ligier, the other car absolutely covered it. And it was incredibly close. So, yeah, we're on here. I mean, everybody knows we're closing in on the final hour here. And here we go again, swinging out way wide, trying to swing around. And this time, this is looking more, JT, like trying to get the drive off of that first turn and do something down in here. But, boy, that top three right now covered by the proverbial blanket.
Yeah, definitely. If you can try to squeeze that 678 to the inside, they're going to have to run a shorter, tighter line there, which can, in theory, compromise not only their entry speed, but potentially their exit speed as well. So just trying to move all over in the rearview mirror of that Ligier, that Supra really wants to try to put them on the spot and try to take advantage of any weakness that's being presented here.
Yeah, and of course, the driver of the Mercedes is going to be relatively pleased if those three behind really start battling, because it gives him that little bit of a buffer. He'd still need something along the lines of a caution here to be able to be a player for the podium, or some sort of malady befall some of the others. But boy, I'll tell you, this battle for the lead right now, so good with the Ligier out in front and then two of those Supras in very, very close order. The 119 now is eased back just a little bit.
Yeah, and they're getting really close to this Mercedes here.
Yeah, they are. I'll tell you, every time we cut to this shot and there's cars up in turn 9, I see all that drifting smoke behind. Oh, here we go. The Ligier really protecting. Yeah, And this is we are seeing another attempt to the inside, didn't get it done there. But what we're seeing here, JT, is a classic example of handling, the lightweight handling of the Ligier and the power of the Supra. And right now that Supra, anytime you get on the straight, that car's going to have an advantage. Now look, try and square down underneath, get that drive down into turn 2. Still using that power. The Ligier covers. The Supra had to pop to the outside for a second, and the Ligier still able to hang on. And as long as that Ligier can lead at the end of the straight, it should be okay in the twisty bits because it is so agile compared to those other 2 cars that are carrying, I think JR said something like 600 extra pounds. But boy, when it gets onto an acceleration run, and we might see a problem like 6, 7, and 8 as well, and that's coming up right now. Let's see what happens if one of those Supras here, if they can flat-foot it through 7 and 8. Nope, the Ligier, see through that twisty stuff, it just got out of there too well, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does. It's, being lighter, it's able to get that rotation a bit better. It's able to try to carry that speed out a bit more. You see some flashing from the 120, who's not too happy with some of the defensive positioning here, but the 120 has to be careful because that 119 is also just as quick and directly behind them as well, and probably is not going to be fully content to just stay there for the rest of the race. It's a little wide there.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying about the 120 with maybe being a little bit frustrated, but I haven't seen anything that I would call unsafe or overly aggressive by the Ligier in defense. And I've always operated under the belief that you say you don't have to make it easy, you just have to make it possible.
Yes.
And I think that's what the Ligier is doing. It's squeezed over, but there is enough room for a Supra to the inside if they wanted to take that risk. And, that's a brilliant piece of defense when you can shift the attack essentially onto the other car and say, do you want to risk here? And here he said, you want to go around me on the outside? Have at it.
Yeah, that's exactly what the Ligier is going to do going in the 1. They're going to move to the left. They're going to defend that inside line, and they're going to try to force that Supra to go all the way along the outside using extra tire. But that Supra is not giving up, really. He's going to try to stay on there to go for the inside for 3.
Who pops out here in the lead?
Not enough.
Still the Ligier. Fascinating racing here. And this is legit for the lead of a 7-hour endurance race, folks.
Yep.
And we have just over an hour to go. This is great stuff. Yes, it was precipitated by a full course caution, but nonetheless, it is fascinating.
Part of the game,
racing.
Greg.
Absolutely.
That's part of how it works,
Yep.
Speaking of, I've got the drivers from the 120 and the 119. I've got Sarah Montgomery and Laura Hayes up here with me, hanging out in the booth. We've had to develop a last-minute microphone solution here, but I think we'll make it work. We'll start with Laura because the 120 is in second right now. Laura, what's going on? What's going on in the car right now? Using your telepathy.
Yeah, it's going to be a slugfest here to the end.
I can guarantee Hannah's like, oh man, I just want to go back to bed.
I know. She's going to be like, man, I wish I put on that cool shirt that Sarah and Laura were like talking about.
100%.
No, it looks like it's a real battle right now. I mean, gosh, how far are we into this race? Almost to the end. So, yeah, no, this is cool stuff.
No, it's cool that it's come all together at the end of the race here. Now, I understand that, like Greg was just saying, the yellow has influenced that a little bit, but it seemed like all day today, the GTO battle was really quite something. You always had the 25 was in the mix a little bit. You've had the 123 come and go through the mix. And there's always been just this kind of shuffle at the top, and it's been really cool to watch the GTO race here.
Oh, man.
Sorry. I'll tell you, the driver in that Ligier is doing a brilliant job of saying, you want to go around me on the outside, I'll give you that. And she is doing a really nice job of trying it, but then realizing at the last moment, this is maybe too much risk at this point here. But boy, has it been fascinating stuff. Sorry about that.
But the Ligier still has to make a driver change,
They
right?
do, yeah.
Yes,
I think
correct.
Trevor's been in the car for a long time now.
Yeah.
Getting to the end of his drive time.
Getting juicy.
Yep.
Yeah, so
that's half a stop that they're going to have in hand. So at what point does Aaron Vogel say, nah, let him go? Just stay within one driver change's worth of time? Or is it just all the way, all in, pedal to the metal the whole time?
I mean, I think the smart thing right now would be to just stay behind, and just kind of like I did this morning. I was in a dogfight the second hour of the entire race, and I just let them destroy their tires, and I snuck in whenever I could. And so I think that'd be the smartest play right now for them. Is just kind of let the car in front of us just kind of do their thing,
Right. And then I'm sorry I missed it because we were doing the shuffle. JT, have all three of these? Well, the one car still has to stop. Have both of the AE Victory cars made their last stop yet?
So that's exactly what I want to ask. We went back green flag racing with 78 minutes left to go. Can the Supras do a full 78 minutes? That's what I'm interested in.
I don't know. I've seen Laura Hayes driven Supras do way too long of a stint for what I thought the car had. I think she's like topping off the fuel from like a gallon jug in the passenger seat or something.
It's going to be close, for sure.
Exactly.
It's going to be close.
It will be.
I think they might need a splash.
Yeah. So you're looking at most, maybe one can, which is going to come out to 12 seconds. Odds are that the 678 will need more than one can. So you're looking at least 20 seconds of fuel, and that's assuming they can do a driver change at light speed.
Right.
Either way,
but I mean,
we're
a fast
still gonna have
driver
a very
change is
close
like
race.
30 seconds still,
Okay.
So it's still going to take time for them to get that driver change done.
It's the 678 really needs to stay ahead here, and really needs to try to get away from these Supras. It's not happening though.
No, these girls
which
are
is
not
hurting
going to
their
let.
strategy.
They will not let down without a fight. I promise
Well,
you
and,
that.
and let me jump in and ask this question, ladies. Yesterday, the longer the stint went, the faster the Ligier got relative to the other cars, and I'm guessing it's because it's lighter, thus it doesn't take the toll on the tires. Is that a concern for you guys right now?
Yeah. I mean, the Ligier was super fast yesterday at the end of the day. I was in our car in the 120 at the end. I mean, doing all that I could with what I had as far as tires go. But the DEG is wild here. It is the worst track on tires for sure. I mean, we're seeing like I was in the car the first 3 hours this morning, and it was 5, 6, 7 seconds of DEG. It was pretty crazy. So from the green flag, I was trying to manage the tires straight away, and I mean you can only do so much. But yeah, they've got a lighter car, and I think it's just a little nicer on tires versus what we're having to go through.
Yeah.
Well, and I wanted to say to both of you, Laura and Sarah, watching you manage those tires. And Laura especially, when you got out front, and then how you I was watching your pace. I was watching they close in, then you'd pick it up a little bit. It was both of you really put on a masterclass in tire management. And I
did not. But thank you.
You didn't?
Sarah did on the start. On the start, I looked in my mirrors, and Sarah's right behind me. I'm like, yeah, girl, here we go. See you, boys.
I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty proud of both of my starts. Yesterday was pretty good.
You had a really
and today
good
was good too. But life happens. So it is what it is.
I do have a follow-up question from yesterday because I made a joke on the air. What happened to the 119 when it was parked up at the top of turn 8-9, right at the exact time that the 120 needed a yellow to come out?
I know, ironic, right? We had drivetrain issues in the morning, and then I guess didn't get them completely fixed, or something else happened, and had to deal with that again. So very fun stuff.
Well, it worked out pretty well. At no point would I made a joke about it at the time, but it was like, that's about as good of a situation you can ask for, because the 120, you were fighting to stay on the lead lap at that point.
For them.
And got
not
to go,
so much.
for them. For you, unfortunately,
Not
no,
so much.
It's been a tougher weekend for the 119 for sure.
Yeah.
At least getting a show here to be on the podium and fighting for second, fighting for the lead. That's been great today.
And we wound up finishing 6th yesterday.
Yeah, so it was
pretty darn good for all the stops that you had.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So it was fun.
Well, I'm going to jump in here. Just the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, about a second a lap quicker than anybody else right now, and then just played traffic to perfection. And there's the Ligier, there's your two Supras, and they are bottled up. They're going to be able to get through, I think, now, except maybe for the 119. But, man, that Merc played that traffic beautifully. It's got a long way to go. It needs
I was going to say, that's
help,
a lot of time to make up, Greg.
He's doing everything he can. And you can only do what you can do. And everybody seems to be doing that right now. There goes that Merc, and that margin doubled because of that traffic. And here we go again. DJ protecting inside, Supra to the outside. I love it.
Go, Hannah!
Oh. And just leaves it in there, so Hannah has to tuck back in behind the rear wing of the Ligier as they come
I
through
know
turn 3.
she's going crazy in that car, I promise. And Ashley's just sitting back and enjoying every minute of this.
Just watching, taking it in.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about the track? I know you talked about the DEG being kind of an issue, which is funny to me as like a West Coast native guy, that like Thunderhill isn't thought of as like a track that's hard on tires. It's like, it's whatever. Especially when it's not, 100, 110 out. When the temperature gets really insane. But that happens all over the state, especially if you go down south to some of those tracks. It becomes an issue, but a lot of flow here.
I've really enjoyed the track. I grew up actually not too far from here, so I'm right from outside of Sacramento. And
where did you grow up? Look, I asked you this at one point. Where'd you grow up?
So I grew up in a town called Wilton, and it's kind of right outside of Elk Grove. It's maybe a couple hours from here, but when I was growing up, I was doing circle track racing, and of course, I'd heard of Thunderhill, but never got the chance to drive it until a track day many years ago. So I would call this almost like my first time here. But I've really enjoyed the track. It's been a good time. The last time I was here, we did, what did they call it, the Crow's Nest? Now we're doing the bypass, and the bypass is fun. It's like 0G for just a second.
And then you're a foot in the air.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's made for some cool photos with the tires off the ground. But yeah, it has a really nice flow, and have for sure enjoyed the weekend.
Oh, this is a big squeeze play. Sorry, I thought for a second the 120 was going to be able to use that car, but again, the Ligier driving firmly out of its mirrors here. And blunted that attack, but yeah, sorry, didn't mean to get you ladies' hearts beat up that fast.
Oh no, all good. We're just here eating Oreos. We're eating ice cream right now.
Now that's how you go about this.
Literally.
There's that outside move again for the lead. Is it going to happen this time?
No, not quite.
No, again, just can't quite get that to stick.
But
I've love to
been
see
really impressed seeing these passing moves that people have been trying around the outside 1 and 2. Like, that's always super cool to see somebody do the other thing. And instead of trying to line somebody up and take them down the inside, go the long way around. Super cool.
I know Hannah so well. Hannah's one of my best friends, right? And she is such a goofball. And you would never see that because she's so professional. And I just know as soon as she gets out of that car, she's going to have a blank face on and be like, what just happened? And like, can I have a water? But it's so funny seeing her because she's kicking butt out there and going fast. And then when she gets out, she's just like frozen and just like her weirdness comes out, and it's incredible.
That's the best. Sarah, I didn't get to hear from you. How do you like the track so far?
It's a fun track. The DEG is really hard. Like Laura was saying, it's really just destroys tires quick. So it's hard to get full grip versus just sliding all over the place, which is fun too. But I also like a car that sticks and goes when you want it to as well, and not having to worry about if we brought enough tires to the track or not because we're going through them at lightning
here goes.
speed.
Here we go.
Go, Hannah!
The Ligier got hung up just a little bit. New leader.
Yay, Hannah!
Now it's Ashley's turn.
She can do it too.
Run away.
Hannah just waited for the right move in traffic, played it perfectly. Hey, I was going to ask you guys about that DEG. It kind of sounds like, Sarah, you were just talking, the way you were describing it. Is it that kind of DEG where suddenly it just falls off the cliff and in like 1 or 2 laps, you're
100%.
suddenly 5 seconds slower? It isn't a gradual thing. Okay.
Yeah, it was funny because when I was qualifying, I had about 3 decent laps with like consistent wear, I guess, and then it immediately face planted and was like a second off of the time I had done the lap before, and that has been so consistent. And even Ashley in our 119 car has said that it just drops like a second every 10 minutes. You're losing a second a time, or ish. That's a little dramatic, but it feels like it. So it adds up pretty bad.
Yeah, it's tough. It's like driving a skid pad out there. I mean, you're like, oh, I'm having to drive so slow. Maybe I'm under driving the car. And then you drive for a little bit more. And then boom, all of a sudden you're like opposite lock. It's like, oh, I'm at the limit.
Yeah.
So it's made it a real challenge. It's kind of fun, but I don't know. Maybe not the challenge I would choose.
Well, and then there was oil on the track or something. There
gosh.
had to be this
Yeah,
morning
this
at the
morning
start.
there
Yeah.
was.
I was not ready for that. I went in behind Laura into turn 3, way deeper than I normally would, but just trying to hold off the herd of bees behind me. And I guess there was oil, and I just got super sideways and made it very exciting. And Laura just drove off, and I was like, "All right, there goes that."
So it was one of the things we were seeing with the, you're talking about the DAG and the tire temperature too. When Laura was fighting with the NFC car earlier today, it seemed like that car would get the tires too hot. Like they'd spend a lap or two of trying really hard to get to you.
He would.
And then it would be like they're not, because they could take that 7-8 complex pretty tight.
Yes.
And then eventually it would get to where they're coming out a little bit wider, the car's getting a little bit more squirrely, and they'd back off a little bit and cool the tires off. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I think he's driving in his mirrors just a little bit.
Yeah, he was. Little Laura was back there.
He's dropping some wheels, burning up those tires. But I do think I maybe managed the tires a little bit better than him because, I mean, he ran me down, he passed me, and then I reeled him back in, started putting the pressure on. And so it was a fun battle with him for a bit this morning. Their car's fast. I got to drive one of those Mercs last week at Sonoma in the SRO race, and it's a cream puff, man. It is a nice car.
It is. Like, when you're behind them, they are sliding none whatsoever. I'm like, wow, must be nice up there.
Exactly.
I'm like fighting for my life out here in turn 1, you know?
Yeah.
Did you ever see the onboard of them versus Kyle Busch in the
Oh, yeah.
late model? And I can't imagine being Kyle Busch and you've made your whole career. I'm just destroying my chances of being hired by NBC right now. It's fine. I can't imagine being Kyle Busch and spending your whole career turning people whenever you want. And there was a moment in that onboard where he goes to turn Aaron Povolato, and you can hear in his car the Mercedes go, brrr, and he goes to turn him and pushes it, and then jumps off, and the car snaps right back to straight. Like, how frustrating must that be?
It is
your
so
whole thing, and that's how I'm going to
frustrating.
dump him, and it doesn't work.
Yeah. Like, I am back there behind him being as precise and smooth as I possibly can. Don't put a tire wrong. And he's, like, sideways in the dirt and stuff and, like, driving away. I'm like, man, must be nice.
Must be nice.
Tough
Same with
for
the
sure.
M4s, but I'm going to just be quiet.
Yeah.
I told you guys that Merc platform was pretty amazing.
It's a good platform.
That's a good car. Good car.
It's
Well, and you've
one
seen-
that apparently generates a lot of energy.
Yep. I'd say that's probably accurate too. But Laura, you've raced with that car specifically.
Is in.
Oh, they've come in. So they're making their stop probably for a driver change as well. We'll see that right out this window. But Laura, you've raced against that car and that team specifically for a long time in WRL. Do you know who's in the car when you're racing them, and do you have the book figured out on like, this is Bill, I'm gonna go get him, this is how I'm gonna do it?
You know, kind of. I'll say those boys over there at NFC, they've come a long ways over the years since they showed up in WRL, and they worked really hard. I mean, you'd see them on Thursday, Friday doing lead follow. So yeah, they've really, put in the effort and the work to get to where they're at as far as the pace goes. So no, they're doing a great job. They're a tough team to beat.
Can just see the Ligier pit stop here. So they're still working on the driver change. They are done with the fuel and done with the driver change. So that's a decent driver change. It only took them about the time to do the fuel that it did the driver. So they'll get that rolling as soon as they can. And now, excuse me, I have too much Oreo. Now we'll have to see what the A-Victory cars can do now that they're unbottled by the Ligier, and can they do good enough lap times here to come in, do the pit stop, and still come out back ahead?
Of course we can.
Of course,
Is that
I'm
even a
hoping
question?
so.
Look who's in the broadcast and who's not, all right?
My question is, if needed, could you do a double stacked stop? Do you have the staffing to do
we do.
both cars at once?
We
Yeah.
do. Yeah,
Okay.
we got it. We can do it.
All right.
But the 119 will be faster. See, now it's camaraderie between me and
as an
Laura.
impartial observer, I just hope it's good racing. I don't know. I don't have any particular dog in this fight.
Definitely not
Yesterday,
when you're
Sarah
on the
was telling my
spot.
daughter, it's both cars are great, but you really want to cheer for mine, which is the
Yeah.
119. I'm like, okay, all right.
100%. I definitely told her, yeah,
I
with
heard
Laura
Sarah say
standing
that.
right
I'm
next
like,
to me, actually.
Just wait. See you in
I was
8
like,
hours.
oh, and actually,
Sarah.
this is Laura. She races the other car, but you're still going to cheer for me, I promise.
This has been great. First 2/3 of the interview, you've been friendly teammates. Now the trash talk comes out.
Yeah, we're
I
turning
love
on
it.
each other.
Oh, goodness.
So
You
so
guys
we
just need to
It's
actually
the ice cream.
literally
Trust
love each other so much. Me, Laura, Ashley, and Hannah are going on a vacation this coming week to Moab,
Yes.
Utah. Like a girls
Ooh,
trip.
that'd be fun.
Yeah, we're going on
so
a big
excited.
girls trip. So
My
we are
favorite place in the world.
Yeah.
Yay,
It's
friends.
amazing.
Yeah.
Make sure you go to Canyonlands and not just Arches, okay?
Copy.
Promise me that.
Okay.
It's right
Add that
across.
to the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arches is close to Moab, on one side. Canyonlands is 45 minutes to the other side.
Sarah's
it-
writing it down.
It is
Perfect.
one of the most phenomenal places in the world.
I'm getting texts like crazy with all the people listening to the broadcast of like,
Good.
Ashley's going to get that Ligier, even though we're, or now Ashley's going for Hannah, but exactly. We do still have fun, but I do want to win.
Good. Absolutely.
Well,
That's
yeah.
what you're here for, right? You come
You're
all
not
the way out
in
here to the West Coast. You want to bring home the good hardware,
long
or the
way.
plasticware, as it were.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
You're not in this to finish second.
No.
ultimately.
No.
No, I'm
you
not.
guys, you're a racer.
Exactly. I'm too pretty
That's-
to finish in second.
Y'all should see Sarah right now.
But
guys
you
should
know
all
what
see
I
Sarah
think?
right now and how she looks.
What I think is probably your most redeeming feature, though, is your humility.
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Redeeming feature.
My redeeming feature. Yeah. Yeah.
Ultra
There it
humble.
is.
Ultra humble.
You heard it here first, folks. Oh, gosh. Good times. Well, I guess I might go back down
Yeah.
to pit lane.
Yeah, it's about
Of
to
course,
get
you got to
exciting.
get ready
I
to
think we're gonna
celebrate. You got to get the
yeah.
champagne ready. You got to get all that stuff going.
Right.
Right. What do you mean, right? Yeah. No?
No, I don't have my suit on. I don't want to get sticky for the plane ride home.
Okay. Oh, you're not going to stay
True.
and then go to Moab? You're going to go back and then...
Go home and then come to Moab starts on Friday for us, so we have time to get away from each other for a few days
Nice.
to only
We
then
might
start
need that,
drinking
just
wine
depending
together.
on who finishes in front of who, right?
Yeah.
I need a little space.
I will leave with this. The last two races, we have all started next to each other with TCB last race
Yep.
and Laura in the car at the start. And I went to everyone who started both races and I was like, don't hit each other. We are friends and we're going on a trip in a few weeks, okay?
We're going to sweep the top 5. We just got to
Don't
take it
hit
easy.
each other. Yeah.
So on that note,
Ladies-
who won
Oh,
a
go
race
ahead,
that
JT.
weekend?
You guys won that race.
Yeah, you guys won that
TCB
one.
won
Yep.
on Saturday.
And then we finished second
Yep.
the next day.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a good weekend for both our teams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
It was good, but
Yeah, those 5 cars and Tyler Hoffman. Is Tyler Hoffman's team like the redheaded stepchild of the WRL Supra teams? It's like it's all the Supras like hanging out and pitted kind of near each other, but what's that vibe like? Let's talk about
I don't
it.
know if Tyler wants to hang out with us.
He thinks, I'm sure we're all just too weird for him.
I'm sure we are weird. We are being
Tyler
so
is a cool
tame.
guy.
He's
Tyler's a
pure.
cool guy, you know.
It is
He's
when this
cool,
microphone
he's
is
buff.
off, it gets crazy.
I'm not
Ladies.
kidding.
Thank you so much for coming to chat with me. I
That was
really
fun.
appreciate it. You both know that you're always welcome anytime. Congratulations on whatever it is that you do here. I think it would be hard for you to fall down the order much further than third at this point. So
Yeah.
congrats on the podiums, and hopefully the right outcome happens for both of you.
Yep, exactly. Hopefully we
right.
both win.
Yes,
Yay.
exactly. You'll get the tie. We'll do the photo
Exactly.
finish thing, the whole nine. It'll be
Exactly.
fantastic.
Exactly.
Sarah and
All
Laura,
right,
thank you
thanks,
so
guys.
much.
Thank you.
Oh my God, Ford in 67. Let's not do that.
Yeah, I'm like, does RJ have the measuring tape?
Yeah, exactly. Well, right now, and you can see it really, but the 119 is about 5.5 seconds adrift of the 120. And then the stack racing Ligier, obviously with that stop way down, then it's the NFC Motorsports Mercedes, which remains the quickest car on the track. Lap after lap, he's consistently in the 155s and doing absolutely everything he can. But the 120 is consistently in the low 56s. So he isn't drawing away by that much at this stage. And the story is going to be if those two Supras do need a quick top off. And you mentioned that stop by the Ligier was fairly quick. But the problem is that the Ligier now is lapping in the 2 minute to 2:01 range, and that's not going to get it done, guys. Even if the two Supras come right back to them with their top offs.
Yeah, no. Anytime you are getting, more wear added to your tires, and then you go add on all the extra weight from a full tank of fuel, that car, regardless of what type of car it is, it's going to struggle a little bit at the opening phase of your stint. In addition to that, the Ligier being a relatively lightweight car is going to be a bit more impacted by topping off of the fuel there. So it might take a little bit of time here for it to really start to get a bit quicker. And then, the important thing about that Mercedes is it's able to push right now to stay ahead of those Supras out on track, to stay on that lead lap, just in case we do have a full course yellow at the end, so that they can still be in the hunt for a very good finish.
Yeah, and that's what I meant by he's doing everything he can do, and that's he's staying in front. In fact, drawing away by half a second to a second lap. So he's built up a nice buffer, and if there is a caution, that would play into his favor big time. But if it's not, I think it's a pretty tall order, unless there's something mechanical that happens to these cars out front. But boy, did you just see the 120 under braking? Did you see that thing moving? That thing darting and hunting?
You're getting to the end of the tires, and as they were saying, there's a ton of drag going on.
You bet.
Yeah, important. That's the 25 just ahead. That car, I believe, on its outlap, after coming in, topping off, and doing a driver swap, putting Matt Singler back in the car there. It's going to go the inside here, and the Supra's going to go around the outside and clear them before the braking zone for 14 here. Yeah, the 120 not losing a lot of time there. Gap was 6 seconds across the line. Probably going to be similar. Yep, remains at 6.1 seconds there. Both cars dipping almost identical lap times, 157.4.
I wonder if the 120, if that in making a pass on a lap car, got off one set of tires, one side off onto the marbles, and then you get those marbles on a hot tire, even if it's a treadwear, a 200 treadwear tire, will stick a little bit. And if then hit that braking zone, and that'll cause that front end to hunt a bit for sure.
Yep.
Well, that would do it. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I'll tell you what.
Minutes remaining here. Okay, go ahead, Craig.
No, I was just going to say, it sure looks to me like that margin now from the 120 to the 119 in Ashley is over 6 seconds.
It is.
I'm wondering what happened in this last lap here.
I don't know. I think as long as they're both in the 157s and staying ahead of the 678, I think they may be content with how it is, and maybe it's a case of we don't want to hurt both cars trying to go for a win. I mean, they've been pretty respectful all weekend, but
that could be.
Could be that.
Or the 119 can be trying to do a little bit extra fuel saving.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Get that little bit shorter fuel fill here.
If needed.
If needed, yep. They seem pretty unsure. The body language was not super
that was
firm.
A lot of a lot of smoke in turn 9 from the Almonte Porsche Cup car. Couldn't tell if that was a lockup or something else. It looks okay coming through 10 and 11.
Well, and to show you how my sense of distance is currently apparently a mess, Ashley closed in by 2/10 on that last lap. But, that's a good point. And, the ladies were both, cocky fun, but
Right.
they were saying, oh, we can double stack. We got that covered. And so I think you might be right. If you're sitting in second and, you're thinking, all right, it's going to be a real challenge to get around the team car, maybe you do back off a little bit, play that fuel game, put in a little bit less fuel, and, roll that dice here on this short fill.
Some anomalous data there on the gap situation. Ignore that. Just look at the lap times. Yeah, I agree, Greg. And I think there's a part of this, too, that any portion of a whole can of fuel, you're going to use the whole can. So even if you only need 1.5 cans, I think you end up putting the second can in anyway. And I wonder if this is just trying to save to get to where both cars can make it on one can, regardless of how, whatever fraction thereof is actually needed. Because I think when you try to measure it that fine, I think you have potential to get yourself into trouble. The NFC car is going to take to the pit lane here. That's the 123. They're going to be pitting from 4th position.
Yeah, and they've been flying.
Podium yesterday on their return to circuit racing. And they're going to do a driver change as well, it looks like. They're going to get a different driver in for the last 40 minutes here. They're going to take a can of fuel. Now that means the 25 with Matthew Singler behind the wheel now is going to get their lap back from the 123. And the 123 departs pit lane. Oh, no, my apologies. I was looking at the PC car. I mistook that for the Singler car. My many apologies. Getting late in the weekend here. It is still going to put the 25 in a little bit better position here. But do they have to stop again, JT, or are they finished?
They're good. They just stopped and put Matt in the car.
Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking. So we'll see how well the new driver does getting into the 123 for this final stint. Or Matthew, you'd think, a little bit more used to the car as it sits, having been in for a little bit longer.
Oh,
no. What?
Sorry.
JT, you can't just say, oh, no, and then not follow up.
I'm trying to follow up. I'm just, building a little bit of suspense. It seems like the 123 is picking up their 3rd pit lane infraction.
Oh, that's going to be a lap there.
Yes, it will. So that is important for Singler.
Yep.
Who just had gone through, I think they're currently going through turn 4 at the moment. Yeah, so they've that could be a race there for 4th place.
Yeah, we'll wait and see here. Yeah, NFC, they've now taken that penalty, so that does put them on the same lap. I think there was almost the better part of 2 laps down going to that pit cycle. So now that's going to put them on the same lap, but about a minute adrift, which in 37 minutes is not a super achievable gap, but stranger things have happened. We are at the end of a long weekend. We're getting to the end of these tires that are pretty ragged, I'm told.
Yeah, it was interesting to hear them talk about just how much the deg they're feeling on these tires is.
No, I mean, those ladies have so many miles behind the wheel of these GT4 cars with the different tire on it. They really are, in tune with the car and know what it should and shouldn't feel like. And, we kind of saw it today with the 25 where the times just kind of kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger until I'm guessing Rob Holland made the call and said, hey, like this isn't really a drivable race car at this point. We're going to need to do something. And was able to make some type of tire change and get a little bit of that pace back in the car. Matthew Singler back down to the 157s. NFC doing a 2:01. So if we keep that kind of pace differential, I think there's a chance that the 25 can make the check or the pass and catch. But he'd have to do that really consistently. You're only going to get, what do you figure, JT? 17 more laps?
Let's see if I did the math.
I mean, they're 2-minute laps, more or less.
Yeah, around there, 17, 18 probably.
So your 4 times 17s, you catch 40 seconds. If they're a minute behind, I think it's still too big of a hill to climb. Yeah, minute 2 that time. They're gaining about 4 seconds. And I can't imagine the NFC car is going to continue to give up 4 seconds a lap.
And just going back to this top 3 battle here, I believe that the Rapscallion Ligier just went a lap down again. Yep. I was watching him, and a big lockup up into turn 9.
Okay.
And that allowed the 120 to get really close, and then just pure muscle on the straight. The 120 just drove by, and has now put the Ligier a lap down. Just to the 120, though, you could see Ashley in the second of the AE Victory Racing cars behind the Ligier at this point.
I mean, if they're in position now to put that car a lap down, you start to look at, all right, we could pretty comfortably make a fuel stop at any time and probably still come out ahead, because your fuel stop's only going to cost you about a minute and 15. And if you're the better part of 2 minutes ahead, you're getting to where your margin is going to be acceptable to come in and make a pit stop and still come out ahead. Just a matter of when do you pull the trigger on that.
As late as possible.
Yep, indeed. Not in the Brad McCall sense, where you really do leave it as late as possible and then run out of fuel on your in lap.
Yeah,
but as late as possible, safely.
Yeah, late in the race on pretty abused tires, you want as little fuel load in the car as you can get.
Yep.
Was that Ashley in the 119 entry that was all over the back of the Ligier?
Yep.
Got him. Boom.
Got it done.
Yep. So both cars a lap clear third.
Ashley, of course, being Ashley Freiberg. The same one, if you think that name sounds familiar.
Did I say Ashley Force?
No, you just said Ashley.
Oh, gotcha. Thanks.
Just looking out for the viewer, man, you know? I knew who you were talking about.
That's always got to look out for the viewer. Absolutely. I'll be honest, I don't remember the venue, but when in what was the predecessor to the Michelin Pilot Series now in IMSA.
Sure.
I had the pleasure of, I think it was Ashley Freiberg teamed with Brian Sellers, and her first win in that series, and I was able to announce that.
Oh, that's super cool.
That was really cool. Yeah.
What year would that have been, Greg? 2013? 14? 12?
Yeah, that's I would say mid 215-ish, give or take. Yeah.
Back on Continental.
On Continental Tire, yeah. Right,
this should feel right at
after the ill-fated ILMC/ALMS all-in-one Sebring and Palooza.
Oh yeah, that.
That is the one story about Greg Kramer that gets told to me by insiders in the industry, was how you toughed it out to do that podium ceremony well into the night, as we've changed hats 7 times for each class, and we're doing it twice. And
oh yeah, we had I did an hour pre-race.
Yep.
Then announced the whole race, and then that last podium, I think that went 90 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Or longer. Yeah, 9 classes. and all of them thinking they were the greatest class on the track. It was
Of course
just
they were, of course.
Yeah, obviously. What was especially frustrating to me as a viewer of that at the time, Craig, and again, I know that you have no bearing on any of this at all, was you would tune in to watch, and like I would be watching the ALMS broadcast, and an Audi R15 would like whoosh past the LMPC class, and they wouldn't say a word about it. Just ignored it. Like, oh, nothing didn't happen. Nothing to see here. They're doing a GT battle with somebody from the ILMC. No, doesn't exist. They're just paddling the car ahead.
He's okay now.
Oh, I'm okay now. Anyway. No, anyway,
I agree.
That was insanity to me. I couldn't believe it when I tried to watch that race. I'm like, this could have been a really cool thing, and you've made it awful. Not but like the powers that be. Yeah.
Well, and it was just petulant, right?
Yeah.
On both of those broadcasts to no, we're not going to allow it. And then they had the gall to stick, all of them up on the podium.
Yeah.
Well, if that's the case, why doesn't WEC, or back then the was it the IWC?
ILMC, yeah.
ILMC. Do your own podium if you're going to have that attitude. But, they went, no, Greg will do it for you.
He's the only person good enough to do the combined stuff. Do both.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
and what killed me about those podiums was they wouldn't let me do an interview, and their excuse was, well, they'd already been interviewed by ALMS radio.
Right.
And it was like, yeah, the top three, maybe. Oftentimes it was the top two. Why don't you let me, instead of waiting 30 minutes and killing all the energy for the crowd about the podium, let me, if nothing else, if you don't want me up on the stage interviewing up there, let me grab Bobby Rahal, do a chat with him. Let me grab, until you say we're ready to go. And they just wouldn't let me do it. It drove me nuts.
Who do you think you are, Jensen Button?
Exactly. Yeah, Martin Brundle doing a grid walk.
What a time! What a crazy time in sports cars that was. That's just
oh god, it was fabulous. We're griping about it, but it was
but it was really cool. That's How much money can we spend on an LMP1 car? Let's find out.
Exactly. You remember that Lola Judd, that the British science minister,
Drayson?
Oh, Drayson, yeah.
Drayson, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
Lord Drayson, and the miraculous finish at Road America. I mean, there was some great stuff in that era, to be sure. All right, there is your race leader.
Yep, the 120.
Zipping through, just coming out from behind that Bimmer. There is second place, the team car. The 119.
I think that's the 25 in behind the 119. 3 laps down from the leaders. I think just an unfortunate turn on the strategy late in the race for that car. The opening half of the race, it looked like they were going to be troubling everybody for the podium, and just I think the way the yellows fell and some of the tire drag situation just not quite working in their favor on the number 25 team.
Yeah, absolutely. They ran into some issues. I'll tell you what, though, Matthew, is it Singler?
Yeah,
he's quick.
He's moving. He's moving the needle, doing what he needs to do.
He just ran a couple of mid 158s.
Yep. Was doing 57s earlier. I do think that we're getting to the end on tires for a lot of these cars.
Yep. The Ligier now is running consistently like 203s, 204s.
Yep.
And the lead 2 Supras are both 157. Wow, that was a great last lap. 157.3 for the 120.
Yep.
That always bothers me when a car gets that close to the outside approaching a turn-in. Too many times I've seen that tire dip, and suddenly you go to the brake and the car snaps. But she seems to know exactly where that car is on track.
Yeah, we saw that recently in an IndyCar race with Scott McLaughlin.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Massive, but just pushing that track limit just slightly too much.
Yep.
And that tends to be, that I don't got it kind of moment. You think you're fine, and then suddenly you're backwards.
And we're not seeing people run the edge of turn 5 anymore, like we were for a little bit in the middle there. Well, they were the 120 was fighting with the 123. People were being pretty generous with the amount of grass they were taking off the inside of turn 5.
That's true. They were diving it, weren't they?
Yeah.
And just to keep everybody updated, in GP1,
Yep.
El Diablo Motorsports, the number 48, continues to really put a little bit of a thrashing on the field. The 330 HQ Autosport. He's given us some amazing onboards today. Big shout out to them. Sits second in the BMW. The number 43 PC Racing Machine is third. Then the number 80 3D Racing entry is fourth. And I don't know whether the 383 Palomar will be listed as a finisher. It's down some 77 laps right now. And then GP2, the 83 Palomar Racing entry, has that one well covered by over 10 laps over the 322 of Honda Research West. And then that number 49 Velocity Group Racing Subaru, the Scion, was doing so well. Has had a couple of issues. I don't know if it's still back out on the track or if they finally parked it.
I think it is circulating right now. It appears to be the fastest car in class at this time.
Yeah, if that time's correct, yeah. And then the 55 AOA Racing entry, which we've seen running, stopped. They've got usually that's some indication of some sort of electrical issue. They're fourth in the class.
I spoke with Max, who was one of the drivers named against the AOA racing car, when I went to go fix the Turn 14 camera, and they've had some rough luck on, a little bit of contact here and there that wasn't, super terrible, but like just enough to make problems. And they've replaced a differential and an axle and bent a control arm, and they've had just kind of non-stop little problems all day. Stuff that's fixable, but nonetheless stuff that's going to prevent you from having a good race. They're going for the national championship, so they're okay with, a point stay here in fourth position. They'll take it, and the car is going to be doing the rest of the rounds here, so they really just need consistency and to finish races, which is what they're able to do today to keep the points where they need to be.
So is it my understanding there are 3 championships, an East, a West, and a National?
Yes, and then there's an overall championship as well that you can win, as any class where they do the point scoring the same, and it's whoever has the most combined points. Typically, it is a GP1 or GP2 car that wins the overall championship. But indeed, each class there's a East and a West, and then a National.
Do you have to declare what championship you're running in?
No.
Or if you're running a West Coast race, you get West Coast and national points?
Correct. And they've introduced a little bit of a drop system here where if you can't make the trip all the way out to, say, California, you can use this as one of your drops. And then there's a couple races as well that you can choose whether you want to declare that race as a East points race or a West points race. I believe Road America is one of them where you can have that be one or the other. That one might be a West points race, but there's a couple of these that are like in the Texas area that they really wanted to give some of these teams that are on one coast or the other a better opportunity to go for a championship, without having to tow to one race that just happens to be a bit too far. So everybody having good results here is going to help your drop situation at the end of the year, especially in your West points season.
Yeah, I like that format.
My apologies. My apologies. The flex events count for all 3, RJ texted me. It's not one or the other. They do count for both, or all 3 in this instance.
Oh, okay. Got it.
And there are still drops as well. But if you are disqualified, and this is one of the rule vagaries I like, if you're disqualified from a race for cheating, effectively, you can't use that as a drop. That has to score on your points, is my understanding.
Oh boy, do I like that rule.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I've always been one of those guys that cheating, if you cheat, you should feel max pain for that. I'm serious.
Same. No, I agree. It's my least favorite part about watching basketball. You can just selectively break rules if it's convenient for you in that part of the game, and it doesn't really hurt you that much.
Yeah, exactly right. And so I love that. So, man, are you dissuaded from cheating? As a result of that, and I've got a feeling that that these guys very equitably, very fairly, but very strictly enforce those rules.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's a must. It's funny. I've been in enough series where like the race director or whatever will, we don't want to get them mad, and it's my comment has always been, look, you shouldn't care at all if the racers want to go out and have dinner with you, but you should care more than anything that they respect you, and you earn their respect by ruling fairly, strictly, but fairly. So
I like that.
So the margin for our top two, the two AE Victory Racing cars, don't want to jinx them, but potential for a sweep here today. That's pretty cool. 7 seconds the split between them, and they're well ahead at this stage. But they both do have to make, we believe, a quick splash and go, as it were. And am I wrong now in thinking that, if they get into the 15-minute range, they could probably just put one tank in and go?
Probably. Even now, I think you probably do it with one tank. RJ did want me to remind, they did take away the DQ rule. So you can drop DQs now.
All right.
So, but intentional cheating is a ban, but that doesn't tend to happen so much here.
Right.
Usually people are missing their power number by a little bit, and it's like,
sure. Ooh, there's a squeeze play. Nicely done.
Right. Made it through.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, you have to use that little bit of common sense. Somebody, got forced over a curb, slammed it hard, and then the car comes in and its ride height is, 1 millimeter too much. Well, come on. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That kind of thing.
Who was it? JT, who am I thinking of at Le Mans that missed their fuel pump out by like half a cup or something?
Ford.
Right.
Yeah. Ford,
Ben Keating got
Ben Keating.
DQ'd.
Yeah, Ben Keating.
Because it was an absolute minuscule amount over time that really didn't affect the race at all, but regulations are regulations.
Should have put one more ball in the tank to take up space, and it would have been fine. And,
it's because the temperature and the expansion or something affected it, and it was, I
mean, I'm pretty sure in that interview he also mentioned like, "Hey, that's on us for being that marginal," but
that sounds
tough.
like Ben.
Tough.
He's a class guy.
Yep.
And absolutely. And at that, and I hate to say it, but at that level of the sport, some of the rules maker, and especially those that enforce them, sometimes to me I almost feel like they're frustrated race engineers. So they're going to exact every little bit of revenge they can get.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They
I
get
also
pretty
think that
fierce sometimes.
it could be that if you're in France and you're an American team and there's an Italian team that might benefit, maybe, I don't know. Seen some strange things happen for French teams at Le Mans, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Well, I actually got to work in a line, a quote from Pirates of the Caribbean, the year that came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was announcing Le Mans, and there was this Lamborghini. It was the Japanese J-Lock, Japanese Lamborghini Owners Club car. You remember that car?
Oh yeah,
The only
And-
Lamborghini on Gran Turismo 3.
Yeah, and it was run by Rene Arnoux Motorsports.
Yep.
And so, or Dams, Drew Arnoux Motorsports. And right after, early in qualifying, after their quickest lap was set, the paying driver got in the car and wadded it up. I mean, huge. And there was no way it could be fixed, and it needed, everything, new frame, everything. And of course, their rules stipulate that you have to start the race in the same chassis in which you qualify. Well, the car shows up and for the grid, and it's allowed to race, and it was because Rene Arnoux,
Right.
a famous French Formula One driver, was one of the team owners, and suddenly the ACO was going, "Ooh, force majeure, force majeure."
Yeah.
And the car went out for like the last 10 minutes of the morning warm up, and it was abysmally slow. But they let it start like a half hour into the race, and it's me and Dorsey Schrader and Calvin Fish in the booth. And so the car ends up, it's pulled off to the side of the track, smoking and everything. And Calvin says, "Oh, that's unfortunate, a car that's gone through so much." And Dorsey goes, "Well, let's be honest here." He said, "That car probably should have never started the race because here's the rule, yada, da, da, da." And at that moment, this line popped into my head. And I said, "Well, gents," I said, "haven't we discovered over the years that if the car has some sort of French influence in it, then the sporting rule book becomes more like the pirate code, more of a guide, really."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Did you get flack from Speed for that?
I never heard anything about that.
Well,
But I got on the forums, I got so many people saying, "That was awesome."
I believe that.
Yeah, but I
100%.
never heard from Speed or anybody.
Outstanding. Whoa, incredible.
Oh, it was too fun. Too fun.
Man.
But, who knows? Maybe that's why I'm not doing Le Mans anymore.
Could be. Could be that the French have
Primaire,
just
I've
kicked
heard
you
that
out.
name before. No, he cannot work on the broadcast.
Yeah.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
You made the list. Unfortunately, it's not the good list.
Yes. Correct.
Yes, exactly. Hey, guys, we're under 15.
Under 15 to go here. Still just waiting.
All right, I think it's about time that AE Victory get to their two drivers and say, "All right, go for it."
Right. Let's hash it out. Let's figure
Ashley,
this thing.
turn that baby up. Let's get going.
Or even better, pull to the pit lane, put them on new tires, and then say, "All right, let's break some records here. Let's do it."
Oh, I like that idea. And I have a feeling both of the drivers in those cars would lick their lips and go, "Bring it on."
Absolutely. Great bunch of people over there at AE Victory.
And I'll tell you what, I'm sure they are. I obviously haven't met them. I've met a couple of their drivers. But aside from being great people, we have seen from them today a master class in race execution.
Yes.
We really have.
I'm just looking to see if there's any movement in that pit stall. And it's like hard to tell from here, but there really doesn't seem like they're preparing for anything.
Were those ladies gaslighting us?
Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, it's not like
they're
just,
probably close. I just
So
I kind of expected that they would kind of lay off the gas here a bit.
Well, that's what
knowing
I
that
was
they would be
just going to
close.
say.
Yeah.
If you're running 2 minutes a lap, I'm thinking, okay. But they've been running 156s. Both of them have been. That sure doesn't sound like fuel save to me.
I have seen Laura Hayes pull some pretty ridiculous mileage out of a Toyota Supra. Like I've seen it happen.
Yeah, I heard you mention that in the interview you did with her. So
yeah, it's unreal. Now, of course, we'll be seeing Laura's team that she's pretty heavily involved with, TCB, next time out at Road America. We'll have a veritable fleet of Supras. I think, JT, there should be 6 on the entry list, right?
Bit more, I believe.
The 2 TCBs, the Stoic, the Kingpin cargo shorts.
Yeah, there was
and the,
2 listed for
Victory?
Kingpin at the time.
Ooh, 2. Okay, all right.
That just might have been for Garage Salt or Garage Box, but
yeah,
not
could
sure.
be.
Okay. The 120 just showed me that they are not fuel save.
Not really worried about it.
Maybe, now that I think about it, because she almost dropped to right front heading into a corner, and the car did a pretty substantial wiggle because it was right at that point where you get that little wiggle, and she was able to save it.
Yep.
But either she's just going 11/10, which makes no sense, or she's trying to save fuel, so she's opening the arc up as much as she can to roll speed through that turn.
Right.
But either way, she's definitely right on the edge here.
And just looking at the timing here, Singler's still about 1:20 back of the NFC car, so they were not able to keep up that incredible pace versus NFC, running at about the same lap times now, maybe about a second slower or so. So a 5th place today for Singler Racing Team.
I think we should give out one more shout to the 144 Forza Motorsport car, because in the first couple hours of this, boy, were they players right at the sharp end.
That car was locked in and ready to go, and they were right up in the mix with the 25 and the 120, the 123, right in that kind of battle for third. And we heard Sarah Montgomery talk about it with the 119. It was the 119, not the 120. Heard Sarah Montgomery talk about the 119, letting the 2 of them battle it out, but indeed they were. That 144 car really trying hard to keep those 2 other cars behind, and the 25 eventually getting around along with the 119, but that car put up a hell of a fight, in the first couple hours, as you say, Greg. And that just they have not been able to convert that first couple hours into a successful outing here, as far as a podium position is concerned.
Yeah, down now, 8 laps to the lead. And they had a couple of problems in pit stops, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
All right, in tandem now, suddenly both of the AE Victory Racing Supras are in the mid-157s, even high. That's...
Yes, it has. The 120 is pulling in. They're going to throw 1 can of fuel in here. And they're going to send it. So 1 can indeed is enough to get the 120 safely to the end. Now, I just wonder if Ashley Freiberg knew they were marginal on fuel and decided, well, I'm going to save some fuel here and see if I can skip the stop and steal a win here away from the 120.
Well, that's what we had talked about a little bit earlier here, just a little bit ago. Exactly. Was she, if you're everything else being the same, let the other car be the rabbit and just back down. Save a lot of fuel, see if you can bring it home. So we'll find out certainly very soon.
I'll keep an eye on the pit stall down here. Yeah, it's just really too far away for me to tell if they're attempting to get another fuel jug moving or if they're fine with where they are. They haven't really torn down the pit yet, which is not unexpected. We have a little bit of a nature and wildlife situation here in the commentary booth right now, so I'm just a little bit tentative.
Okay.
Should be fine. But there is a winged creature now attempting to leave the commentary booth. And is this the 119? It is. This is the 119 coming to the pit lane here. So they'll take one more jug of fuel.
The 120 heading to 14 right now.
The 119 is going to take its jug of fuel. 119.
It's going to come out behind.
In a very Dyson Racing way, is still in the pits. Unclear as to why. Is now sent.
Oh, boy.
That's a deep cut. Brendan would have got that reference. I think it was it Laguna, JT? Where the Dyson team pulled Oryx Racing in for like 2 minutes to, quote, check the car, end quote, so they could get Chris Dyson a championship?
Possible.
I think that was at Laguna.
Good memory, man.
So indeed, the 120 reclaims their lead, and the A victory car loses an additional 10 seconds. So it wasn't going to be close, it looks like, even with that little bit of a delay.
And so, looking at the 119's out, or lap time, including the stop, looks to me like the stop would have been about 46 seconds, maybe 44, with the slow in and out of the pit lane. They could have given 42 seconds away. Still been well clear of the Ligier.
Yep.
And might have been able to pull this one out by just really backing down.
I don't think we've ever seen a car go that long on fuel, even in the Supras. Mm-hmm. I think the most I remember seeing, JT, is like somebody did an hour and 20 once, and that was a lot. And that was like a pretty big fuel save race. I don't remember which track that was at. It might have been Mid-Ohio. That somebody did an hour and 20 as an outlier in GTO. Usually they're right around an hour and 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say usually just a bit over an hour. We went back to green. A lot of smoke coming from the drift track. It's flowing onto on the racetrack from 10 or 11.
And something that's gone unnoticed, indeed, by myself as well, the AOA racing car has pulled off at the top of Turn 5 using the alternate route.
Ooh.
And it's currently up there at the Turn 5 flag stand. It's been there for a couple laps. I was just waiting for an opportunity to talk about it. There's other things more pressing. Chiefly among which is me trying to avoid getting rabies from this bat.
Oh, a bat.
A bat.
Indeed. A bat which is not going to leave the commentary booth because it is darker in here than it is outside. It's at least chilling now in the corner. It's no longer looking for places to go.
Take a picture, send it to Brendan, and demand a raise.
Pretty much. I do that anyway. I demand raises without bats involved.
Well, that's just bat stuff crazy, man.
Indeed. Indeed it is. 3 minutes to go here, gentlemen. JT, do you want to start winding her down with your thoughts on the race and thoughts on the weekend?
Yeah, solid first outing at Thunderhill. So happy to see WRL out here. This is a fantastic track for this series. It's super well suited for each of these classes, for GTO to GP2. I'd say it's even a little bit more friendly than what we used to see for the 25.
Yeah, I agree.
I love the nature, all the aspects that makes WRL a bit unique. Being applied here is just fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing this return on the calendar next year. Going by the not so subtle hints that RJ was
indeed
providing us. But yeah, no, fantastic first visit to California for us. and it's turned out to be such a good weekend. Yeah, it's well done to everyone involved.
Absolutely. Greg, it's your first foray into WRL racing. What are your thoughts on the weekend?
Well, first, I think just a general comment, and I'm going to be very honest here. I was kind of under the impression that the WRL was like some of these other amateur series, run what you brung, rules were a little loose, safety was a little loose, all that. And I have been absolutely lectured on that in watching the professionalism of this group, how they conduct it. Yeah, I'm just super impressed. Really, really impressed with this organization, how they go about their racing, all of that. Yes, first also real experience with Thunderhill. Believe it or not, I never made it to or watched much of that of the Thunderhill 25, and this track's fabulous. It really, really is a great challenge and great fun. And then specifically to the race, and I'm going to talk more about today since I only was able to make the last hour and a half yesterday. In particular, and I already said it, AE Victory Racing put on a masterclass in race execution today. I can't wait to see how they do at a Road America, where you guys are talking about a much bigger entry and all of that. But they have certainly shown me something here today.
Perfect, Greg. Well, we're happy to have you. I'm excited to see you again at Road America, or hear from you again at Road America. We are seeing the checkered flag now. The number 120 of AE Victory Racing is going to take the checkers, followed by the 119 of AE Victory, the 678 of Stack Racing with Rapscallion, the 123 of NFC Motorsports, the 25 of Singler Racing Team, the 144 of Forza Motorsports, the 9 of Almonte, and the 181 gets on track to finish after their many, many trials and tribulations this weekend. In GP1, it is, and it always was, El Diablo Motorsports out front, held up a little bit by a penalty that they had earned in the opening part of the race. But fortunately, with that kind of pace, you can afford a penalty here and there. And my understanding was that they were very apologetic to the team that they had made contact with. Second position, the 330 of HQ Autosports. Third, the 43 of PC Racing. Fourth, the 80 of 3D Racing. And finally, in fifth position, I believe going to be scored as a finisher, the 383 of Palomar.
Just a quick comment. The 330, the HQ Autosport BMW, the driver in that did that first stint was really quick.
Super quick.
He lost some ground to the El Diablo car, but then they had that penalty. They came back, and it was like it lit the fuse when that El Diablo car started racing him. And when the El Diablo car went by, and you think, all right, he's just going to drive away, he stuck with him for a good 10, 15 laps. I don't know who that driver was, but he did a heck of a job.
Heck of a job, absolutely. Always good racing in GP1, especially when we have a little bit deeper field, and especially when we have cars that don't end up going out with mechanical trouble. The GP1 and GP2 fields are nothing to miss. Usually some great racing top to bottom here. GP2, Palomar Racing wins over the 322 of Honda Research West. Two West Coast-based teams returning to WRL, or returning to Thunderhill with WRL, their sights on endurance podiums, and indeed they achieved that. The 49 of Velocity Group holds on to a podium, and the 55 of AOA Racing, that BMW parked at the top of Turn 5. Well, gentlemen, this has been a fantastic weekend. We cannot wait to see you again here in about 3 weeks' time. We will be at Road America, the National Park of Speed. And we're all looking forward to making the trip out to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. If you're thinking about joining us, register today. We've got spots still available. We'd love to see you out in Wisconsin. So until next time, I'm Ryan West. We've got JT Tammy with us, TV's Greg Kramer, and Dustin Allis on the controls. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great night.